Welcome to the Fantasy Audiobook. Sign in as the Great Emperor at the beginning and create an invincible ancient family. Chapter 1. Chen Fan's name is Chen Fan. At this time, he stood in front of the Chen family's mansion, with an unparalleled handsome face, as if he had been relegated to earth. He remained silent and watched the passers-by. Dad, his house is so big. Gudener, don't pity him, let's go quickly. The passing young father gradually walked away with his child in his arms. Another little girl tilted her head and looked at Chen Fan. Mom, it doesn't matter that his house is big. The gatekeepers and guards are so good looking. How about you marry me and I'll live with you? You're talking nonsense. The beautiful woman cursed and pulled her daughter away quickly. He turned around and looked at Chen Fan from head to toe. Everyone knows that the Chen family of today is no longer the Chen family of the past. But the skinny camel is bigger than the horse, so there is no need to pity him for guarding the big house and not having a wife. Chen Fan stood with his hands behind his hands, and suddenly the corners of his mouth raised. System, stop hiding, come out. Showdown, he is a transmigrator. Quote. For a while, there was no response. This is a fantasy world called the Ancient Continent. Here is the White Emperor State, Tianyuan Territory, and Langya City, one of the 18 states. The Chen family is a declining family. I think back then, the Chen family was also a big family with a profound foundation, countless resources, wealth and powerful people, occupying a region and city, and was second only to the ancient family. However, for thousands of years, no descendant with extraordinary talent and luck has been born to continue the family's prosperity. Gradually declined. Therefore, various land resources under the Chen family's industry have been deprived and cannibalized by other powerful families. When the wall falls, everyone pushes it down, and the benefits are divided. Prestige plummeted. It was also decades ago that the Chen family felt that they could still save lives. In order to defying the heavens and changing fate and change the status quo, the entire Chen family decided to send the newly born Chen Fan to the empress's home to study under him at all costs. In the future, if the country becomes strong, the Wei people will take over. As an infant and the son of the family head, Chen Fan has indeed become a disciple. As a result, the Chen family almost emptied their fortune, and they made a desperate move, treating Chen Fan as the hope and spark of the family's rise again. However, when Chen Fan was 3 years old, the Empress Master was suddenly reborn, saying that he wanted to break through the shackles of his cultivation. Cool, adding insult to injury. The Chen family has become what it is today. It was during these years. My father went out to find a way to help the family rise, but there was no news. I have been struggling for many years whether he should eat or not. My mother went back to her mother's family to seek help, but she hasn't returned for more than 10 years. I'm afraid her family doesn't want to be a burden. All the ancestors and elders of the family went out to practice, even at the risk of danger, to undercover other clans, and returned after learning to strengthen our Chen family. The disciples of the family have gone undercover to cover all the forces in the continent, sacrificing themselves to secretly learn skills, but none of them have come back yet. Master Empress is probably still 3 years younger than me now. Thinking of this, Chen Fan almost burst into tears and collapsed. The family's resources and territory were taken away, and the foundation of the spiritual veins was secretly dug up. Children passing by began to miss the Chen family residence. In my previous life, I was a passionate young man who guarded crystals. My legs were running and smoking, but I always encountered Didi. If the crystal is not around, I will transmigrate. Now, I thought that my family would protect me and led me to the peak of my life, but I didn't expect that it would be me who would protect my family and let me guard the house alone. System, I've been exposed so much, don't be so shameless. At the same time, Chen Fan returned home and stayed alone in the empty room. Ding, the Invincible ancient family system was successfully activated. Binding in progress. Chen Fan breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that there had never been such a thing as buy high. Take off on the spot. Ding, binding successful. This system is intended to help the host build an invincible ancient family, achieve great success, and expand territory. System, don't talk nonsense. Ding, the host can get rewards by cultivating strong family members and disciples, recruiting disciples, marrying wives and having children, competing for territory and city resources, expanding family power, improving prestige, completing tasks, etc. Ding, the host can sign in for basic operations once a day to receive guaranteed reward support. Chen Fan was slightly silent. I would just stay at home alone and train him. It seems that it is necessary to summon the strong men and disciples who are away from home to come back. There is no need for Dad to come back. The position of head of the family will be held by Dad for now. Ding, give out a big gift package for newbies. Congratulations to the host for getting Supreme Bone, Ancient Dual Pupils, and Chaos Dao Body. Perfect match. Suddenly, Chen Fan felt that he had changed. His bones were harder, his eyes were brighter, and the blood all over his body was boiling, like ethereal chaos. This system is quite silver-based. Chen Fan smiled and said casually, sign in. Ding, the sign-in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Great Emperor Cultivation level. Great Emperor Cultivation level. Chen Fan's smile gradually became vicissitudes of life, stalwart, and unfathomable in depth, and he was still calm. The temperament is very good. Boom. There was a loud noise in the sky, and suddenly the clouds of calamity were dense, and the darkness blocked the light. The entire Langya city, no, the entire White Emperor state was enveloped by a sense of oppression. Crackling, lightning and thunder, countless buckets of golden light, drawing angular lines, penetrated the void space. Light up the endless land. Chen Fan stood with his hands behind his hands and looked up. Let the power of heaven, as vast as the sea, gather into the body from all directions. In the ancient continent, the realm of cultivation is divided into qi refining, foundation building, wheel sea, gold core, divine court, transcendent, heavenly origin, soul formation, return to void, fusion, Dao palace, transcending tribulation, holy realm, and emperor realm. It is divided into 10 small realms from 1 to the 9th layer and the peak. The Great Emperor is the most powerful person in this world, possessing the power to destroy heaven and earth. And now Chen Fan, 23 years old, in the Wheel Sea realm. It is true that his family has declined, his master has run away, and he is really depressed. Far inferior to the proud son of the ancient family. But, the plug-in is really delicious. At this time, Chen Fan's aura was rising steadily. Quickly break through the gold core, the divine court. Soul formation, return to the void. Transcending tribulation, the realm of saints, and finally break through and become the great emperor. Emperor realm strong man. Chen Fan looked fiery. Powerful, unparalleled power. Is this the power of the great emperor? Fast, too fast. Become emperor in an instant. With such strength, why worry about the family not being prosperous? Chen Fan thought about it. Dad's position as head of the family is no longer favorable, it would be more reasonable to just become the ancestor. With a few movements of his hands, Chen Fan directly dispersed the vision, and everything that came and went was gone. Billions of miles of thunder and calamity clouds no longer exist. At this moment, he wants to express his anger quickly. Anyone who offends my Chen family will be punished no matter how far away he is. Suddenly, the entire ancient continent fell into a state of restlessness. The great emperor is born. Chen Fan was satisfied and thinking about what to do next. It was also at this time that the system released the task. Ding, main task 1. Family harmony is the foundation of family strength. Ask the host to gather the basic strength of the family and clean up the door. Completion reward. 7 holy puppets. Main mission 2. Marrying a wife and having children to carry on the family line is the source of family continuation. Ask the host to give birth to a descendant with the qualifications of a great emperor. Completion reward. A powerful weapon. Main mission 3. Recruit disciples, gather luck, and diversify the family. Ask the host to recruit a direct disciple with top-notch luck power. Completion reward. Summon 10,000 puppet legions. Note, the time limit for the above 3 tasks is 1 year. Puff. Chen Fan laughed. System, let's not talk about anything else. You can have descendants of the great emperor as long as you want. I'll take the firstborn. Ding, friendly reminder. The correct answer. Chen Fan suspected that the system was driving. That's all. With his current physical strength, as long as his wife's talent is not too bad, it shouldn't be difficult to give birth to a descendant with the qualifications of a great emperor. This reminded him of the Empress master who he had reincarnated into to practice. He was extremely talented and graceful. After reincarnation now, she should be 3 years younger than him. Tricking her into giving birth to a baby will definitely do the job. Once she enters the soul, it will be over. If you can't teach him, teaching their descendants in the future can be regarded as helping the Chen family rise, which is not bad. After all, the Chen family cannot waste their wealth in vain, and suffer the consequences in vain and become a big grievance. Chen Fan shook his head. It's easier said than done. Master is not a stupid fool. But what if something happens? Ahem. Back to topic. The difficulty is that the 3 main tasks have a time limit of 1 year. If he wants to have a baby, excluding the 10-month pregnancy, he only has 2 months to find a wife. What a big trough. You can't allocate one directly to the transmigrator. Thinking of this, Chen Fan's heart skipped a beat. It really does. He has a fiancé, countless young talents, and the iceberg goddess in the eyes of the proud man. However, as we all know, the fiancé in the fantasy world is the least valuable standard configuration and can be returned at any time. Not as good as mother-in-law, that is the top configuration. Never mind. At worst, I will bear the pain of casting a wide net, people will flourish, and the family will continue to thrive. Isn't it beautiful? Isn't it joyful? A reward like the ultimate divine weapon must be won. Sacred level puppets and legions are also good, they can strengthen the family's shortcomings of not having any guards. Chen Fan murmured that things are easier to do when there are more people. The system, so you say, there are side tasks. Ding, yes, the side tasks are hidden tasks, which can be triggered according to the situation. You can get the corresponding rewards by completing the tasks. Chen Fan understood. However, he still has a long way to go. To build a strong family, it must be all round. With strength, it can only be said to be strong confidence, but not everything. Suddenly, Chen Fan was keenly aware of a UFO passing over the Chen family. His eyes immediately turned cold and he disappeared immediately. The next moment, it was already in the sky. Several young men were walking in the air, talking and laughing. After seeing Chen Fan, their faces turned slightly cold. Chen Fan, why are you blocking my way? We were ordered by the city lord to investigate the visions of heaven and earth. You can afford to delay us. The phenomenon that just occurred was very strange, and it was the same throughout the White Emperor state. Everyone began to investigate and report to the sovereign clan. There is no one in the world who is not the ruler of the royal land. But when several people questioned him angrily, they sneered again and again. Flying in the air above the family's head is a taboo. But nowadays, everyone in the Chen family has disappeared, making people laugh to death. The so-called rules certainly don't count. Can a down-and-out kid be able to hold on? Chen Fan knew these people. Zhang family and Lin family in Lengya City. The Chen family fell and was divided, and these people were also at fault. If he remembered correctly, part of the powerful spiritual veins buried under the Chen family were stolen by these families. Without saying a word, just the coercion was leaked, and several people's faces became ferocious and painful. I don't care where you go, if you dare to fly over the top of my Chen family, you will definitely die. I alone am a family. Several people felt as if they were in an ice cellar. They were squeezed together face to face, unable to move. I was shocked in my heart, how could Chen Fan be so powerful? He was only in the Wheel Sea realm. Chen Fan, do you know who we are? Bah, don't kiss me, it's all your saliva. Chen Fan, do you want to die? If you offend us, the city lord's mansion will not let you go. Lengya City does not belong to your Chen family now. Death. Chen Fan spat out a word, which directly shattered the souls of several people. However, a mere ant fell instantly and died without resting in peace. The city lord's mansion. At the beginning, Lengya City was not called Lengya, and the whole city was only of the Chen family. One family, guarding one city, has supreme glory. It was just suppressed and deprived at all levels, and after its decline, it developed into this, and its power continued to shrink. The city lord's mansion was naturally arranged by those people, as the saying goes, they cannibalized it step by step. Your skills are inferior to those of others, admit it. But now, 30 years in Hedong and 30 years in Hexi. Chen Fan simply threw the body on the street and hung a sign. Serve as a warning to others. Turn around and go home. Thinking back to the beginning, the huge Lengya city was full of spiritual veins, and the Chen family specially arranged it. Spiritual veins can be used to create spiritual stones, which can be buried underground to emit spiritual energy, which can greatly improve the family's luck and the disciples' practice. It is the cornerstone of a strong family and is priceless. Nowadays, the Chen family is in such a state of decline, and their spiritual veins have been stolen. It must be buried, it must be buried. Just find a way to get the spiritual pulse. The streets on the east side of Lengya city. There was a group of people who looked like they were well dressed and had swords on their waists. "Miss, have you thought about breaking off the engagement this time?" an old man asked. The cold-faced woman, with stunning appearance and goddess-like appearance, was named Su Chanu. "Uncle Fu, the Chen family is like this now. It doesn't look like a family at all. Chen Fan, being able to take that person as his disciple in the first place was just a desperate attempt to overdraw the family's luck and drain the family fortune." The tone was rather sighing. "Without that one, he is not worthy of me. Furthermore, this marriage is also decided by the family. I have the right to choose my own marriage and happiness." When he spoke, he looked at that person with respect and admiration. Every name of the great emperor was a taboo word. Not to mention, a powerful empress. Even more powerful than her master. But the Chen family was relatively wealthy at the beginning and could entrust the person to whom they were entrusted. The Su family was not as good as him, but in the end it only treated the symptoms but not the root cause. Because of this, after the Chen family's desperate attempt failed, they were destined to die faster. Her arrogance did not allow her to belittle herself. Uncle Fu sighed, "Miss, you can just think about it. But the two families are on good terms, and the apology that the head of the family asked me to prepare is ready." He really sighed, because he is essentially a member of the Chen family. Working as an undercover agent inside the Su family is to protect the young master's fiancée, and he is optimistic that he will form a good relationship in the future, which is heartbreaking. It was a difficult journey, with many trials and tribulations, gaining trust, and finally reached the position of personal protection for the strong. "However, I am not happy anymore and want to break off the engagement. What do you want me to do?" However, he also watched the Chen family decline all the way, and he could only say that this is the fate of the poor young master. "I really can't help you with my old bones." Therefore, the head of the family asked him to prepare an apology, and he secretly prepared 100 copies to comfort the young master and help the Chen family. "Thinking of this, I feel more comfortable." Su Chanu hummed, not wanting to mention such a sad and troublesome matter. The young man next to her frowned. He was sent by the sect to protect Su Chanu and resolve the issue of breaking off the engagement. Said coldly, "Uncle Fu, what's your expression? It is a blessing for the Su family that the saint now worships the master of Luo Yun sect as her disciple. How can a mere son of the Chen family get involved with the saint? There is nothing to regret for him. As for me, there is no need to prepare an apology. The strong are respected, why do we need so many reasons?" In his opinion, giving face is too much. "Senior brother Huang," Su Chanu reminded quickly. Another young man said, "Senior brother Huang, isn't that right? Our Luoyun sect is also a reputable sect, and we still have to have the proper etiquette. Besides, if it weren't for the sect's rules, the saint's pure body cannot have in-laws, and it wouldn't have necessarily come to this point. If you give them a step forward, the relationship between the Chen family and the Su family will not be completely stalemate." Senior brother Meng, Su Chan is getting older. These two senior brothers were sent by her master to protect her and ask her to break off the engagement. "I didn't expect that this would cause a quarrel. You don't need to say anything. I don't know what happened in the White Emperor State's vision before. Please resolve this matter quickly and let's go back to meet the master." The tone left no room for doubt. This vision, the movement was extraordinary, it had just startled them. Either the supreme treasure of heaven and earth is born, or a strong man is born. After hearing this, everyone also understood the strangeness and importance of this matter, their faces slightly condensed, and they said no more. Uncle Fu gave Meng Tianya a secret wink and a thumbs up. "Well said, Mr. Meng." Meng Tianya grinned without leaving a trace, telling the truth, he was also a member of the Chen family. He changed his name and left me alone, and went to Luo Yunzong to work as an undercover to learn his skills. You also need to learn divine ability, a technique that is not taught to outsiders. However, I never expected that after the young master's fiancé went to Luoyuan sect to become a saint, she would now want to break off the engagement. The Chen family is in danger. After returning this time, both Fubo and Meng Tianya were bitter in their hearts and could not show it yet. Too difficult. On the street west of Lengya City. An eccentric, delicate little girl with a face like a porcelain doll, a long ponytail swinging behind her, jumping up and down, her long skirt fluttering. There is a faint section of white calf and ankle. Holding a candied haws in one hand. The little mouth is so bulging that the cheeks can't even fit it. Suddenly it solidified. Hey, what am I here to do? By the way, apprenticeship. Then he held a candied haws in his mouth, freed one hand, and took out a book from his arms. Written, Essential Manual for Becoming an Emperor, Apprenticeship Chapter. The little girl looked at this book, her big eyes narrowed into crescent moons. Very satisfied. Then he swallowed 2 bunches of candied haws in one mouthful, without chewing them. The book says that to become a disciple, you can find 2 kinds of people. The first one is a mortal in a deserted place in a mountain village. Because that may be a peerless strong man who lives in poverty. His eyes gradually glowed, and then turned serious. Second, find someone whose engagement has been broken off. It is said that being broken off can open up the power of luck. Either a dragon or a phoenix, the future is limitless. Suddenly, his little face fell down. The first one is too difficult and you can easily be kidnapped by human traffickers. The second one is very easy. With the guidance of this book, my mother no longer has to worry about me not being able to find my master. She bought this at a huge price. Then he carefully hid it in his arms and showed a witty smile. He curled his lips and said, "That's what the storytellers say in their books. There is absolutely nothing wrong with it. Funger, please slow down and wait for sister." An anxious voice came from behind the little girl. Bai Fengyao turned around and smiled sweetly. "Sister Luoyu, you are late. I have already finished eating the candied haws for you." Chen Luoyu said helplessly. "Funger, we have traveled through thousands of cities, what on earth are you going to do?" Bai Fengyao smiled and said, "Apprenticeship. I'm serious. Become a disciple." Chen Luoyu was speechless. "There are countless powerful people in the family, why do you need to go out in person to become a disciple?" "That's different," Bai Fengyao said seriously. "Sister Luoyu, I want to take the person whose engagement was broken off as my teacher. Moreover, the book says, once a teacher, always a father. I have to get along with him like a father and daughter, and I have to work hard." Chen Luoyu held her forehead. This girl was hopeless. "I don't know which unlucky guy will be entangled with her after his engagement is broken off. Why don't you worship a woman as your teacher? It's the same. Then just get along as mother and daughter. To me, it's all trivial." Bai Fengyao said lively. Then he touched his chin and said, "However, if a woman's engagement is annulled. I am a woman, so I will definitely be very sad. If it were me who was annulled, I would definitely beat the other person to death." Chen Luoyu is a bit messy, not a big person, but has a lot on his mind. "Okay then, my sister will accompany you to find the person whose engagement was annulled. What else can she do? She is just an undercover agent. How can she stop this girl? I remember leaving the family and joining the ancient Phoenix clan to learn the skills and strengthen myself for the sake of the prosperity of the family. Because by chance, I was recognized by the ancestor Phoenix, fused with a drop of Phoenix blood, and joined the ancient Phoenix clan so that I could stay with this girl. However, at this moment, looking at the familiar city in front of me, I felt a little complicated inside. Unknowingly, after walking through thousands of cities, I still came here." He murmured. "Her home, right here, the Chen family, is no longer what it used to be. I came back again, but it was hard to get into my home. Because she has never been truly powerful. That's all, just look at it from a distance." The two walked slowly. In the secret, there is a strong person following and protecting him. An old man with deep eyes said, "Divine Maiden is innocent and playful by nature. We must protect her properly." Another old man's face trembled. "That's natural. But you said that Divine Maiden went so far to seek apprenticeship with someone whose engagement was broken off. What do you mean?" Both faces were confused. "I don't know. But no matter what, the person who can become the divine maiden master of my ancient phoenix tribe does not exist yet. We cannot let the divine maiden do whatever we want. Well, that makes sense. At this time, on the street in front of Chen's house, there were many people around. Aren't these disciples of the Zhang family and the Lin family? How did they end up here? Look at the signs on their bodies. Could it be that they fell down from the sky above the Chen family and died? The Chen family hung up signs for them and took advantage of them. It's possible, otherwise their demise would be too strange. As we all know, no one in the Chen family has disappeared now. How could he kill someone and still issue a warning, without fear of offending others, even if the house has been taken away? It becomes a suspense drama by forcibly filling the brain. In order not to be implicated, they quickly dispersed. Su Chanu and others arrived. Seeing this situation, he frowned. Uncle Fu and Meng Tianya's expressions froze. Su Chanu didn't care, it was just a dead person and had nothing to do with her. Then go directly to the front door. Soon, the door opened. Chen Fan walked out. They were all unfamiliar faces. He thought it was the Zhang family and the Lin family who came looking for them. When Su Chanu came, of course she had already found out that there was only one person in the Chen family now. And it was also the first time for her to see her fiancé, whom she had never met before. Mr. Chen, I am Su Chanu. I am here to discuss important matters. You're welcome, after all, the relationship between the two families is pretty good. Chen Fan understood instantly. This is his fiancée, and this is the first time he has met her. It turns out it's Miss Su. If you have something to say, why don't you just say it? Su Chanu was immediately dissatisfied. Why not invite them in? Chen Fan should know about her relationship with him anyway. But being so arrogant and losing etiquette, after all, the Chen family is not the same as before. Uncle Fu quickly stood up and said, Mr. Chen, the Su family is here for this trip. This matter is of great importance. Why don't we go into the room to discuss it in detail? A word of warning, after all, it is a divorce, and if word spreads, it will always be embarrassing. However, when he left the Chen family, Chen Fan was just a little older and couldn't recognize him, which made sense. Chen Fan said, My Chen family is not able to entertain guests. If you don't care, please come back. Just kidding, it's just me, talking nonsense. Nothing is trivial compared to rebuilding the family. Su Chanu was cold. She was stepping down for Chen Fan, but she didn't expect that the other party would not appreciate it at all. Or should I say that when Chen Fan saw her, he knew he was inferior, felt inferior to her, and felt sad, so he deliberately avoided her. Wang Zhen, who was next to him, couldn't help snorting. The Chen family is like this for no reason. This kind of hospitality is really disgusting. If it weren't for the saint, the dignified Luo Yun sect disciples would have overturned the table long ago. Senior brother Wang. Su Chanu stopped and looked at Chen Fan. Mr. Chen, do you know that I am your fiancé? Chen Fan simply ignored Su Chanu. Looking at Wang Zhen, how my Chen family treats guests, what does it have to do with you? Su Chanu's face was extremely ugly. She was ignored. What right did Chen Fan have to ignore her? Wang Zhen laughed angrily. Mr. Chen, the saint is caring about the face of your Chen family, so don't be ungrateful. If you offend me, Luo Yunzong. Boom. Suddenly, there was a pressure that directly suppressed Wang Zhen and made him unable to move. Chen Fan held his hand in the air and directly lifted Wang Zhen up from a long distance away. Then what if I offend your Luo Yunzong? He had heard about Luoyan sect, but he didn't expect Su Chanu to join Luoyan sect and become a saint. Is this the confidence? Stop. Fu Bo was startled. Why is the young master so strong? But people from Luoyan sect cannot be killed. Don't even think about it. Wang Zhen couldn't believe that he was suppressed by a mere young master of the Chen family and was unable to move at all. How can it be? A suffocating death threat began to spread. Chen Fan. Su Chanu took action directly, let go of senior brother Wang. How could Chen Fan be so powerful? As a saint, she must save her disciples. With a flick of Chen Fan's hand, Uncle Fu flew backwards, and the sword in Su Chanu's hand shattered into ashes. At the same time, Wang Zhen was crushed to pieces and his soul was destroyed. If you offend the emperor's power, you will not know whether to live or die. Uncle Fu and Meng Tianya were stunned. What is this, young master? Su Chanu was also stunned. She never expected that before she entered the Chen family, senior brother Huang would be dead. There was no resistance at all. You know, even though she is a saint herself, she is not much better than Wang Zhen now. Chen Fan stood with his hands behind his back. Miss Su, what did you just say? Su Chanu said subconsciously, I am your fiancé. So what? Chen Fan smiled. To be honest, I don't like you anymore. You are just an ant. If you make things difficult for you, what can you do to me? Su Chanu calmed down a little and began to think about whether to break off the engagement. Because the Chen family was in decline, but now it seems that Chen Fan's strength may be worth it. Mr. Chen, It was also at this time that Uncle Fu and Meng Tianya came to their senses and looked at each other. The situation had changed. Fu Bo quickly explained his purpose. Mr. Chen, my young lady wants to break off the engagement. Here, this is the apology prepared by the head of the family. Please don't make things difficult for my young lady, so as not to hurt the harmony between the two families. Mr. Chen, the saint of Luoyan sect, want to break off the engagement. Meng Tianya quickly added with an angry look on his face. If you dare to kill my Luoyan sect disciples and offend the Holy Lady, you are finished. Breaking off the engagement in public, giving you face but you don't want it, you asked for it. Beep beep quietly. Su Chanu was speechless. When the words came to her lips, she choked them back. This also left her with only one decision to make. Chen Fan ignored the two of them and glanced at Su Chanu. Miss Su, you are indeed my fiancé, but you are here just to break off the engagement. Su Chanu's face was slightly cold. Chen Fan had killed Wang Zhen, and the matter was over. She had no choice. Mr. Chen, since I have made it clear, there is no need for me to hide it. Now that the Chen family has declined, and I have become a saint in the Luoyan sect, we are no longer in the same world. Please forgive me. This compensation should be regarded as an apology. Bite the bullet and stick to the original plan. Because even if Chen Fan's strength was incredible, she wouldn't be able to step on her and slap her in the face at this time. Not to mention, one Chen Fan does not mean what the Chen family can have. Chen Fan sneered, Miss Su, you are so shameless. With one hand he knocked away the porcelain bottle of elixir that was handed to him. Let me play with you, as long as I am not embarrassed, the only one who will be embarrassed is you. Su Chanu frowned, she had never been so embarrassed. Inexplicably, Chen Fan was stronger than her, and Uncle Fu and senior brother Meng wanted to get married because of her, and they couldn't return it. But she also had a temper, and said angrily, Chen Fan, I know you are angry, but I have decided to break off the engagement. Furthermore, it is completely impossible for us to kill my disciples of Luoyan sect. This is divorce. Book, please sign it. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. As soon as Su Chanu finished speaking, Chen Fan had not had time to respond. Broken off the engagement. Divorce letter, came an excited voice. Two figures not far away witnessed this moment with their own eyes. It was Bai Fengyao and Chen Luoyu. Everyone looked over, puzzled. However, a little girl was seen, kneeling on a sliding shovel, with a book under her knees, and ran to Chen Fan. Immediately kowtow. Master, disciple Bai Fengyao, please accept me as your disciple. A great gift, extremely pious. At this time, the sudden scene made everyone confused, and they were caught off guard and became apprentices. Jaw dropped. Ding, the top genius of luck has been detected, Chen Fan looked at the little girl who lowered her head and fell silent. At this speed, it was done in one go, without any hesitation or sloppiness, and the system was much slower to react. It was obvious that she was really feeling the same as playing. Little girl, do you sincerely worship me as your teacher? Isn't the mission completed now? But this happiness came too suddenly, and I don't know why, but there was no reason to refuse it when it came to my door. He didn't care about talking to Su Chanu anymore. When Su Chanu looked at Bai Fengyao, she bit her red lips slightly. What suddenly popped out could scare someone to death. But Chen Fan didn't pay enough attention to her and started to recruit disciples instead. I want to send you a divorce letter. Can you pay more attention to the divorce letter? Otherwise, it wouldn't matter if she left, or if she didn't leave, it would be the most embarrassing thing. Bai Fengyao didn't dare to raise her head. Master, this disciple is sincere. Once a teacher, he is always a father, and a disciple must lead his teacher like a father. Chen Tian smiled and immediately felt good. This girl is quite fun. This is fate, it's wonderful. Fengyao, get up. From now on, you are my chief disciple, Chen Fan, and I will definitely not treat you badly. Su Chanu looked like she had seen a ghost. One of them didn't ask anything and just became a disciple. The other one also didn't ask anything and just accepted a disciple. Once upon a time, this master-disciple bond could be so careless. It was just a joke. Thank you, master. Bai Fengyao stood up immediately. Standing next to Chen Fan very obediently, witnessing the breakup of the engagement with his own eyes, what a great opportunity. It would be better to come early than to come by chance. There is also master, who is very handsome, but the engagement was broken off for no apparent reason. But it's not a big problem. What I'm waiting for is that the master will be annulled. Ding, the mission is completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an army of 10,000 puppets, which can be summoned at any time. Chen Fan immediately felt relieved, and then he saw his disciple's appearance. She was a very delicate girl, a beautiful woman, and she had such a personality. A little strange, but not a big deal. Then, he narrowed his eyes. Apart from the girl's close female companion, there seemed to be a mouse in the dark. He was not weak. Could he be the girl's bodyguard? Uncle Fu and Meng Tianya were confused. What was going on? All developments were going unexpectedly. Su Chanu was so angry that she accepted a disciple. What did she think of her as a fiancé? She held the divorce letter in her hand and hadn't sent it yet. She was shivering and cold, making her feel like she was sitting on pins and needles. When everyone's attention was attracted, Chen Luoyu in the distance quietly looked at the familiar house and that figure. Finner. He smiled softly and met again, but... Wait. Feeling refreshed, Bai Fengyao becomes Finner as his disciple. The unlucky guy whose engagement was broken off as Finner. Messy. Looking at Uncle Fu and Meng Tianya again, they are even more confused. What's going on? Secretly protecting the two old men by Fengyao, they almost fell down. This is too hasty. One is more sloppy than the other. Can it be a little more ritualistic? Show up directly to stop it. Divine Maiden, don't mess around. How can you become a disciple at will? Shouted. When the two of them appeared, they looked extremely profound and their strength was unfathomable. When everyone saw this, their expressions became solemn. Chen Luoyu also secretly said that something was wrong from a distance. These two were as powerful as the ancestors of the Chen family at their peak. They definitely couldn't afford to offend them. What a coincidence. How did we meet together? Is it fate? Old Chen, Grandpa Gu, what are you doing? Bai Fengyao immediately realized that he was secretly protecting her. I am sincerely a disciple. Expressed his determination. Chen Fan smiled. It seemed that this disciple's identity was unusual. Interesting now. Chen Lao and Ji Lao ignored Bai Fengyao and allowed her to play around, but they should not act so recklessly in such serious matters. The two of them looked at Chen Fan and frowned because they were unable to detect Chen Fan's strength, but they looked young and didn't think much about it. Chen Lao said, "Little friend, the matter of becoming a disciple does not count." Bai Fengyao immediately wanted to protest, but at this time Chen Luoyu hurried over and said, I have met two elders. It's a secret reminder. Finner, don't resist, otherwise no one can save you, because with absolute strength, there is no reason. Uncle Fu and Meng Tianya, who looked solemn, were stunned when they saw Chen Luoyu. What day is it today? Why, go home and have a look. But you don't dare to tell anyone, whoever comes here is not ordinary. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. Chen Fan smiled, little friend. I am the one who swears to be the ancestor. Elder, he replied. I have made up my mind to become my disciple. Bai Fengyao is my disciple and no one can stop her. He looked directly at him without any flinching, showed his attitude, and even strolled around in the courtyard. Bai Fengyao was extremely moved. Is this how her father felt? Her father, whom she had only met once, was willing to fight against two family elders for her. Regardless of her master's cultivation level, this kind of courage can be called her master. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions changed, their hearts trembled with chills. The same is true for Su Chanu, because the other party is very strong. Ji Yu Lao snorted coldly, and a terrifying pressure suddenly descended. Even if Divine Maiden becomes a disciple and they don't agree, there's no way they can even think of joining the ancient Phoenix clan. This kid is so stubborn and ignorant that he simply doesn't know what the heavens and the earth are. No need to say anything, just take action. As soon as the pressure came out, everyone was speechless and turned pale. On the other hand, Chen Fan, as if he was in a deserted place, was not affected at all, and then waved his hand casually. The big palm of nothingness pressed down directly, suppressing the two old men to death. The other party's pressure immediately dissipated, leaving nothing behind. The relieved people gasped for air. They had no idea what had happened. They only knew that they were about to die. Master, so amazing, Bai Fengyao murmured to herself, feeling ecstatic in her heart. Chen Lao and Ji Yu Lao were in trouble. Even if they only used a little pressure, the young man in front of them could be easily suppressed. Without breath, in shock, they looked at each other, because they were the elders of the Holy Realm. The group at the pinnacle of ancient times. Just like that, there is no resistance at all. A thought came to mind, and it suddenly became pale. Realizing that Chen Fan had no murderous intent, the two of them suppressed their bodies and broke out in cold sweat. Exit quickly. Senior Great Emperor, please forgive me for the offense committed by the elders of the ancient Phoenix tribe. Who knew that this small city could have such a powerful person who defies the will of heaven? What? Great Emperor, Senior, everyone who had recovered slowly fell into confusion again. Ancient Phoenix clan. This ancient clan is even more powerful than the ancient aristocratic family. If these people in front of them are elders, they are definitely strong ones. There is no doubt about it. However, now, he calls Chen Fan the Great Emperor, he is still a senior. Hiss. How can it be? The shock in my heart is beyond words. Of course they are not qualified to speak now. Chen Fan didn't pay attention. It turns out he is an elder of the ancient Phoenix clan. In that case, do you two still have any doubts about me accepting a disciple? He did not stop, because the strong men of the ancient Phoenix clan were not soft persimmons who could be manipulated by others. Chen Lao and Ji Yu Lao were miserable. It was like falling into a quagmire. If Chen Fan wanted to kill them, they would never survive. Senior, it was me who made the sudden decision. Since it is Divine Maiden's choice, we dare not have any doubts. Senior, please ignore the faults of others. Admit, if those words just now were intended to show the background and politely shock Chen Fan, then now, they are really afraid that Chen Fan will kill them. After all, regardless of background, every great emperor has an imperial power that cannot be desecrated. It's definitely not something they can disobey. I can only sell Divine Maiden to seek self-protection. Uncle Fu, Meng Tianya and Chen Luoyu felt as if they were in a dream, their eyes widening. Incredible. Even the elders of the ancient Fang clan are no match for the young master. Great Emperor, hiss. Something completely impossible happened before my eyes. My mind was buzzing, and I didn't care to think about what happened to the young master. Then they looked at each other with ecstasy inside. After hearing this, Chen Fan waved his hand and took back his imperial power. Since you two have no doubts, please go back and tell Ji Yu Feng clan chief, Feng Yao, that you are my disciple. The collection is a little sloppy, but it's not a big problem. As long as the little girl is willing to deliver the goods to your door. Chen Lao and Ji Yu Lao were relieved and wiped their sweat. Then he looked at his own Divine Maiden and saw that someone had taken him away from him. His big eyes were filled with tears and he stared at them with tears. Chen Lao said, Senior, my name is Chen Fengnian, and he is Ji Yu Fengshang. Senior, just call us Xiaochen and Xiaogu. Mr. Ji Yu said with a smile. As for this matter, we will report it to the clan leader truthfully. Seniors, please don't worry. Anyway, it was Divine Maiden's wish, and they had no other choice but to sell it. Not to mention, they are not sworn enemies with deep hatred. Moreover, if you make friends with a great emperor, you will only make money but not lose money. I believe the clan leader will understand. Phew, the two old men were so shameless, and with such a huge change, everyone jumped up to their waists. Su Chanu's pretty face turned pale. How could it be that? Chen Fan was already in the emperor realm. Phew, vomiting blood. But if she didn't believe it, How could she lie when it happened before her eyes? Original, ugly, G. The divorce letter held in his hand became extremely hot and his whole body trembled. Chen Fan hummed, since I am a member of the Fengyao tribe, there is no need to be so polite. And I will definitely protect Fengyao. Bai Fengyao leaned against her master, little. No, I'm not the master, so I quickly changed my words, old Chen, Grandpa Ji, don't worry about Fengyao. I finally found the master whose engagement was broken off. How could it go wrong? Master is the great emperor. Sure enough, everything in the book is the truth. Chen Fan lowered his head and looked at his disciple. He is so stubborn. What else do you want to say? Half of it. Chen Fengnian and Ji Fengsheng almost blew their beards and stared. He said awkwardly, I have seniors to protect me, so I can rest assured. Su Chanu felt extremely uncomfortable at this moment, and her self-esteem had been hit like never before. These two elders of the ancient Feng clan were certainly no worse than her master, but they bowed their heads like this in front of Chen Fan. He immediately thought of quitting and wanted to leave first. He asked his master to discuss breaking off the engagement, and secretly reminded him, Uncle Fu, Meng. Sister, aren't you going to give my master a divorce certificate to break off the engagement? Compared to everyone's restraint, Bai Fengyao was not weak at all. Looking at Su Chanu on the side, her eyes were shining like stars. Thanks to this sister, she has been thinking about this. You must successfully withdraw from this marriage. As soon as these words came out, there was silence. Su Chanu froze on the spot and was directly watched. Embarrassed enough to dig out a luxurious villa with 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. Chen Fengnian and Ji Fengsheng then looked at the inconspicuous Su Chanu. Break off the engagement. Break off the engagement to the great emperor. These days, the requirements for women to find a husband are so high. Shaking his head, he is either a fool or there is something wrong with his brain. However, it has nothing to do with them. Chen Fan was very shy, but he didn't care. Miss Su, I agree to break off the engagement. I'll sign the divorce letter. Are you satisfied? So why not sign it for you? Is it possible that my great emperor, the great emperor, can't think about it and is unable to recover? Su Chanu didn't dare to speak at all, so she handed over the divorce letter cautiously and tremblingly. She gritted her teeth and was determined. Solve it quickly and leave immediately. She can't stay here for a second. Senior, no. Chen Fengnian couldn't stand it anymore and immediately stopped him. Senior, if you want to divorce her, you are the one who divorced her. How can you sign the divorce letter? Ji Yufeng was very angry. How can the master of Divine Maiden be divorced? Su Chanu was heartbroken. With a shake of her hand, the letter of divorce fell to the ground. Perhaps, she should give Chen Fan a little face. Grandpa Chen Laogu, don't talk. Bai Fengyao stared at her big eyes and directly stopped the two of them. Today, I have to watch my master's engagement being annulled. Chen Fengnian and Ji Fengsheng almost died in mourning. You girl, hey, it was so strange that they had nothing to say. It doesn't matter. After Chen Fan said this, he took the divorce letter. Su Chanu's eyes narrowed, goodbye. At this moment, she felt moved, something went wrong, her mind was in a mess, and it was difficult to make a decisive decision. Hesitant, anxious, entangled. He said quickly, Mr. Chen, 30 years, give me 30 years, if I can, maybe we don't need to reach this point. He said it through gritted teeth and directly set a small goal for himself. If you miss this fiancé, you may never have him again. At this time, what is the use of face? The Chen family is indeed not very good. Chen Fan can't explain anything, but he is the great emperor. The great emperor in his 20s. Bai Fengyao almost thought it was over and was about to break up, but she heard. Miss Su, I don't have the patience. After Chen Fan finished speaking, he drew a sketch and handed the divorce letter to Su Chanu. This matter started because of you and ended because of me. From now on, we will have nothing to do with each other. Furthermore, for the sake of the good relationship between the two families, I will not pursue it. Also, I will personally find your master and explain the matter to avoid any estrangement. Cast a wide net as promised. As for my wife's request, Su Chanu's master is a powerful person in the Holy Realm, so you can pre-select her. I reluctantly gave Su Chan a chance to step down so that we could meet each other in the future. Alas, it is too difficult to complete the task. As a disciple, Bai Fengyao quickly patted her chest. Okay, okay. Su Chanu looked at the big characters on the divorce letter, which was extremely dazzling. Her face was extremely ugly, and Chen Fan's every word hurt her heart. It seemed like she was breaking off the engagement, but in fact, she was divorced. He returned her words intact. The unspoken rule is that the strong are respected. Smiling in relief, in that case, Mr. Chen, I'll see you later. Missing it means missing it, and she should bear the causal price. Not only that, senior brother Huang died in vain and was implicated by her. Because Luo Yunzong, even the master, would not be in trouble, to provoke a great emperor. I am trembling just thinking about it. Then he turned around resolutely. Uncle Fu, senior brother Mang, let's go. However, Uncle Fu didn't even listen. His eyes were fiery, his heart was like an arrow, and he couldn't even hide it. He half knelt down towards Chen Fan and his voice became unusually rich, a disciple of the Chen family with a foreign surname, Si Fu. This old slave meets the young master and asks to return to the clan. This is the apology prepared by the head of the Su family. He took out 99 bottles of elixirs with his backhand, offered them with both hands and lowered his head to show respect. There was no need to give them secretly. At the same time, Meng Tianya shook his robe and knelt down. The seventh branch disciple of the Chen family, Chen Tianya, please see the young master and request to return to the clan. Chen Luiyu, a blood relative of the head of the Chen family, please see the young master and request to return to the clan. Chen Luiyu was extremely cheerful, but she did not kneel down. She is Chen Fan's aunt. Everyone yelled, open the door to Weibo. When Su Chanu heard this, she immediately froze and turned her head with difficulty, as if time had been very long. When I turned around, it was like a bolt from the blue. I was the only outsider in this story. No, I was not an outsider just now. It hurts so much. And Chen Fan was caught off guard. I knew that the Chen family were all undercover, but I didn't expect the probability to be so terrifying. I have been acting for him for so long. Everyone, please stand up. Accepting the reality happily, he urgently needs help. Moreover, you can find out by looking back at the genealogy records, so it cannot be false. Then he looked at Chen Luiyu and said, Aunt. I've never seen it, but I've heard of it from the name. Sister Luo Yu. Bai Fengyao was also confused and muttered to herself. Chen Fengnian and Ji Yu Fengsheng didn't expect that there would be such excitement, but the relationship sounded a little complicated. Wait, aunt. Chen Luiyu smiled and said, Master, I am your aunt. Unexpectedly, I came back. Because Chen Fan needs them now, and so does the Chen family. But Chen Fan's strength was really unfamiliar to her, and everything was just like a dream. Si Fu and Chen Tianya also smiled at each other, shook hands and said hello. The Chen family has a great emperor. So what else is there to hide? A showdown. Chen Fan was slightly silent. Auntie, it will be good if you come back. Starting in a house, promotion depends entirely on family undercover. Finally you are no longer alone in guarding the house. Teammate, appeared. Sister Luo Yu, you are actually my master's aunt. Bai Fengyao exclaimed as her brain drew a parabola. Then master should call me sister-in-law. His tone became a little unconfident. Chen Fengnian and Ji Yu Fengsheng immediately vomited blood. I feel that Divine Maiden is a little sloppy, like a joke. Then they looked at each other and remained silent. In this way, Chen Fan's age. I thought Chen Fan was young, but I didn't expect him to be so young. See you soon. And such a young great emperor. Are you kidding? It feels like they have practiced for tens of thousands of years and have become like a dog. Thinking about it again, don't they become juniors directly? PFF'd. Chen Fan knocked on Bai Fengyao's clean forehead and said, Fengyao, one code will return one code. Bai Fengyao curled her lips. Master doesn't talk about martial ethics, so he doesn't even call me sister-in-law. Fenger, I'll explain to you later. Chen Luiyu could only say this. As long as Chen Fan is here, the ancient Feng clan can't do anything to her in this showdown. Okay, let's go back home and talk. Chen Fan couldn't wait. Expand the big picture. No one noticed. Su Chanu was alone, the wind was messy, the snowflakes were flying, cold, what a cold joke, haha. Uncle Fu and senior brother Meng didn't even give her an explanation. Do I want to go back alone? I live in Bengbu. Quick, surround the Chen family. At this moment, there was a roar. Soon a group of figures appeared, and quickly surrounded the entire Chen family. For a time, everyone was on alert. Su Chanu quickly looked around. She was alone and had no guards, so she had to pay attention to her safety. Si Fu said, "Young master, these are people from the city lord's mansion and other families. Some people are angry, these small tribes don't care, after all, they are nothing more than tigers falling in peace. Now that the young master is here, of course there is no need to worry." Chen Fan nodded, he knew these families would come. Chen Fengnian didn't care about the ants at all. Senior, as a greeting gift to Divine Maiden, I will erase these people. It was a bit embarrassing. But making friends with the great emperor, yes, Jiu Fengsheng thought so too. Just be prepared to take action directly. Don't bother. Chen Fan stopped him. He wants to take down Lengya City himself. Soon, the men approached. There were several young men at the head. Chen Fan knew that they were young masters from the Zhang family and the Lin family. He also brought the escort of the city lord's palace, which was obviously a collusion. When he saw Chen Fan, he didn't even look at the dead family disciples, so he sneered again and again, "Chen Fan, if you dare to kill my family disciples, I don't even want you to look at this Chen family house." Rumble. At this time, the sky was covered with dark clouds, the wind was surging, and the terrifying sense of oppression made everyone feel like they were facing the law of heaven. The Zhang family and Lin family disciples immediately became confused. What happened? Before Chen Fan took action, he asked Si Fu, "Uncle Fu, are there any disciples of my Chen family among these people? Being undercover is good, but it's easy to accidentally injure your teammates." Si Fu said, "Young master, none of the forces in Lengya City have any disciples of my Chen family. Too close and easy to spot." Vision. It's the previous vision, someone exclaimed. When Chen Tian heard this, he only uttered one word. Die. Suddenly, countless thunderbolts fell from the sky, crackling down directly. But in an instant, not even the pained whales, the group of people were all chopped into ashes. The wrath of the great emperor is unstoppable. Su Chanu knew that it was Chen Fan who took action, and those people were not qualified to talk to him. As for Chen Fan, he was no longer in the same world as her, and it was quite ironic to say so. Thinking about the previous vision again, could it be caused by Chen Fan? It is hard to imagine, but it is indeed possible. Bitter inside. His eyes were full of longing, and he murmured to himself, "Is this the power of the emperor, which will shock the White Emperor state?" After killing some ants casually, Chen Fan started summoning directly. The next moment, tens of thousands of puppet legions covered in golden armor appeared without warning. Part of it is on the ground, and part of it is in the air, holding various weapons in its hands, with cold light flashing and its sharp edge clearly visible. It is so densely packed that it occupies a large space, and the accumulated momentum and sense of oppression make people shy away. It is extremely quiet, yet frightening. This is the military spirit of the Legion. If she hadn't known that Chen Fan had not made things difficult for her, Su Chanu would have even had the illusion that she was surrounded and had no way out. There was horror in his eyes. What kind of method is this? There are 10,000 people. No, it doesn't look like a living person. Chen Fan stood with his hands behind his back and gave the order directly, "Eradicate the guards of the city lord's mansion and destroy the Lin family and Zhang family mansion." Why do you need to do it yourself when you can capture a mere Lengya city? These puppet legions are not very strong, but they are not bad either. The city lord is no stronger than Transcendent Realm. It's enough to deal with him. Moreover, if the Chen family hadn't gone out undercover, had a long-term vision, and had a big enough pattern that they couldn't be easily exposed, how could they be inferior to others? It's not on the same level at all. Any outer sect elder, no, even a deacon, could easily capture Lengya City when he came back. As the saying goes, every gain must come with a loss. Yes, master. The deep voices of those puppet legions came out. Then, with steps as heavy as steel, they moved forward neatly and swept away wantonly. It seems that wherever you go, it can be smoothed out like a bulldozer. Su Chanu was lonely and watched helplessly. The sky is going to change. Luoyan sect is 100 miles away from Lengya City. In the main hall, a beautiful woman with dignified charm looked out the window. A vision came to White Emperor State. This movement is a bit exaggerated. If the treasure of heaven and earth is not born, there is a breakthrough by a strong person. If it is the first type, then is the top sect in the White Emperor State, of course it will be more interested. If it's the second type, just remember not to offend. There are people outside the world and there is a world outside the world. As the leader of a sect, how could she not know it? The woman shook her head slightly, indicating that she was not clear about this situation. Chan Yu has been out for a while, so she must have broken off her engagement with the Chen family. Smile slightly. A mere child of the Chen family is not qualified to be her disciple's fiancé. As a saint of the sect, the disciple is only 23 years old. She has already cultivated in the divine court realm. She has an extraordinary talent that is rare to see in 100 years. As long as the disciple is given time, his future achievements may be higher than her master. She also trained her disciples as successors. No matter what, this marriage must be cancelled. Of course, she didn't want to create a gap between the disciple's family and the Chen family, but the disciple didn't want this marriage either. As a master, she just had to go with the flow. As for the Chen family, they will probably never meet each other in this life, so there is no need to worry. The next day, the two elders of the Gufeng clan have returned. Chen Fan found his disciple and a few teammates, and was in a good mood. Start thinking about expanding the family. System, sign in. Regardless of the wind and rain outside, the city has nothing to do with him, and he can even enjoy tea. Ding, the sign in is successful. Congratulations to the host for getting the divine crystal vein. It turned out to be the legendary divine crystal vein. Chen Fan's eyes heated up. Looking at the divine crystal veins in the system space, the crystal light is shining, the quality is extraordinary, and the energy contained is extremely majestic. What a big one. This may directly cover the entire Lengya city. And the effect of the spiritual energy dissipated will inevitably cover a Dao realm. All living creatures will benefit a lot and be sublimated. Spiritual veins also have levels, and those above the highest grade spiritual veins can be called crystals. Concentrated means the essence. The quality above the holy crystal and the imperial crystal is the divine crystal. It is conceivable that its value is difficult to estimate. Chen Fan's eyes flashed. As far as I know, the number of emperor crystal veins that exist in the entire ancient continent is only a handful, and the divine crystal veins only exist in legends. Spirit vein crystal vein, as the cornerstone of all major forces, the importance of this thing is self-evident. It definitely has the best auxiliary effect on monks' practice. The emanation of rich spiritual energy will definitely get twice the result with half the effort and create a strong person. You must know that the Chen family at its peak before had only one saint crystal vein, which was still very small. That was enough to keep the family prosperous for countless years. He was also secretly poached. If it is made into a divine crystal, it will probably cause a bloody storm across the entire continent. Chen Fan sighed with emotion. Because this is also a resource. The terrifying resource is a bonus to the family's luck and will inevitably lead to robbery. But this way, it saves him the need to look for spiritual veins. This thing is the basis for the Chen family to prosper and rise again. The ancient family, Chen Fan murmured. In terms of scale, the ancient family must occupy at least 3 Dao realms and establish a family. Basic requirements. Moreover, there must be a powerful person of the great emperor level sitting in charge, and there must be more than one. There are 3,000 realms in the ancient continent, and the top ancient family can even occupy 10 realms, with several powerful great emperor realm experts. Chen Fan immediately set a small goal for himself. Because this is the way to go. Next, expansion is needed, but it will inevitably touch the interests of other family forces, and it is difficult to avoid killing. Thinking of this, Chen Fan trembled. I need a wife. He is a great emperor, but he is not enough to promote the Chen family to an ancient family in a short period of time. At least 2 will do, the basic requirement. This made him, naturally and involuntarily, have to think of his beautiful master who would be reincarnated. His name is Xuanji Great Emperor, also known as Beauty Great Emperor. Thinking of this, an jade pendant appeared out of thin air in Chen Fan's hand. The token left by his master to him, a token for them to recognize each other again in the future. And within it, a wisp of the master's imperial soul is sealed. After all, the current Xuanji Great Emperor is like a separate existence. Only when his cultivation reaches a certain level can he awaken the memories of the past. However, although it is said that because of practicing reincarnation, if the master wants to break through the shackles of cultivation, he must give up his current Great Emperor cultivation, reincarnate, practice again, and achieve the goal of breakthrough. As a result, the Chen family could not bear the cost of leaving him behind. But the master is not a traitorous person. When she returns in the future, according to the agreement, she will still train him. Master is practicing the 9 turns of reincarnation technique, and now is the first turn. Chen Fan smiled. Of course, the Chen family understands the importance of a great emperor trying to break through the bottleneck, and they can't stop it. They can only admit defeat. There is no other way. But the plan can't keep up with the changes. I'm sorry, Master. Master must be 20 years old. I don't know how it is progressing. Chen Fan suddenly had a bold and unrealistic idea. It doesn't matter whether you are a master or not, but in this way, you can kill 2 birds with 1 stone, no, 3 gains. Master, just be considerate and considerate of your disciple. Chen Fan immediately injected spiritual power into the jade pendant. With his current strength, even A-level people can resist him. Through the Emperor's soul perception, it is not difficult to find someone. Soon, there was a result. Master is in Fenzhou. It is also one of the 18 states in the ancient continent. Unfortunately, it is far away and the exact location is still unknown. After taking care of the matter in Langya City, I'm going to find Master. Chen Fan put away the jade pendant. Of course, if you are looking for someone, you are looking for someone. Once you find someone, they are there to deceive you, not to recognize your relatives with a token. There is no need for this token. GG. Then, Chen Fan got up and went to find the people who were cleaning up the Chen family library. At the same time, burn the land of the state. A force called the Shinto Holy Land. In front of the core temple, the young woman who understood the morality of heaven and earth opened her beautiful eyes. The red lips moved lightly. Why, I feel like I'm being spied on by others. Perception from deep within the soul. True and false, it doesn't look like it's false, but it's true. Some doubts. The old woman next to her noticed it, immediately became serious, and scolded her coldly. As a saint, if you practice half-heartedly, how can you reach the top? The woman glanced indifferently. Grandma Luo, it's my disciple's fault. She took the initiative to admit her mistake. She had a cold nature, but it was hard to hide it. Grandma Luo hated the fact that iron cannot become steel. The Holy King asked me to guide you. The opportunity to understand the world is extremely rare, but you suddenly changed your mind. What a shame. Jumping angrily, the woman took her time and said, Grandma Luo, I noticed someone was spying on me, so I was forced to. Spying. Grandma Luo leaned on crutches and frowned angrily. Who would spy on you in my holy land now? Don't make excuses for your mistakes, otherwise, how can you achieve great things in the future? Kneel down. If you don't make it today, you are not allowed to leave. The woman stopped and slapped her with her backhand. Granny Luo flew out like a cannonball, smashing her to pieces. He glanced sideways and said coldly, practice means you should be at ease. You can only meet by chance, don't force it. He said a word, turned around and left. Grandma Luo was hunched over and turning around in circles. After finally gaining a foothold, he leaned over and sat down. Holy girl, you have a reverse bone. How presumptuous. If you don't listen to my advice, I will definitely report it to the Holy King. Looking at the woman's leaving figure, she cursed angrily. Now this saint is only 20 years old, and she has already reached the state of integration. She is no less than an elder from the outer sect of the Shinto Holy Land. You must know that a normal saint, at this age, is in the divine court realm and can reach the transcendent realm. He is an unheard of talent that would make anyone jealous. The woman seemed not to have heard anything and took a light step. Who exactly is spying on me? Behind her, Granny Luo went directly to find the Holy King. At this moment we arrived at a main hall. On the throne, there is a beautiful woman. Grandma Luo, what do you want from me? Granny Luo started to complain directly. Holy King and Holy Girl did not listen to my advice, and even beat me violently. They have no respect for their elders, how can they behave like this? The beautiful woman was helpless. You have great qualifications. I wanted you to be bound to her. It seems that this matter was not considered well by me. You can go down first and I will do it myself. Granny Luo's old eyes flashed. Holy King. No need to say more. The beautiful woman said, I have to go and investigate the matter in White Emperor State personally. I will put this matter aside for now. If a treasure comes, as a strong man, he will not waste any chance. Granny Luo was speechless. Yes, Holy King. When he turned to leave, his eyes were a little dark and fierce, but also a little fiery. It seems that using the Holy King to suppress the Holy Lady and then seizing her body will not work. After all, the value of the saint is there and cannot be shaken. We need to take a long-term approach. Langya City, Chen family. The library is a high-rise attic, arranged layer by layer. If the spiritual vein is the foundation of the family, the library is the core place. Because it has only empty power and cannot be supplemented by divine ability, it is just a flashy paper tiger after all. This place represents the family's heritage and inheritance, but now it has become dusty. As soon as he entered the door, Chen Fan heard complaints from his disciples. Sister Luo Yu, is it possible that Master became the great emperor by practicing these inferior skills? Bai Fengyao held her in her arms lovingly. Opportunity, opportunity. The book has its own beauty like jade, and the book has its own golden house. What a good thing. As expected, the less popular something is, the more powerful it is. The book is right. Chen Luoyu was speechless. Fenger, don't talk nonsense, otherwise your master will spank you. Do you think everything is unpopular? As for Chen Fan, even her aunt can't figure it out, let alone that they have barely seen her after being away for so long. Bai Fengyao shut up quickly. The book said that people who talk nonsense are always the worst. She should talk as little as possible. Si Fu and Chen Tianya came back again and were busy taking care of it. Chen Fan coughed, and his disciples complained that he was not good enough. It seems that the library pavilion needs to be upgraded. Master, Master. Everyone stopped immediately when they saw this. Chen Fan said seriously, I came here to tell you that from now on, I am the ancestor of the Chen family. Super senior promotion, announced directly. Ancestor. This new generation was caught off guard. He was also a little frivolous and unruly. Could it be that the young master also has a reverse bone? Filial piety. But now the Chen family relies on the young master, and everything he says is right. Bai Fengyao couldn't hold back her laughter. She knew her master's age, and being an ancestor like this was really. But I am a scholar, so I can't laugh unless I can't help it. Si Fu said, Master, that ancestor is going out. How should the original ancestor be rectified? Chen Fan thought for a second and said, as for the other ancestors, just be elders. If you are not in your position, you will not seek political advice. Anyway, I just want to be on top. Chen Tianya is a smart group. The moment of witnessing a miracle should have a sense of ceremony. He handed it over directly and said, I have seen the ancestor. PFF'd. Bai Fengyao's defense was broken directly, ha 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 ha. He laughed heartlessly. Chen Fan glanced at her and immediately shut up and held it in. I've thought about it. If the Chen family wants to rise, someone must stand up, and I can't shirk the responsibility. Chen Luoyu smiled and said, the rules of my Chen family are that the strong are the ancestors. It's very appropriate. I have met the ancestors. She nodded to prove that she was her aunt. This is indeed the truth. It can only be said that Chen Fan's situation is special, because generally strong people are very old and there is no sense of violation when they become ancestors. Chen Fan is, really an ancestor who transcends time and space. The great emperor, who is in his early 20s, is unique. For other people, it would be a dream to have such a young ancestor. Think about it this way, it makes sense. I've met the ancestor, Si Fu said seriously. The Chen family is about to rise. They don't need to worry, they can just do their best to solve problems for their ancestors. Bai Fengyao has improved her attitude, and her trip was not in vain. But the master not only doesn't talk about martial arts, he's also an old man. Those ancestors of the Chen family are really unlucky. For some reason, they were demoted and attacked without knowing it. Wait a minute, if I were the chief disciple of the ancestor, then You must increase your seniority. Your waist will become straighter in an instant. Scholars, just learn a little bit from the master. The matter was decided happily, and the youngest ancestor in the history of the Chen family to transcend time and space was born. Everyone immediately laughed easily, because it always felt like it was a little fun. Chen Fan said, Uncle Fu, Tianya, you go take care of Langya City and take over the affairs of Langya City. The puppet army will assist you. In a few days, I will plant crystal veins in the entire Langya City. Drive the divine crystal veins into the ground to strengthen the Chen family's luck. Crystal vein. Everyone heard this and looked at each other. As long as it was a crystal vein, it was at least a saint crystal. It was not difficult to obtain the saint crystal vein with the ancestor's strength. Yes, ancestor. Si Fu and Chen Tianya looked at each other with fiery eyes and stood up to leave without saying a word. Langya City must be recaptured, and this is just the beginning. There is still a long way to go, and there is hope. There were only 3 of them left in the library. Bai Fengyao asked doubtfully, Master, is it the Holy Crystal Vein? I feel that the Holy Crystal Vein is not worthy of you. How about I go and beg my father to dig out the Imperial Crystal Vein from my ancient Phoenix clan? With the last sentence, Chen Luoyu thought the question was on point, but the next sentence made her confused. Chen Fan finally realized that it was not the sloppiness of his recruitment, but the sloppiness of the disciples themselves. Needs training. Let's talk about it later, he has other things to do now. Feng Yao, Aunt, you will know when the time comes. She gave it a pass. Okay, next I have to organize the library. Then I walked to the shelves and looked through the books of divine ability. Master, let me help you. Bai Fengyao looked excited and hurriedly followed him as lightly as a swallow. Master must have hidden precious books with names like, The Great Emperor's Quick Cultivation Manual. She must dig deeper into her master's roots. Chen Luoyu was a little emotional. Walking over, he was suddenly restrained and said with a slightly embarrassed expression, Fan. Faner, I think these things were the foundation of my Chen family at the beginning, but now they have been buried. This title was something she had never wanted to say in her dreams. Now that there was no one around, there was no need to call her ancestor, so she could just use the back door for her aunt. Chen Fan smiled and said, Auntie, these things have never been buried. It's just that they scattered and couldn't be condensed, so they became loose sand. There are countless children of the Chen family. They have learned everything they need to learn, and they will eventually carry it forward, so why should they be buried? They just go out to be undercovers, ensnare other people's babies, and lose their foundation. It is natural to feel this way. Chen Luoyu smiled happily. Chen Fan was more charming and good-looking than she had imagined. The Chen family's efforts as a whole did not result in nothing, it was worth it. Yeah, it's gone. Faner, what are you going to do next? Chen Fan glanced at it. I will spend a period of time perfecting all the divine ability skills here, and write down my experiences to help the descendants of my Chen family practice for generations to come. Chen Luoyu was slightly stunned. Faner. This also means that the great emperor has to waste time and understand all these things before he can complete it. It would be fine if Chen Fan were an ordinary person, but with his cultivation level, these things are destined to be useless. Aunt, it's okay, it's not difficult for me. Chen Fan said with a smile. He wanted to lay a good foundation and build his own ancient Chen family before the Chen family's children returned undercover in large numbers. In addition, I will look for the top-level skills divine ability and abundant library. Chen Luoyu smiled happily and said, Okay, Aunt will help you. Master, I will help you too. Bai Fengyao suspected that Master wanted to secretly do something big behind her back. You must keep an eye on it and be careful. It is said in the book that if you are careless, you will not survive more than 3 chapters. The next few days, the puppet army lived up to expectations and laid waste to Langya City. With their puppets, Si Fu and Chen Tianya effortlessly took over the city lord's palace, eliminated the families that threatened and conflicted with the Chen family, and officially took the power of management into their hands. The sign on the city head was simple and crude, and was changed to the word, Chen family. The puppet army stood guard on the city wall. What a sentimental worker. There is no need for Chen Fan to do this kind of trivial matter personally, because the other party is not qualified to ask him to come forward, let alone talk nonsense. Also these days, his life is very simple. Understand the divine ability of the exercises, correct loopholes, make up for shortcomings, balance strength, keep trying, and write down your experiences. At the same time, it also benefits me a lot, because it means the experience and knowledge of reading a lot of books. After all, when you reach this level, you must accommodate hundreds of rivers, and tolerance is great. Sign in without incident and receive the system's minimum living allowance reward. Ding, the sign-in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the God-level skill, the Art of Order in Heaven. Ding, the sign-in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the God-level divine ability, Primordial Spirit Emperor Palm. Ding, the sign-in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the God-level defense formation, Chenkin Demon Conquering Cover. With the subsistence allowance reward, Chen Fan is certainly living a comfortable life. Tiandao Ju of Order. Order is the rule, establish the rule. Once this skill is released, everything will follow his rules. All his power is like an irresistible order. Blending Primordial Spirit Emperor's palm is very simple and big. As for the Chenkin Demon Subduing Shield, a god-level defensive formation, as the name suggests, even the Godfiend cannot break the defense. It is most suitable to protect the Chen family's safety. More importantly, the system can automatically practice while hanging up. Chen Fan was very satisfied. As soon as I bury the divine crystal veins and lay down the Chenkin demon shield, it's time for me to go to Fenzhou. The recruitment of disciples has been completed, and it will be difficult to clear the door in a short time. 2 months to find a wife and give birth to a descendant of the great emperor is imminent. It's difficult, it's too male. It's okay if he doesn't have any request. Since he has a request, master is his first target. He is definitely not a rebellious disciple who wants to deceive his master and destroy his ancestors. Thinking of this, Chen Fan got up and went out. At the same time, Luo Yunzong, Su Chanu returned alone, looking tired and haggard. It seems that the image of a cold goddess has been weakened a lot. Then go directly to meet the master. She was too embarrassed to go back to see her parents because her parents did not agree with her breaking off the engagement in the first place. It hurts so much. In the main hall, a charming beauty has been waiting for a long time. Yun Lan, the leader of the Luo Yun sect, saw his disciple returning, got up and stepped forward, feeling very fond of him. Chanyu, why are you so haggard? Is it possible that Chen Fan doesn't agree to break off the engagement? Su Chanyu looked at her master, feeling extremely unwilling. The blow she had suffered was too great. She went out fine, but when she came back, she was the only one. She wanted to cry but had no tears. No one knew what she had gone through. The red lips opened, but no words came out. Then he took out the divorce letter and handed it to the master. Yunlin felt strange, there must be something hidden, and she felt sorry for her disciple. After taking the divorce letter and reading it, I felt relieved immediately. With a knowing smile, she stretched out her jade hand to touch her disciple's long hair, and said comfortingly, Chanyu, since Chen Fan has agreed to break off the engagement, from now on, there will be no hindrance from you. Sure enough, Chen Fan still agreed, otherwise he would not have signed the divorce letter. Of course, the compensation given by the Luo Yunzong and the Su family to the Chen family was enough. For the Chen family at the beginning, those pills were not considered a good thing, but now, they are not what they used to be, and they are equivalent to half a life-saving straw for the Chen family. There is no reason to disagree. In this way, the disciples will have no fetters and can concentrate on their practice and have a bright future. Su Chanyu almost broke through the defense. Master. Yunlin discovered that something was very wrong with his disciple. Shouldn't he be happy and everyone be happy? Chanyu, why are you so disappointed? Could it be that the Chen family is making things difficult for you? Mei Mu became angry. It's understandable, but no matter what, she can only face her disciples. However, I only heard. Master, Chen Fan, is the great emperor. Su Chanyu felt bitter inside. Chen Fan agreed to break off the engagement, but he was a great emperor, why did he sign a divorce letter? Here, Yunlin was slightly stunned. Chanyu, don't talk nonsense. Can Chen Fan be the great emperor? Absolutely impossible. Again, how could the great emperor agree to sign such a stain on his divorce? Really? Su Chanu shook her head. Master, Chanu doesn't dare to joke. Chen Fan is indeed the great emperor. You can't be wrong if you see it with your own eyes. Yunlin's beautiful eyes are moving. Are you kidding me? Is Chen Fan higher in cultivation than her? Is there any evidence? I don't believe it. It is impossible for such a young emperor realm powerhouse to exist. She had never heard of it anyway. Su Chanu knew that Master could not believe it, and she herself felt like it was a dream. Master, Bai Fengyao, divine maiden of the ancient Phoenix clan, personally came to worship Chen Fan as his master. In addition, 2 elders of the ancient Feng clan, Chen Fengnian and Jiyu Fengsheng, also appeared, but were suppressed by Chen Fan with one hand. Until now, she still doubts life. I actually successfully broke off my engagement with a great emperor. I don't know whether to cry or laugh. Boom. Yunlin's breath couldn't help but leak out. It's them. The 2 old guys from the Gufeng clan are veteran strong men. No matter how much older they are than her, they are still in the realm of saints. Being suppressed casually by Chen Fan. There was a hint of fear in his eyes. In this way, Chen Fan is truly the great emperor. And she, Luo Yunzong, somehow offended a strong man. Being even stronger than her was really a taboo. Su Chanu was silent. She knew that the master believed it. Master, why did Chen Fan sign a divorce letter? She couldn't understand how a great emperor could accept such taint without even making things too difficult for her. Yunlin couldn't come back to her senses for a long time. It is difficult to accept that the disciple's fiancé is only in his early 20s and is already the great emperor realm. It is truly shocking and makes people tremble with horror. And this is the loss of Luo Yunzong and the loss of the disciples. However, there is a cycle of cause and effect, and there is no regret medicine in the world. Sighing, Chanu, Chen Fan just wants to completely cut off the relationship with you. After all, the most difficult thing in this world to return is a favor. The Su family and the Chen family have a human relationship. And such indifference to fame and wealth, such a character, is indeed worthy of the power of God. Because they are not on the same level, for him, such small things are far easier to solve than future love and debt involvement. Why care about temporary speed? It is better to cut it off forever. This is the pattern, neat and tidy. Boom. Su Chanu was shocked by a bolt from the blue. She shed 2 lines of tears because Chen Fan actually despised her as a burden, so he pushed her along like that. Yunlin shook her head. Chanu, since it has happened, just let it take its course. Soon, my master will come to visit Chen Fan in person. She was interested in such a young great emperor. I'm afraid everyone will be interested. By the way, how about the disciple who is accompanying you? Su Chanu broke through the defense again. Master, senior brother Wang Zhen has died. Senior brother Meng is from the Chen family, and Uncle Fu is also from the Chen family. Disciple, 1 person has returned. Young Lan. The Chen family is now a city. The common people among them are naturally under the protection of the Chen family. Because no matter how big the Chen family is, it can't be separated from the common people. Just like other ancient families and the sovereign clan, no matter how large the territory is, the direct bloodline will always be in the minority. The common people are the boss, and they can never be bypassed. The Chen family street at this moment. The vicissitudes of life have brought great changes. In just a few days, Langya City has changed its name and surname, and it has become a different owner. No, it should be said that the Chen family has taken back its own roots. Hey, it feels like a dream. Everything is fine, but the city lord's palace is gone. Who says it's not the case? Could it be that there is a hidden strong person in the Chen family, and after the breakthrough, they simply show their cards? Oh, if I could know, why would I be standing here? Mom, I told you to marry me before, but you didn't. Otherwise, we would be the real Chen family now, living in a big house and protected by many guards. Mom wants to do it too. Smelly girl, what nonsense are you talking about? Mom doesn't want to serve someone else's cabbage. Ordinary people still don't know what happened. They only know that those who follow the rules will prosper and those who go against will perish. At this time, in the Chen family's mansion, Chen Fan summoned his teammates. He directly announced, Today, I will penetrate the crystal veins, centered here, into my entire Chen family. There were not many teammates, but all of them were excited to witness the foundation of the Chen family being laid. After saying this, Chen Fan took out a huge divine crystal vein, one end. The other end is still in the system space. Bai Fengyao's eyes immediately enlarged. What a strong power, Master, what kind of crystal vein is this? Everyone was also curious and extremely shocked. Could it be the imperial crystal vein? Chen Fan said. The divine crystal veins are located above the imperial crystal veins. Divine crystal veins. Bai Fengyao's eyes immediately flashed. Does this thing really exist? Then he immediately took a sip. At the same time, Chen Luoyu and others exclaimed, I have achieved a breakthrough in cultivation. I have a breakthrough too. So scary. Unbelievable. Just getting close. It's true. I don't know where the ancestor got such terrifying quality crystal veins. Chen Fan didn't explain much. The next moment, it rose into the sky. His gaze is like a torch, and the emperor's power is released. At the same time, the entire Chen family city seemed to be at a standstill in time and space. Everyone, stagnant with time. At this moment, he is the master. He didn't want to make a big fuss. Immediately afterwards, he controlled the divine crystal veins and broke through the earth. Go, directly into the ground. At the same time, there was lightning and thunder in the sky. Rumble. As a legendary crystal vein, the divine crystal vein also caused strange phenomena in the world as soon as it was born. Such a taboo, perhaps, is the resource closest to the way of heaven, which is why there is such movement. Bai Fengyao was stunned for a long time. Master, it's so amazing. The divine crystal veins that activate the way of heaven, this rich energy, can even make chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. As expected, I was smart and did not worship the wrong master. However, it turns out that the master does not like their imperial crystal veins. Chen Luoyu, Sifu, Chen Tianya and others were all excited. The laws of heaven are the background for our ancestors. If this is the case, why worry about the Chen family not being able to be glorious again? No, it must transcend glory. A long time passed. It's so big. Everyone was even more shocked. Such a huge divine crystal vein cannot be measured by value at all. What I saw was that my heart was shaking. At the same time, they discovered that in just a short while, their life levels had been changed and greatly sublimated by the power of the divine crystal veins. This also means that their future achievements will be infinitely improved. Soon, Chen Fan drove the entire divine crystal vein into the ground with this place as its core. Everything returns to peace, he murmured. This is just the beginning. This is not enough. More facilities and resources are needed, such as training grounds, treasure trees of heaven and earth, and spiritual springs of heaven and earth. Of course, this is all a later story. And, if you want to become a top family, you also need the support and affiliation of other forces, which is a certain sense of alliance. It sounds a bit troublesome. He, the great emperor society, is afraid that it would be more reasonable and safe to use it as a subsidiary force. Then, Chen Fan waved his hand. An ancient formation rose from the ground, like an inverted glass bowl, shining with bright light, and then slowly covered the entire city. The Chenkin demon subduing shield is a defensive shield formed by a formation. Great Emperor, equally indestructible. Chen Fan was very satisfied. With the divine crystal veins as the main formation base, the heaven and earth unite to form a care, and no one can do it. This thing can just be used to keep his house for him, so he can go out and wander around. I saw that the glass cover gradually disappeared, as if it didn't exist. Master, is this a formation? Bai Fengyao looked up and exclaimed. What a powerful formation. She could detect that this defensive force was extremely powerful. Chen Fan nodded. This formation can protect my Chen family. Then he took out the Tiandao Ju of order, and gave it to Bai Fengyao. Girl, I have to go out for a while as a teacher. You better study this technique. There is no way, my disciple. Moreover, only Bai Fengyao's talent can still try to practice God-level skills. Others have not yet reached that level. Master, why don't you take me with you? Bai Fengyao was unconvinced. She didn't really care about Kung Fu or anything like that. Becoming a disciple was a different matter. Learning that was another matter. However, After casually catching the technique given to her by her master, she just took a quick look and went deep into it. Master, walk slowly and confidently. Everyone jumped to their waists and suddenly became confused. Chen Fan didn't pay attention. Everyone, if I go out for a few days or at most a year, the Chen family will be able to come to the mainland. This is the mission time limit. If it is fast, it will be fast. After saying that, Chen Fan's figure disappeared out of thin air. At the same time, freedom was restored in the city, and everyone in the house on the street looked confused. What happened to me? Breakthrough ? Farewell, ancestor. Of course, no one said much. In 1 year, at most only 1 year, the Chen family can come to the mainland again. Afterwards, everyone gathered around to watch Bai Fengyao. Fenger, what kind of skill is that? Chen Luiyu asked curiously. Si Fu and Chen Tianya also craned their necks to look. Bai Fengyao put her ponytail in her arms and couldn't let go of the exercises master gave her. She hugged her tightly, knowing that master loved her very much. He smiled and said, Sister Luoyu, this is a treasure, at least it is the top emperor grade technique. No matter how high it is, she can't think of it. The top emperor grade technique. Everyone was shocked. You must know that the Chen family at its peak does not have this thing. Only the ancient family or the top sect Holy Land of Sovereign Clan can have this thing. It is definitely the level of the method of suppressing the clan. The ancestor took it out casually. Could it be that Chen Fan has also gone undercover these years? And based on Bai Fengyao's background and knowledge, what she said should be quite reliable. They were envious for a moment, but they knew their abilities, and the emperor grade technique, with their talents, could not be practiced. It was like occupying a manhole and not shitting. Really not jealous. Bai Fengyao smiled happily. There was only one such technique in the ancient Phoenix clan. The master was really generous. He just gave it to her and devoted himself to training her. That disciple must practice hard, strive to break away from the Gufeng clan, and officially join the Chen family one day. Repay master for your great kindness. And outside, all the monks in the Chen family city exploded. There is no reason, the whole family suddenly breaks through, the aura is rising steadily, happiness comes so hastily. Their dogs began to make friends, gathered on the street, and lined up to meditate and practice together. The chickens began to become sperm, and the chicken legs became more fragrant when they were eaten. The life levels of all living beings are rapidly rising under the nourishment of extremely rich spiritual energy. They don't know what's going on, but we can also guess that it seems to be related to the Chen family. Immediately, groups of people gathered on the streets and rushed to the door of the central residence of the Chen family. They bowed down and prostrated themselves. The ownership of Lengya City has little impact on them, and they cannot interfere. They care more about the real benefits they get. The gloomy haze that had filled the city before was suddenly swept away. At the same time, all the old monsters in the White Emperor state opened their eyes. Those who were in seclusion, those who were not in seclusion, those who were creating future generations, and those who were lying in the coffin also opened the coffin boards, and they all looked at each other in shock. Because with their level, they are keenly aware that the intensity of spiritual energy in the entire White Emperor state seems to have been greatly improved. It was so terrifying, they didn't believe it if no treasure came. Immediately ordered to go down and find the source of power. People's hearts are greedy. How can they drink enough soup? They must eat meat, otherwise they cannot survive in this world, let alone climb to the top. Tianyuan Domain. Luo Yunzong. Yun Lan also sensed it, and not only that, the elders of the sect also appeared one after another. Because the distance is closer, the perception is clearer. He also began to look for the core of power that could increase the intensity of the aura of the entire White Emperor state. As a top sect, it doesn't matter if there is no Emperor Realm powerhouse, because the Great Emperor is rare after all, and having a Holy Realm powerhouse is already considered a top sect. When a treasure comes, you must fight for it and don't miss it. Including the nearby big states bordering the White Emperor state, Fenzhou, Azure Emperor state, Tinlong state, etc., some of the powerful ones also began to target the next door. I don't know how long it took, but Chen Fan had arrived in Fenzhou. Great Emperor speed, trustworthy. It's so fast, it's like teleporting. This is without the blessing of divine ability. At this moment, it appears in the sky above the edge zone. And every major state has emperor-grade forces, which are forces with powerful emperor realm people. There are many. Ancient clan sovereign clan is considered the top emperor-grade force. Of course, with his current comprehensive strength, he is worthy of anyone. Chen Fan thought of this and took out the jade pendant. Inject spiritual energy again. The emperor's soul from the previous life of Xuanji, the great emperor, is drawn into it. Soon, the results were felt. Look in one direction. Could this be a Shinto holy land? This Fenzhou Shinto holy land is a level higher than Luoyan sect. It is also a top sect, and there are more powerful people in the Shinto holy land. But for him, it has no impact, and executing small goals is more important. At this time, Chen Fan suddenly felt someone approaching and looked into the void space. He didn't care, and then disappeared quietly. Then, a woman with a dignified temperament and unparalleled nobility appeared. Looking at the direction Chen Fan left. You are so young, you can actually detect my existence. Fang Yuehua muttered to himself. She is the holy king of the Shinto holy land. Otherwise, Chen Fan wouldn't have looked in her direction, and she would have been discovered even though she was hiding. Interesting, gifted by nature. Even though it was just a glance, she knew based on her level that this boy was definitely an ordinary person. To be able to discover her, you must at least be in the holy realm. If we can be together. She thought of her saintly female disciple, no one was worthy of her, and shook her head. Disciple is not an ordinary arrogant person. The master who is a holy king also has a big head. This trip, go to White Emperor State to find out. The Shinto Holy Land is very close to White Emperor State. You should check it out. Fang Yuehua's eyes focused, and then disappeared. Shinto Holy Land. This feeling again. A stunning woman opened her beautiful eyes. She is a saint named Ling Qingcheng. Who is it? If it is an illusion once, it will not be false twice. Someone secretly, through some means, spied on her. Of course, this kind of snooping was not a hooligan act, it was just a special connection induction that she noticed. Master went to White Emperor State and returned. It is necessary to inform Master and discuss it. Ling Qingcheng did not think about it anymore. It was also at this time that Granny Luo came. Holy girl, I have something to tell you. There was an undetectable excitement hidden in his old eyes. The Holy King left, a great opportunity to make a move. She is no match for the saint, but she can use some means in the dark to seize the saint. As long as she succeeds and has the saint's talent, even if the Saint King knows about it, he won't do anything to her. Because the qualifications of a saint are the greatest value and the best protection. The Holy Land of Shinto will not let go of a genius who may possess the qualifications of the great emperor, even if it is a genius whose body has been taken away. Ling Qingcheng had no feelings for Granny Luo, but because of the master's face, she had to be careful. Grandma Luo, why don't you just say it? Hey. Somewhere in the Shinto Holy Land, there was an old man, stroking his beard and sighing, walking around casually. The disciples passing by said hello one after another. I've met Elder Chen. Hello, Elder Chen. The old man had a kind smile on his face, and you could tell from the expressions of his disciples that he was a popular elder. When the old man saw the disciples walking over, he suddenly became worried and murmured to himself, Holy girl, she is extremely talented. She is truly a rare genius in the mainland. Only 20 years old, 3rd layer of the fusion realm. I am only the 8th layer of the fusion realm. The conversation changed. It would be great if you could bring back my Chen family. The Chen family lacks this kind of talent. It's a pity that the Shinto Holy Land attaches great importance to the saint and has no chance to poach people. Yes, his name is Chen Xuandao, his true identity is the ancestor of the Chen family. Now in the Shinto Holy Land, he is only at the level of an outer elder. A long time ago, he was still a free ancestor. Unexpectedly, his family was in trouble, so he went out to work as an undercover agent. During this time, he did not know how many years passed. And his main mission is very simple, using other people's power and resources to make himself stronger. After all, the resources and abilities of the Chen family can no longer allow him to quickly break through the shackles of his cultivation. Then, just run away. As for the side mission, it is to poach people. Use the convenience of your position and the reputation of other people's power to recruit disciples, and then pack them away. Even the blame. As an ancestor, this is really heartbreaking. Wait until I become an inner sect elder. He immediately set a small goal for himself. The Chen family also had an ancestor from the Holy Land, but time was not forgiving, and after they fell, they had no successors. By his generation, the family ancestor could only return to the virtual state. The family's desolation is visible to the naked eye and there is nothing they can do about it. One generation is not as good as the other, so it develops like this. He was still in the Shinto Holy Land, starting from some hall masters, and practicing hard all the way, before he broke through to the fusion realm and became an outer sect elder. As for the inner sect elder, he must be in the Tao Palace realm or even the transcending tribulation realm. He will still need to be undercover for a long time. Moreover, a family can be considered a good family only if they are at least strong in the Tao Palace realm. Work hard and come on. The future will be great. Go back and continue to be the ancestor. I wonder how the young master is doing now. Forget it, the young master is probably dead. A helpless fate. Chen Xuandao thought for a while, then turned to find the saint to settle the relationship. Although you may not be able to poach it, you still have to try. What if it happens? After all, it's not wrong to die if you try. Outside the Shinto Holy Land, Chen Fan arrived quietly. He held the jade pendant in his hand. As long as you get close, you can feel something. Keep looking for people, then directly break into the Shinto Holy Land. Chapter 11. As soon as Chen Fan appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of many disciples. Look, who is that? Don't you know that flying in the air is not allowed here? It's so unfamiliar. I'm afraid he's a new disciple and doesn't understand the rules. He's finished. Elder Chen rushed to kill him. I feel sorry for this guy for a second and have a moment of silence. The elders of the outer sect are in charge of affairs, and disciples who do not understand the rules will be punished. Chen Xuandao is on duty today. There was a lot of discussion. Chen Fan didn't pay attention. Actually, he came so openly, and there was some personal grudge involved. Because at the beginning, he also requested to worship in the Shinto Holy Land. After all, this place belongs to the fringe area of Burning State and is still very close to White Emperor State. The result was obvious. He came back frustrated and the talks collapsed. First, he had a master before and was not suitable to become a master again. He could only stay and study in the name of his family. The Shinto Holy Land refused. After all, the prestige of the Chen family was no longer what it used to be. Secondly, when there was no one left in the family, he made the decision alone. The words of a junior obviously did not hold enough weight. Moreover, his talent is insufficient. Even if he is relatively good in the current Chen family, he is not qualified to join the top sect. The weak eat the strong. As for the Master Xuanji Great Emperor, rounding off, it can be considered that the Chen family basically bought it out of their wealth, right? That's all I can say. Of course, with his current level, such a past would not touch his state of mind at all, and he did not care. It's definitely not me, I'm drifting. Which disciple are you from? Please tell me your name quickly. It was also at this time that a young disciple with sword-like features blocked Chen Fan's path, his expression extremely serious. It's Elder Chen's senior brother. It seems that he will be enforcing the law and patrolling for Elder Chen. A disciple on the ground exclaimed. Chen Fan just glanced at the other person. The disciple fell directly to the ground as if he had entered an ice cellar. He was confused and quickly shook his head. Seeing such a scene, many disciples were immediately stunned. At the same time, Chen Fan released his aura. When looking for someone, you still have to be careful about the process. After all, this place belongs to Master's power in this life. For a while, a terrifying aura hit his face, and the disciples below him immediately fell to their knees, not daring to speak loudly. It's not that they don't live up to expectations, it's that they really don't dare to raise their heads and can't resist. Don't know what happened. ... Be aware of this aura. The strong men in the hall opened their eyes one after another. Who dares to break into my Shinto Holy Land? The inner sect elders, Taisheng elders and other real old guys came out one after another. The other party seems to be deliberately attracting them. But if you don't know whether it's an enemy or a friend, don't be careless. At this time, Shinto Holy Land, in the Saints' Hall. Ling Qingcheng's beautiful eyes are lost. It seemed impossible for her to notice that her eyes were turning red and her soul was losing control. Because in front of her, a soul-attracting demon flag swayed back and forth. Release a red and black beam, swallowing her will. Grandma Luo moved her hands, constantly injecting power into the soul-inducing demon flag. He kept mumbling some inhuman words. His eyes gradually became crazy, excited, and then extremely fiery and vicious. Then he looked at Ling Qingcheng, who had lost his sense of autonomy, and sneered. Holy girl, you are careless. Ha ha, this soul-attracting demonic flag has the ability to make people become possessed. If your will is weakened, no matter how strong you are, how can you stop me from seizing my body? After all, Ling Qingcheng is still a little young and just starting out, so she can succeed so easily. Becoming possessed is a process, to attract the inner demons, as long as she seizes the body when Ling Qingcheng's will is weakest, and after success, she can erase the newly emerged inner demons. Wealth are found in danger. Jieji. Granny Luo laughed wantonly, and the entire Saint Ladies' Hall looked extremely eerie and terrifying. Even if the Holy King comes back, what can he do to me? Soon. The tone was full of excitement. With a bang, the door opened. Smelly old woman, what are you going to do to the saint? Chen Xuandao shouted angrily. He came to find the saint, but found that someone seemed to have broken into the sect outside. He was anxious for a long time whether he should poach someone or protect her. Finally, after hearing the commotion in the house, I chose to poach someone. The scene before him made him extremely angry and he took action directly. The witch has a heart that can be punished. When he said this, he even felt guilty for a second to express his respect. But don't worry about the details, saving people is important. The laughing Granny Luo froze on the spot. Elder Chen, could it be that you want to stop me? It was so close that someone broke in. Get out. Chen Xuandao moved forward without hesitation, the spiritual power in his hands surging crazily. If you dare to attack the saint, you will definitely die. How can the Holy Land forgive you? Save the saint. This time is good. After saving her, maybe she can be poached by chance. As for whether the Holy Land will let me go, one code will be the same. Grandma Luo secretly thought that was bad. It is not easy to deal with Chen Xuandao. However, at this time, the strange movement from the soul-inducing demon flag made her suddenly excited. It's time to seize the body. Without any hesitation, he directly aroused his soul and tried to enter Ling Qingcheng's will, leaving his physical body behind and occupying the magpie's nest. As long as she succeeds, no one can stop her. Chen Xuandao's eyes flickered and he immediately stopped his hand. The distance was too close to hurt the saint. I only blame myself for being too weak. Grandma Luo looked at Ling Qingcheng, who was very close at hand, and her arrogant voice came out, Elder Chen, it's a pity that you are a step too late. When I completely possess the body of a saint, the Holy Land will not do anything to me. Jieji. Yeah, suddenly Ling Qingcheng's voice came. Not only Granny Luo was frightened, but Chen Xuandao's eyes also widened. Then, Ling Qingcheng casually grabbed the soul of Grandma Luo, who was very close at hand, and held it in her palm. Outside, who dares to break into my Shinto Holy Land? All of a sudden, several powerful men from the Holy Realm appeared one after another. He directly surrounded Chen Fan and raised his vigilance. The disciples below realized that Chen Fan was not a disciple of their Shinto Holy Land, but an intruder. I was shocked inside, and I admired this guy's courage. He's finished again. Chen Fan's expression remained unchanged as he glanced around. Elders, long time no see. Upon hearing this, the powerful men were slightly confused. One look at Chen Fan's appearance. He is so young, but his facial features seemed to have some impression. Are you the young master of the Chen family? The Supreme Elder asked tentatively. It shouldn't be. The Chen family member came here before, but was driven away by them. How long has it been since then, and now he has reached such a state? Impossible, definitely not. However, Chen Fan nodded. Yes, I am Chen Fan. Suddenly, there was silence. All the elders couldn't believe it, it was really that person from the Chen family. They looked at each other in confusion. Thinking about Chen Fan's age, no matter how strong he is, how strong can he be? He can't care about some weird things, otherwise, he will lose face and find it difficult to convince many disciples. Then the Supreme Elder snorted coldly, the momentum of the superior cannot be disobeyed, and the majesty cannot be hidden. With blazing eyes, he put pressure on Chen Fan, no matter why you are here, the state has national laws and the family has family rules. Breaking into my Shinto holy land is a provocation. He immediately stood up with his hands behind his back, and at the same time stretched out his right hand and pointed with one finger. That phantom is infinitely stronger and must teach this boy a lesson. After all, today's Chen family, they are not afraid of the Shinto holy land at all. No, they have never taken the Chen family seriously. However, Chen Fan casually waved his hand, and the power of one finger of the Peak Saint Realm expert was instantly shattered. At the same time, the Emperor's power poured out, as majestic as the surging river. Press on the elders. Next moment, there was a bang. In an instant, several Saint Realm experts all flew out uncontrollably, their eyes looking extremely frightened. Even the top experts can be in such a state of embarrassment. Big Great Emperor. Chen Fan stood with his hands behind his hands. Everyone, I'm looking for someone. It was also as soon as the words fell. There was a loud noise somewhere, and everyone looked over subconsciously. I saw the rickety figure of an old woman flying into the sky like a cannonball. Immediately after, a stunning figure, unparalleled in elegance, soared into the sky. Another palm strike knocked the old woman to the ground. As if sensing something had changed in the Holy Land, Ling Qingcheng looked sideways and looked at Chen Fan. All the Supreme Elders were beaten. At this moment, Ling Qingcheng was moved in her heart. With his own strength, he can crush many Supreme Elders, which is impossible for ordinary strong men. In other words, this man who looks about the same age as her is the Great Emperor. This idea is enough to make people crazy. How can it be? She thought that she was extremely talented and not so exaggerated. This guy must be an old monster. Think so. The moment Chen Fan and Ling Qingcheng looked at each other, the jade pendant obviously fluctuated, and they quickly pressed it down. Not surprisingly, this person should be his reincarnated master, Xuanji Great Emperor in this life. I was finally found by my disciple. However, it seems that there were some accidents on master's side. As a disciple, there is certainly no need to worry. She is no ordinary person. When the atmosphere was strange, the people below were thinking about other things. They looked at the two people above them and saw that this situation was a perfect match. No matter how you look at it, they are a group of people who are inexplicably matched. The Supreme Elders didn't care to think about what happened in Ling Qingcheng. You can't even protect yourself here. We are waiting to meet the Great Emperor. This matter is really a misunderstanding. I wonder who the Great Emperor is here to see. We, the Holy Land of Shinto, will definitely cooperate with us. The attitude of the Taisheng elder suddenly changed. All due respect, the Shinto Holy Land is indeed powerful, but it cannot afford to offend a Great Emperor. No reason is needed. Who knows why Chen Fan has reached such a state? It's so scary, but age is of no use at this time. I didn't dare to ask or tell. Emperor Realm Powerful One. As soon as the Supreme Elder said these words, the disciples who reacted were almost scared to death. Are you kidding me? Chen Fan did not hide anything. I am looking for her. Everyone knows that she is Ling Qingcheng who suddenly appeared. Ling Qingcheng was immediately confused. I just want to take a look, but I can't interfere. Are you looking for me? The hearts of the Supreme Elders sank. It was over. The most talented saint was being taken care of and was in danger. But they can't stop it. When everyone's attention shifted, Ling Qingcheng's attention also shifted. But at this moment, Granny Luo, who was beaten to the ground with broken bones and was still lingering, exuded a black energy from her soul, and then directly detonated the spiritual weapon, causing the soul-inducing demon flag to explode. Failed. Ling Qingcheng was never controlled by her from beginning to end. No matter what she thinks, she still doesn't understand. Her fate was certain to be death. At this moment, she made up her mind to take a back seat and angrily curse the injustice of the heaven. Not good. After noticing this aura, Ling Qingcheng came back to her senses. At the same time, the expressions of many elders changed drastically. The next moment, Chen Fan appeared beside Ling Qingcheng and suppressed her with one hand, shattering both the person and the spiritual weapon. Even mere ants want to hurt others and seek death under his nose. Grandma Luo never knew until her death why she failed and why it was so difficult to support her. Seeing Chen Fan's decisive action, the Supreme Elders knew that there was no need to take action themselves, but no matter how they looked at it, they felt that something was fishy. Ling Qingcheng took a breath. Being around a great emperor was inherently stressful, no matter how talented she was. Asked, "Why did you help me?" Chen Fan confirmed that the master has not yet awakened the memory of his past life. "He is so beautiful." Said, "I have a friend whose lover in the past life owed him a child. Unfortunately, they did not achieve enlightenment, and the lover in the past life entered reincarnation. Now, that friend wants me to help him find his lover from his previous life and give him a child." Ling Qingcheng was immediately confused. But she is measured and will not offend a strong emperor realm person. If it were someone else talking to her about such a strange topic, she would just turn away and leave. Then what does your friend have to do with me? Chen Fan thought about how to deceive him next. Said, "Of course, this friend of mine spent a lot of money to become the child adopter of his lover in his previous life. They have a very good relationship, and you are his lover in his previous life." That's right. Back then, when he was still a baby, he went to Empress Ya, because everyone knew that the environment had a vital influence on a monk. As the saying goes, start from childhood and cultivate from the fundamentals. Unfortunately, it failed. Child adoptive husband. Ling Qingcheng's face immediately became magical. I might be a reincarnated person. But this child foster husband, was I so good at it in my previous life? Then who is this friend of yours? Even if a great emperor joked with her, she would be happy to do it. After all, it seems that something is wrong with the atmosphere, so just think of it as a contribution to the Holy Land. Chen Fan said seriously. To be honest, it's me, Chen Fan. Puff. Ling Qingcheng's cold state of mind was almost overwhelming. You are a friend out of nothing. Wait, was this really how I behaved in my previous life? It's a bit unbelievable, and her pretty face is confused. Chen Fan added, I know you don't believe it, but do you think I, the great emperor, will deceive you? Master, just believe me, my disciple. Ling Qingcheng thought about it, and it was right, otherwise there would be no reason why Chen Fan, a mighty great emperor, would look for her and help her. Maybe it's the bad fate left by his previous life. Think about yourself now, how glorious it is to have an emperor realm husband. However, this man came a little off guard and a little hastily. He hesitated and said, I believe you. But I owe you a child, where do you start? She also realized that her talent was astonishing, and this confirmed this. After all, reincarnation and reincarnation meant that she should have been quite strong in her previous life. Chen Fan said, let's put it this way, I owe you one. Ling Qingcheng, there's still no way around it. However, returning to the previous life and meeting them again still felt a bit strange. I don't want to continue this weird topic. So, how old are you now? Chen Fan looks too young. Although he may be an old monster and a strong man, and his appearance is ageless, the traces of time on his body are just that kind of temperament, which is too light. 23 years. Chen Fan acted in full, of course, I have also stepped into reincarnation. Ling Qingcheng panicked for the first time. The lover in her previous life was actually faster than her in cultivation, and even more evil. The desire to compare suddenly sprang up. Because based on her current cultivation level, even if she reaches the age of 23, it is impossible for her to become a strong emperor realm master. Don't believe me? Then you can touch my root bone. Chen Fan suggested. Root bone's age is not something you can lie to. Driven by Ling Qingcheng's desire to compare, she reached out her jade hand and touched Chen Fan's root bone. Really 23. The 23-year-old emperor realm is a strong man. I am afraid he is unprecedented and will never be followed. Was my husband in the previous life so powerful? Chen Fan smiled and said, are you willing to be my wife? Time is running out, there is no time to talk, so be direct. The sudden words made Ling Qingcheng feel a little embarrassed. The husband of the great emperor came to see her, why did she feel like she was in a dream? Then do you have any proof to show me? Of course. Chen Fan took out the jade pendant and handed it to Ling Qingcheng. This is a token, containing a trace of your past life. The face is not red and the heart is not beating. There is no way, it can't be fooled easily. If you don't take it out, I'm afraid it won't be easy to succeed. The ultimate divine weapon is here now, right? It's not enough, it's not fast enough. Ling Qingcheng took the jade pendant and held it in her hand. A feeling of soul connection, maybe it was this thing before, it was Chen Fan, looking for her. Then he said, Ling Qingcheng. It turned out to be true. She is still doubting, was she really so good at fixing things in her previous life? Chen Fan hummed, from now on, I will call you Qingcheng. Although he was young at the time, Master really took good care of him. From the moment you can run, you have to give serious guidance. No, from the moment you hold a milk bottle, you have to practice. This is the wife I cheated into because of my strength. In her heart, Ling Qingcheng is trying hard to convince herself, great emperor husband, just be content. That's right. You don't have to run away, just accept it. Do we have a family? In this life, her family was ruined. Chen Fan was caught off guard by the sudden words. Yes, you are welcome to go home anytime you want. Also, do you know why I practice so quickly? You can also. Cheating and deception. Ling Qingcheng suddenly became more interested, her eyes were burning with yearning and expectation. The elders not far away were puzzled and didn't know what they were going to say. The disciples even dared not speak. There was a person who was excited alone and silently. That is Chen Xuandao. Chen Fan. This is the young master. I never expected that the young master would come to recruit people in person. Moreover, he had already cultivated into the emperor realm. Even the holy land of Shinto was helpless. For a while, he couldn't accept it and couldn't believe it. No, I still have to be patient and see what happens. White Emperor State. The city with the word, Chen family, written on it. Many strong people gathered together. All of them had fiery eyes. The core of power is transmitted from here. Such a strong spiritual power. If I can practice here, I will definitely get twice the result with half the effort. My cultivation level has been loosened now. Hiss. Is it possible that there is an imperial crystal vein underground here? I don't know, but the richness of this level must be higher than the Saint Crystal vein. The strong men who were watching were filled with excitement as they looked at the siege. Although soup is good, eating meat is more delicious. If you can keep it for yourself, it will definitely be a great event for your ancestors. Even if it was taken by any means necessary. After all, this place looks quite weak, and many people have never heard of such a small place. Moreover, this place is obviously a city, but it has the words, Chen family, written on it. Chen family, which Chen family? Ji Yuan Taoist, the elder of Tianfu sect who came to investigate, asked the person next to him. A boy nearby who knew the news laughed and said, Elder Ji Yuan, you don't know something. There is only one Chen family in Lengya City, and it should be that one. And a few days ago, there seemed to be a big chaos in Lengya City. The Chen family took control of Lengya City in their hands and changed its name. Tianfu sect is a powerful sect in the White Emperor State, and Ji Yuan Taoist is a great master in the Holy Realm. How can others dare to offend him? Epic Taoist frowned. Another young man reminded. This brother has said it before. Which Chen family is that Chen family? Why would Tianfu sect care about a mere Chen family? It is reasonable for Elder Ji Yuan not to know. Then he smiled apologetically and said, Elder Ji Yuan, this Chen family is not worth mentioning to Tianfu sect. Elder Ji Yuan heard this and ignored the two of them. However, there is a Chen family in Tianyuan territory. It seems that many people know about it and must be somewhat famous. Haha, old man Ji Yuan, I didn't expect you to come one step earlier than me. Void laughed, and an old man soon appeared. It seems that Tianfu sect is also interested in this place. Everyone heard the sound and looked over. Another great master from the Holy Realm. A top powerhouse appeared. The ordinary small forces could only join in the fun first. Epic Taoist looked at the people coming above his head. Sage Wugui, aren't you Tianluomen here too? Tianluomen is also one of the top forces in the White Emperor State. The White Emperor State has hundreds of Dao domains. Except for the uninhabited and forbidden Dao domains, the top Dao domains can all contain powerful forces. At this time, a burst of sound suddenly came from the space. Under the beautiful melody, everyone was almost subconsciously absent-minded. Epic Taoist and Wu Regret Saint quickly resisted. At the same time, I saw a pavilion rotating in front of me, like a glazed tower. His expression changed slightly. It's her. Soon, a silhouette of a Taoist appeared in front of the building. Sage Wugui said, "The Lord of Phantom Sound is here. It's really lively today." Phantom Tower, Saint Grade Force. Located in Tianyan Dao Domain, it is named because the headquarters is in the shape of a huge pavilion comparable to a city. It is truly magical and weird, and among them, there are all women who are good at the art of sound and illusion. The White Emperor state has changed, and I, Wanyan Tower, are naturally interested in it. The master of Wanyan wore a green gauze to cover his face, looking ethereal and mysterious. The sound as sweet as nature came out, and the strong man in the holy realm lost himself on the spot. Epic Taoist doesn't want to waste time. Since you are all here, why not dig out this secret together? Before, they thought there was a strong person here and had been waiting vigilantly. However, after a long time passed without any movement, they finally made up their mind. What the Epic Taoist said is absolutely true, and I, the Tianluoman, are willing to accompany you, said the sage Wugui. If this continues, I don't know how many people will come to take a share of the pie, and something may happen. Moreover, there is very likely to be a strong person here. If you deal with it alone, it is always better than everyone taking the blame together. There is still room for maneuver. If you have a treasure, whether you can hold it or not is what determines everything. The Lord of Phantom Sound seemed to hesitate, but still nodded. So, very good. It seems that no Emperor grade forces have been attracted to it yet. There is no need to delay any longer. The truth is found by those who are closest to you. Soon, all the powerful men tried to break into the city. Other forces, including some strong ones from the Tao Palace realm and Transcending Tribulation realm, were looking around. There is no way, they are nothing in front of the saint. However, as soon as they approached the Chen family, a large defensive formation appeared faintly. Epic Taoist's face condensed slightly. It's a formation. This formation is extraordinary. Who set it up? Could it be that he is from the Chen family? Saint Wugui said. No matter what, we will break the formation together. Now that I'm here, I have to try it. You must know how to share good things, otherwise you will feel unwilling to do so. It is impossible for the Chen family to have a strong Emperor realm person, so there is no need to be afraid. The strong men reached a consensus and broke the formation. However, after repeated bombings, it was discovered that Mao didn't even move in this formation. What formation is so hard? Is it possible that it was sent by the great Emperor? This thought made everyone a little scared. Otherwise, there is no reason, and even several powerful men in the Holy Realm cannot break it. It was also at this time that several figures appeared on the top of the city. Chen Luiyu looked at the countless powerful men below with a slightly uncomfortable expression, trembling in her heart. They were all powerful forces with a good reputation. Before, she was not even qualified to speak and did not dare to look directly at them. But it's different now, they are responsible for guarding the house. Who is attacking my Chen family? Leave quickly. Don't panic, there's Fener standing behind me. In addition to Bai Fengyao, Sifu and Chen Tianya were also quite nervous. I have never seen this kind of world. Fortunately, the formations left by the ancestors are strong enough. I heard, how could those old guys from the Holy Realm take it seriously? Girl, open the city gate to greet us, otherwise, you will be responsible for the consequences. Smiling disdainfully, it turned out that they were just a few ants. This also made them more curious. There must be a secret. Bai Fengyao pinched her waist with both hands, unconvinced. You are worthy of your plot, but you still want us to open the city gate. Leave immediately, otherwise you will all die when my master comes back. She is from the Emperor grade force. Even if she faces a strong person, her knowledge are here, so she is not afraid of anyone. If you can, come and beat me. You can beat me. After hearing this, everyone was really frightened. A few ants didn't take it seriously at all, but this master sounded very awesome. Taoist endured it and said in a deep voice, I don't know, who is your respected master? It's always a good idea to be careful. Bai Fengyao was immediately arrogant. Respected master Chen Fan, the ancestor of the Chen family, is a great emperor. The master is the person she admires the most. Just because his engagement was annulled, he is still so powerful. Puff. However, the whole city burst into laughter. I thought he was awesome, but I didn't expect he was bragging. There are only a handful of powerful people in the Great Emperor, why haven't we heard of him? Some insiders almost died laughing. A middle-aged man who often travels to Lengya City said, "Everyone, the Chen family is in decline and has been separated for a long time. 100 years ago, there was not even a strong person in the fusion realm. How can we talk about the Great Emperor? And this Chen fan is said to be just a young boy in his early 20s. He is the son of the head of the Chen family. That's right. This person is right. I am also a monk nearby. I just don't know what happened to Lengya City and the Chen family took over." Someone quickly agreed. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions became extremely gloomy. "Little girl, you are uttering arrogant words and playing tricks on me. Aren't you afraid of death?" Epic Taoist shouted loudly. I was almost scared. It was a shame. It's just a small family of ants, but they don't even have the fusion realm. How about the Great Emperor? This is not pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger, this is a real pig, and you can't even scare people. How could a mighty man from the Holy Realm take a step back? Taking a step back would be disrespectful to himself. Bai Fengyao was so angry that they dared to laugh at their master. There is no reason for this. My uncle can tolerate it, but my aunt cannot. Bear with me, I am here to guard the house for master. Then he smiled with his little teeth. If you don't obey, beat me. It can be said to be an extreme trust in the master. Chen Luiyu raised her forehead and saw that it was indeed the root of the trouble, little ancestor, and she couldn't refute it yet. Si Fu and Chen Tianya gave a thumbs up. It has to be you. This family can't survive without you, the ancestor's disciple. Puff. Presumptuous. Everyone was furious and couldn't bear it anymore. Cursing and cursing. It was also at this time that people from Luo Yunzong arrived. Yunlin took Su Chanu with her. However, she came to see Chen Fan in person. Seeing this situation, he had no intention of stopping it. There is no need to make enemies for yourself. After all, to a certain extent, the disciple has nothing to do with Chen Fan. At the same time, Fang Yuehua also arrived. Shinto Holy Land. In the Holy Maiden Hall, Chen Fan and Ling Qingcheng were together. How dare a strong man from the Shinto Holy Land dare to beep? There is no space left for them, and they dare not stop a great emperor from flirting with girls. As long as he is happy, he will cry without tears, but being able to make friends with a great emperor seems to be a good idea. Ling Qingcheng is trying hard to accept everything she knows now. Asked, "It can make me stronger. What's so special about that home? We must catch up with the great emperor's husband." Chen Fan thought for a moment and said, "It's nothing special, I just need a mistress." Ling Qingcheng's heart was in turmoil, her breathing was up and down, and she felt that she had been hit by the great emperor's husband. He flirts with me, but I can't complain that he doesn't talk about business. It seems that the husband of the great emperor is very impatient. Okay, I'll go home with you. Chen Fan heard this and smiled, the master is not as strong as him now. What's more, master was the Empress Xuanji in her previous life, and she was also a supreme strongman with a very strong personality. As long as he fools you a little and goes home with him, everything will be reasonable. Why are you laughing? Ling Qingcheng glanced at Chen Fan. It was hard for me to decide. It's nothing, I just thought of something interesting. Chen Fan continued. In that case, let's go home, Qingcheng. The next step is to trick the baby into giving birth. What bad thoughts can my disciple have? Interesting thing, Ling Qingcheng thought. Then he said, okay. However, I didn't have time to discuss it with master. She went to White Emperor State. She said so, but she didn't think the master could stop the great emperor's husband. Chen Fan hummed, that's a coincidence, our home is also in White Emperor State. White Emperor State, Ling Qingcheng murmured. Master went to the White Emperor State to investigate the situation. He shouldn't encounter it. Think so. Afterwards, the two stood up and prepared to leave the Shinto Holy Land. Now, outside the Shinto Holy Land, a group of people came. The young man leading the group had an angry face. Get out of the way, I want to see Qingcheng. He is the young master of the Shen family in Fenzhouchengkan Dao domain, and his name is Shen Jinlin. Are the golden scales of the things in the pond? Behind him, he also brought the family ancestor to control the scene. Because he unexpectedly learned that another man was approaching the woman he liked, and without saying a word, he just walked over to her door. I don't know exactly what happened. Outside the Shinto Holy Land, Chen Xuandao, who was on duty, stood in front of him, his brows furrowed. After thinking about his young master, he felt slightly relieved. I have met the ancestor of the Shen family. Then he continued, Master Shen, it is not convenient for the saint to see outsiders, so please go back first. The Shen family is huge in power and has countless powerful people. It is second only to the ancient family in the ancient continent. Moreover, the Shen Chamber of Commerce is spread all over the mainland and has strong financial resources. Even the Shinto Holy Land is not willing to offend. The young master of the Shen family has always liked the saint, and the Shen family also intends to bring together the two forces in marriage. However, the saint has a cold nature and is indifferent to this. Not to mention that there are too many variables now. As the ancestor of the Chen family, he must look towards his young master. However, he looked meaningfully at an old man following behind the Shen family. No outsiders, Shen Jinlin snorted coldly, not taking Chen Xuandao seriously at all. A mere outer sect elder dares to stop me. Today, I must see Qingcheng. At the same time, he reminded with a side face, Ancestor, we are in trouble. Even if you break in, you have to break in. Even if an elder is injured, the Shen family will protect him, not to mention that it is impossible for the Shinto Holy Land to offend their Shen family for the sake of an outer sect elder. The ancestor of the Shen family beside him suddenly felt a pressure. In the mere combined realm, even the elders are no more than ants in his eyes, and can be destroyed with just one hand. Chen Xuandao's expression changed instantly and he was unable to move. Questioned. The Shen family ignores the rules of our Shinto Holy Land and wants to provoke. The face is not red and the heart is not beating. Because the old man he just looked at is also a teammate. I just didn't expect that Shen Jinlin would even bring the family ancestor this time. Shen Jinlin snorted coldly, I just came to visit the saint, but I was blocked. Elder Chen, don't put any hat on me. The ancestor of the Shen family didn't say much because he was just here to calm things down. On the other hand, the old man next to him smiled and said, Master, don't be angry, don't hurt the peace, let me negotiate. His name is Shen Wangkai, and his real name is Chen Wangkai. He is one of the ancestors of the Chen family. He came to the Shen family to work undercover because he wanted to make money, because resources and wealth are also indispensable for cultivating strong people. Shen Jinlin also knows that he can take action, but if he breaks in forcefully, the quality will change. Unless he had no choice, he didn't want to have a conflict with the Shinto Holy Land and affect him and Ling Qingcheng. Shen Wangkai then looked at Chen Xuandao, Elder Chen, my young master has no intention of provoking, he just wants the saint. Why don't you let us in and meet the saint? Kindly advise. He finally got into the Shen family, became a hall master, was given a surname, and was in charge of a branch of the Shen Chamber of Commerce. Now, it's time to behave well. As for Chen Xuandao, I'm sorry. He had no choice at this point. Chen Xuandao's mind was buzzing and he wanted to wink at his teammates, but under the eyes of the ancestor of the Shen family, he had no right to jump back and forth. Ignoring his teammates, he said, Master Shen, it's not convenient for the saint right now, so I'll stop here, otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Oh shit, I feel aggrieved and want to go home. When the assistant young master poaches the saint, he will show his cards and quit. Ha, Shen Wanchai suddenly lost his smile. He is also the ancestor of the Chen family. He won't give me this face. How can I behave? Elder Chen, you are not qualified to talk to my young master. Boom, he casually knocked Chen Xuandao away. In his opinion, they are all excuses. What consequences should you bear at your own risk? The Shen family can afford it. Chen Xuandao was shocked that his teammate actually hurt his teammate. My heart sank, my teammates must have some concerns. What are you doing? Shen Wangkai said, I call you, the Supreme Elder of the Holy Land, to speak. He now represents the face of the Shen family. Even the elders of the inner sect can't do it, because the Shen family has an ancestor. A strong man in the Holy Realm. The ancestor of the Shen family was speechless, but what Shen Wenkai said was reasonable. Chen Xuandao couldn't believe it. My teammates hurt me thousands of times. He gritted his teeth and said, the Supreme Elder is entertaining distinguished guests. He was indeed guarding Chen Fan, his young master. Moreover, he did not dare to say more about his current status as an outer sect elder, otherwise, not to mention offending Emperor Wei, the old guys in the Shinto Holy Land would not let him go, because spreading the word would damage the face of the Holy Land and be embarrassing. There is no way to remind teammates that Master is already a great emperor. Of course, he himself is happy for the Holy Land to be embarrassed. Well, Shen Jinlin couldn't help it anymore and looked anxiously inside the Shinto Holy Land. What kind of distinguished guest is more expensive than my Shen family? He didn't want to waste time. Young master, no, the ancestor of the Shen family reminded him at the right time. It was his responsibility. Shen Jinlin reacted immediately. It must be good to be able to be entertained by the Supreme Elder. Suddenly he felt unhappy. Could this be the person who dares to miss Qingcheng? Could it be that the other party also brought a strong man from the Holy Realm? It makes no sense. Shen Wenkai praised him and said, young master, even if the other party can get the attention of the Shinto Holy Land, it may not be as good as you. Chen Xuandao laughed so much that he peed his pants. I'm afraid you don't want to die. Should I remind him or not? I dare not say it. When Shen Jinlin heard this, he immediately raised his head. No matter what, I must see Qingcheng today. He just wanted to break in without worrying about so much, otherwise he would be on pins and needles. It was also at this time that a voice came. Who is it, shouting in front of my holy land? It turns out to be the ancestor of the Shen family. The Supreme Elder appeared, somewhat displeased. As for Shen Jinlin, of course he didn't take it seriously. He was not Chen Fan. He had no family background, so he was nothing. However, Chen Fan is now in their Shinto Holy Land. The ancestor of the Shen family looked over and saw all the ancestors of the entire Shinto Holy Land slowly approaching, all accompanied by a young man and the saint. Suddenly I felt bad, intuitive. I thought there was only one Supreme Elder, but I didn't expect it was all of them. He said politely, the Supreme Elder, I am accompanying the young master to see the saint. His seasoned eyes were trying to detect clues and spy on Chen Fan, because Chen Fan was too young and he should be a young master from some powerful force or a talented disciple. Then his face changed drastically. Chen Xuandao breathed a sigh of relief, but he was not in a good mood and felt very uncomfortable. When Shen Jinlin saw Ling Qingcheng, he didn't care about anything else. Qingcheng. When I looked at Chen Fan next to me, he was so close. Relying on the presence of the ancestor, he was not afraid at all. It's you, coveting the woman that I, Shen Jinlin, likes. With all his strength pouring out, he is the soul formation realm, an extremely rare genius. Young master, the ancestor of the Shen family quickly reminded, and then he groaned and vomited blood. He felt that his soul was about to be broken. How is it possible? Even the Supreme Elder of the Shinto Holy Land cannot possibly cause such harm to him. And now, just spying on a boy. Unfortunately, it's too late. Shen Jinlin only looked at Ling Qingcheng and didn't even notice that he had been seriously injured in an instant. I only heard, Qingcheng's name is also something you can call. Like the devilish sound of hell. Immediately afterwards, Shen Jinlin's body floated into the air uncontrollably. It's unbelievable why he doesn't have the slightest strength to resist. The other party didn't bring a strong Saint Realm person to protect him either. You. Let me go. Do you know that my dad is? His words were unclear and the pain was unbearable. Let go of my young master. Shen Wenkai was so frightened, but the young master couldn't speak clearly, so he had to remind him. Ling Qingcheng, on the other hand, stood beside Chen Fan very well and looked at each other indifferently. The Supreme Elder knew that the ancestor of the Shen family had been severely injured by Chen Fan. Quickly remind, Great Emperor, they are from the Chengkan Dao domain, members of the Shen family. So what? Chen Fan didn't pay attention, but the Shen family was somewhat famous throughout the continent because of their wealth. Then, he turned to look at Ling Qingcheng, who looked at him innocently. Chen Fan knew it well. The Supreme Elder was speechless and looked at each other with other elders. Yes, the Holy Land of Shinto was afraid of the Shen family. How could the great emperor take them seriously? Great emperor. 10,000 alpacas galloped past the ancestor of the Shen family. You tell me he is the great emperor. He hurriedly said, I have met the great emperor, and I ask the great emperor to forgive my young master for being disrespectful. No matter that he didn't want to believe it, it was the reality that was happening before his eyes. No wonder these old guys from the Shinto Holy Land would personally accompany him. Hearing this, Shen Jinlin turned around with difficulty and looked at the ancestor of the Shen family, a powerful man in the Holy Realm, who actually vomited blood and couldn't get up. There was a turmoil in my heart. It is true that the opponent did not bring a strong person from the Holy Realm, but he himself is a great emperor. How can it be? Thinking about being caught, I felt as if I was falling into an abyss of fear. Shen Wenkai no longer wanted to fawn over Shen Jinlin. Looking at Chen Fan, he felt a little familiar. Chen Fan said calmly, Forgive me. I am not an unreasonable person, but before I kill you, I want to remind you that trouble comes from the mouth. Suddenly, everyone present felt as if they were in an ice cellar, feeling chilled. At this time, Chen Xuandao trembled with courage and quickly stood up. The Supreme Elders were so nervous that they almost urinated in fear. They reacted very quickly and directly suppressed Chen Xuandao, who had just taken a step with one hand and held him in place. For fear of offending Emperor Wei, no one is allowed to say a word at this time. Chen Xuandao was miserable and looked at Chen Fan. Master, I am Chen Xuandao, requesting to return to my clan. Don't tell me, there's no chance. The young master wants to kill someone. What about Chen Wenkai? The young master should be informed and dealt with. This is not the right time, so I must stand up and remind him. At worst, I won't be an undercover agent anymore. As soon as these words came out, they were quite sudden and inconsistent with the atmosphere. Everyone looked at Chen Xuandao, with big question marks in their hearts. Chen Fan was caught off guard, and the probability of being an undercover agent was extremely terrifying. Are you the ancestor of the Chen family? Only now did he know the name of this outer sect elder, Chen Xuandao. It was on the Chen family tree. Exactly, Chen Xuandao said. Then follow me back to the Chen family. I believe you all have no objections, right? Chen Fan also had an unexpected surprise. It would not be bad to take an ancestor back. The Supreme Elders of the Shinto Holy Land were all confused, caught off guard, and quite depressed. This, Great Emperor, how dare we? Whatever you say is what it is. But there are actually Chen family members right under our noses. This will work. I don't dare to beep yet, so I have to admit it. Chen Xuandao smiled directly and said, Yes, young master. You can't treat the young master as a junior now, you wouldn't dare. When Shen Wenkai heard this, it was impossible to connect the young master. Great Emperor, his expression changed drastically, and he could no longer care about Shen Jinlin. Young master, I am Chen Wenkai, the ancestor of the Chen family, and I request to return to my clan. His mind was spinning so fast that he didn't know what was happening, but following Chen Xuandao, he was definitely right. Moreover, looking at Chen Fan's appearance, he seems to be somewhat similar to the head of their Chen family. At this time, Shen Jinlin and the Shen family ancestor even forgot about their own situation, and Chen Fan threatened to kill them. There are ancestors of the Chen family in the Shinto Holy Land. Do they also have ancestors of the Shen family? Then which Chen family is this, and who is this young master of the Chen family? He is actually a powerful Emperor realm man. Faced with Shen Wenkai's betrayal, they were furious and did not dare to intervene at will. Chen Fan just laughed. Chen Wanchai. The probability of being an undercover agent can be mentioned again. Then you, please follow me back to Chen's house. Ling Qingcheng, who was silent next to her, began to wonder what their home looked like. She was silent, extremely silent. The old guy in the Shinto Holy Land suddenly felt relieved. It turned out that the Shen family also had one. Chen Wanchai breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, young master. He had saved his life, otherwise he would be dead if he didn't stand up. The Shen family was so angry that they vomited 3 liters of blood. However, Chen Xuandao quickly reminded him at this time. Young master, Chen Wenkai has betrayed our Chen family. If you have anger in your heart, you won't be happy if you don't express it. Chen Xuandao, don't slander anyone. What evidence do you have? Chen Wenkai couldn't bear it anymore. In his heart, he scolded Chen Xuandao for not practicing martial ethics. Everyone was confused again, there were still variables. Young master, my loyalty to the Chen family can be seen. This move is really helpless. Chen Wenkai defended. But inside, I was extremely trembling and guilty. Under dual pupils, Chen Fan looked at the two of them meaningfully and immediately took action to kill Chen Wenkai. Chen Wanchai looked frightened, and then disappeared into ashes. Until his death, he didn't know if Chen Xuandao could do it, why couldn't he? Everyone's minds were tightened and their eyelids were twitching wildly. Although an aunt died, it was cruel to kill one's own family without asking anything. Chen Xuandao didn't expect that the young master would be so decisive. Is it just trust in him? It shouldn't be. It was the first time for him and Chen Wanchai to meet the young master after many years. My lord, please take care of some family matters. Chen Fan then looked at the Shen family. Remember, trouble comes from the mouth. Don't want to waste time. Don't kill me. Shen Jinlin was completely afraid. This young-looking great emperor is a ruthless man. But he knew he shouldn't have said that. Old ancestor Shen's eyes were round and round, but unfortunately he was suppressed by the emperor's power. The gap was like a chasm, unable to stop him. He couldn't even say anything to beg for mercy at this time. In an instant, the two of them followed Chen Wenkai directly. After killing a few people, Chen Fan said, "Okay, let's go." The elders of the Shinto Holy Land did not dare to breathe loudly. Congratulations to the great emperor. Fortunately, they are not as miserable as the Shen family. But today, things seem to be changing. Master, wait a moment. Chen Xuandao didn't have time to explain, and hurried back to call the disciples he had recruited over the years. Take away. After a while, a group of people appeared. When he saw Chen Fan, he immediately followed his master's instructions and knelt down to worship. Meet the great emperor. Many disciples were extremely excited. Wonderful, great, suddenly upgraded. From a disciple of the Saint grade force, he was promoted to emperor grade. We are willing to follow the great emperor to the Chen family. Show determination and will. Everyone in the Shinto Holy Land was shocked. He opened his mouth but said nothing. Ling Qingcheng fell silent again. It was always such an unexpected development. Young master, this is the disciple I have trained over the years. Chen Xuandao reminded him without blushing or heartbeat. Chen Fan hummed, okay. Many elders in the Shinto Holy Land looked at the departing figures. Confused. It was also a long time after that the mainland forces became panicked when they heard about the Chen family, not only because of the great emperor young master of the Chen family. There are many gangsters undercover, why don't you go and rob them? At the same time, the Shen family in the Chenkandao domain was furious, and the life cards of one of the Shen family ancestors and the young master were shattered. White Emperor State, Tianyuan Territory, Chen family. Many powerful people were completely angered by Bai Fengyao. Take a step back, the more you think about it, the more angry you become. Because they are also respectable people, how can they endure it? But no matter how they attacked, they could never break through the Chen family's formation. During halftime, Epic Taoist looked at Yunlin. Master Luo Yun, is it possible that the Luo Yun sect is not interested in this place? There must be insufficient manpower. As both saints, Yunlan is much better than them. Sage Wu Hui thought so too, looking at Yunlan who made no movement as soon as he arrived. Yunlin said, "We, Luo Yunzong, come to see the great emperor, and we have no intention of offending him." Just kidding, she still trusted her disciple, because all the signs showed that they were unusual. Everyone frowned, is it true? Then he looked at Fang Yu's painting on the side, Fenzhou Shinto Holy Land, his hand stretched far enough, and he was about to speak. A terrifying sense of oppression came out of nowhere. Everyone was stunned, the strong man of Emperor Realm. Fellow Taoists, this is just a city, just let me take it down from Taihuang Holy Land. The first Holy Land in the White Emperor State, the Emperor Grade forces and the powerful Emperor Realm appear. The sound was extremely deep, like thunder. Great Emperor. Everyone looked at the figure coming from the void, and they were all frightened. The weak monk was so frightened that he did not dare to look up. Moreover, although the saint is powerful, he is completely incompetent in front of a powerful Emperor Realm. This is a qualitative leap, Nothing comparable. They had just suspected whether what Yun Lan said was true or false. After all, Yun Lan's words still had some weight. But at this moment, the great emperor has appeared. Even if what Yun Lan said is true, so what? They all spoke. I have seen Huang, great emperor. The only pity is that I don't know if I can miss it. The Huang, great emperor arrived in person, and his words explained everything. They were just picking up the heads from their own necks. Yunlin's face also changed slightly. She had known that Huang Holy Land might come, but she didn't expect that Huang, great emperor would come in person. This is out of control, because even if Chen Fan is the great emperor, he can't avoid the fight between gods and Yu. No matter what they choose, it doesn't seem to be the right one. There's no need to stay here, so there's no need to choose. Chanu, let's leave. A reminder. Su Chanu nodded, knowing that they were in a special situation. And Huang, great emperor's expression hides heat. He didn't pay attention to others at all, but looked at the land in front of him. Such a strong power, it must be the imperial crystal vein. Moreover, it is huge in scale. They have the holy crystal vein in Huang Holy Land, and it's quite big. But this power is obviously infinitely stronger than the Saint Crystal Vein. There is a reason for him to come in person. The Emperor Crystal Vein is something that most Emperor-grade forces only dream of obtaining. It can make the Holy Land and luck last for endless years. Give birth to more powerful people and become a more top-level Emperor-grade force. Who cannot be moved? If you must get it, then the trip will be worthwhile. Huang, great emperor, was ready to take action directly. Epic Taoist quickly reminded, Great Emperor of Huang, I am brave, there is a powerful formation here. What about the formation? Just break it. Huang, great emperor, didn't care. Sage Wuhui next to him said, Great Emperor of Huang, Sect Master Luo Yun said that this formation was arranged by a great emperor. After hearing this, Huang, great emperor, noticed Yun Lan, who wanted to leave. Sect Master Luo Yun, do you think this is the great emperor's stronghold? He ignored a mere sect leader. But it is extraordinary when it comes to the great emperor. But he had never heard of such a powerful emperor realm person in white emperor state. Yun Lan's heart trembled, and she didn't dare to drag her disciple away directly. He turned around and said, Great Emperor Huang, this place is extraordinary. I am just guessing, not sure. After all, she had not seen it with her own eyes, and she did not dare to speak arrogantly at this moment and anger the powerful great emperor. Epic Taoist and Wuhui sage felt that Yunlin was really thoughtful. I suspect she is here to cause trouble, throwing out the fog. Huang, great emperor, immediately became cold. Wouldn't it be destroying one's prestige by making random guesses without confirmation? Then I have to speculate, does the Luo Yun sect want to occupy it alone? Yun Lan immediately groaned. Master. Su Chanu hurriedly helped her. Yunlin didn't care. Chanu, let's go. The situation is not good for them, mainly because they did not come here for the power from the beginning. There is no need to put yourself at risk at this time. The master and apprentice left quickly. On the other side, the Lord of Phantom Sound looked at Fang Yuehua next to him. Moon Painting Saint King, are you interested in joining forces together? As the owner of Wanyan Tower, she is much stronger than Taoist of the Epic and Saint Wugui. Probably the difference between midterm and late stage. Fang Yuehua is comparable to her. Before Fang Yuehua had time to respond, she heard the voice of Huang, great emperor. Fenzhou Shinto Holy Land has reached out so far. Do you think there is no one in my white emperor state? Fang Yu picture's face slightly condensed. It's too wild, great emperor, I don't dare. She was a holy king, but she didn't have the slightest temper when facing the strongest man in the white emperor state. Then he looked at the Lord of Phantom Sound. The Lord of Phantom Sound could only put down his mind and watch the changes. Subsequently, after mentioning some people, Huang, great emperor, looked at the city again. Chen family, interesting. I have never heard of such a small family. The main Huang Dao domain is also extremely far away from here. I don't know why such a small family can have imperial crystal veins. But he was determined to win. Then take action directly. The endless imperial power poured out. On the top of the city, Chen Luoyu and the others looked unhappy. Great Emperor, the fear in my heart couldn't stop. The gap is really too huge, enough to make people despair, and it is an enemy, the great emperor. Even if there is a formation guard, it is extremely terrifying to feel it at such a close distance. The great emperor is here. This matter is big. Without Chen Fan here, they were all confused as to whether they could hold on to their home. Bai Fengyao always wants to be different. Great Emperor Huang, my master is not at home. Why don't you come back when my master comes back? Of course, she didn't dare to be too arrogant, and her tone was much more restrained and sensible. When everyone hears this, you have to come. Little girl, I don't have time. Huang Great Emperor smiled. It's true that a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers and dares to talk to him like this. He wasn't kidding. Epic Taoist saw that it was Bai Fengyao and immediately became angry. Great Emperor Huang, this girl master is the master of this place, she is just a young man in his early 20s. Thinking about being scared by a little girl before, I felt very unhappy. That's right, his master who is scaring us is a powerful emperor realm man. Saint Wugui quickly agreed. Huang Great Emperor was really stunned for a moment, a powerful emperor realm in his early 20s. So what do my 200,000 years count for? Scanning the crowd, I found that they were all nodding and agreeing with each other. Era Taoist and Wugui sage did not dare to deceive him. Then I thought about Yun Lan, and I became even more unhappy. A sect leader also came to fool people at will, and almost scared him, even if she ran fast. Now, a mere girl doesn't have that much power. His face darkened slightly. Huang Emperor's palm. Take action directly. The great emperor's palm print covers the heaven and earth, making the space pale. The huge shadow is unstoppable and the emperor's power is unlimited. Under the pressure of terror, the saints could only retreat. Boom! The formation shield surged and made a huge roar and collision. Hiss, you can actually block it, what a formation this is. It's so scary. Everyone was shocked and sighed, this is too hard. The great emperor didn't even defeat it in one go. Chen Luiyu and the others are relieved, it is produced by the ancestor and is trustworthy. It can really stop the powerful emperor realm. Bai Fengyao has a serious face, she must protect her home for her master, she just needs to stand here and watch. However, even a single attack failed to break the formation, and Huang Great Emperor looked a bit ugly. Putting aside whether the great emperor in his early 20s was real or fake, he didn't believe it anyway. But this formation must indeed be of emperor-grade quality. Incredible, but even if the other party is the great emperor, so what? Such a small place cannot hold on to its resources. Take action again. As long as the energy of the formation is consumed, it will not be broken if you don't believe it. However, after a few times, Huang Great Emperor doubted his life. Because this formation has no intention of being consumed at all. Could this formation use the imperial crystal veins as its energy supply? All formations require power transmission. Calling him a prodigal is extremely disrespectful to the imperial crystal vein. Not far away, the Lord of Phantom Sound was somewhat emotional. Who is the head of the Chen family? It's really curious. Perhaps, it's too mysterious. Fang Yuehua said this, and suddenly his heart skipped a beat. The Chen family, Chen Fan. Could it be? Fellow Taoist, help me. Huang Great Emperor did not want to seek help from others, but for the sake of the Emperor Crystal Veins, he had no choice. If you can get it, it's worth it. Epic Taoist and Wugui Sage joined directly without saying a word. The Lord of Phantom Sound and Fang Yuehua looked at each other and were also pulled together to save the Great Emperor from trouble them. Boom boom. Soon, it's halftime again. The Great Emperor has begun to doubt life. Am I the Great Emperor? Why is there such a hard formation? I roared in my heart. Fang Yuehua shook his head. It shouldn't be possible. How can it be? Saint King Moon Painting, what's impossible? Asked the Lord of Phantom Sound next to him. Yeah, what's impossible? Chen Fan quietly appeared next to the two of them, watching his crystal being stolen, but it was a pity that it interfered. There was no disturbance in my heart, and I even wanted to see the excitement. He sensed the movement and came first. Realizing that Chen Fan appeared like a ghost, he directly intervened. Fang Yuehua and the Master of Phantom Sound were caught off guard, their hearts tightened, they subconsciously distanced themselves, and then they both looked over. My heart was moved, so silently, it must be no less powerful than them. It's you. Feng Yuehua suddenly realized that he had seen this face before, right on the border between White Emperor State and Fen State. The Lord of Phantom Sound was a little wary of Chen Fan, but now he was slightly relieved. They recognize it. However, it seems that this boy is too young, and his strength is beyond her reach. Chen Fan said, "What a coincidence, it's you. It turns out you are the Holy King of the Shinto Holy Land." Under the ancient dual pupils, even if Feng Yuehua was hiding his aura before, he could clearly see it. Not to mention the suppression of cultivation, Feng Yuehua looked almost like a transparent person in front of him. However, it was only after listening to the words of the woman next to him that he realized that Feng Yuehua's name was the master of the wife he had cheated on. Moon Painting Saint King. Seeing that Chen Fan was not hostile, Feng Yuehua lowered his guard. "Is it possible that you are also interested in this place?" It is guessed that Chen Fan is not very old, about a few thousand years old, but such a young Saint Realm powerhouse is terrifying enough. Chen Fan, that's my home. If I'm not interested, who is? Oh, you're all interested. Then he nodded. Indeed, this place is good. A little comment. By the way, Holy King Moon Painting, what did you just say? That's impossible. I didn't expect that when I went to steal your home, you came to steal mine too. Due to Ling Qingcheng's relationship, it was considered even. I made your excellency laugh. Feng Yuehua didn't dare to look down on Chen Fan. I just thought of something in this situation. In fact, she wanted to say, what does it have to do with you? But it seems that Chen Fan approached her deliberately. This is the feeling, which is a bit strange. Chen Fan nodded. Yes, I understand. He should be able to guess what Feng Yuehua was thinking. But when he went to the Shinto Holy Land, he didn't even enter the gate, so naturally he didn't see Feng Yu's paintings. But as a core powerhouse, she would always hear about it. What do you know? Feng Yuehua was confused. The Lord of Phantom Sound next to him was slightly silent. What are you talking about? And at this moment, Huang Great Emperor is ready to go and is unwilling to give up. Must take it. Everyone, help me again. This formation won't last long. The harder it becomes to attack, the more he feels there is a secret here. And it's a big secret. How can those who are at the top give up so easily? Epic Taoist and Wuhui Saint were both scared and exhausted. Wo Ri had never thought that with so many strong men, they could fight for several days without breaking through the formation, vomiting blood. On the top of the city, Bai Fengyao became impatient. Great Emperor Taihuang, I am the divine maiden of the ancient Phoenix clan. Give me some face and retreat quickly. To guard your home, you must have a housekeeping attitude. Chen Luiyu immediately raised his head. This family can't survive without you. Chen Tianya and Si Fu thought the same. Puff. Hearing this, everyone laughed dumbly. Little girl, do you think we will still believe you? Ji Yuan Taoist sneered. This girl looks cute, but she has a mouth that she shouldn't have. She's so naughty that she can deceive people. Now I want to fool them. If you are the divine maiden of the ancient Phoenix clan, then I am still the heavenly sacrifice of the ancient dragon clan. Saint Wugui mocked without any regret. Mainly because he was so angry with this little girl and couldn't do anything about her. Everyone burst into laughter. Would the ancient Fang clan come to such a small place? It was no less than the emperor going to the countryside. Is it possible? Is it reasonable? Taihuang the great emperor also felt that he was being played by a little girl. He suddenly became furious and said, seeking death. A murderous intention burst out. His patience was gradually worn away, and his temper became irritable. It was purely a result of a bad start, and he was also troubled by others. Bai Fengyao was so angry that no one believed me. Everything is true. Immediately unconvinced, he inspired the blood of the ancient phoenix. Soaring into the sky, wrapped in divine blood, the phantoms of 9 phoenixes around him were entangled and circling. It's just a white, mutated ancient phoenix. People from the ancient phoenix tribe. White phoenix. The great emperor was so confused that what she said was actually true. The people below were speechless. They are really from the Gufeng tribe. It's strange, how could the ancient phoenix clan have such a clan member? Are you still going to a small place like this to become a disciple? Bai Fengyao was very proud. Did you see it? Everything I said is true. This house must be defended. Chen Fan looked at his disciple silently, taking out all his cards and backgrounds, but there was something about the White Phoenix bloodline. Of course, he is waiting for an opportunity. Suddenly. Ding! Trigger the hidden mission, shock Xiao Xiao, and protect the family's face. Completion reward. 3,000 Transcending Tribulation Realm Puppets. To be honest, Chen Fan really didn't expect that what was waiting for him was a system task. That's 3,000 Transcending Tribulation Realms, enough to sweep through any force under Saint Grade's influence. Fang Yuehua and the Master of Phantom Sound next to him were also shocked. It's getting more and more mysterious here. So what? Huang, Great Emperor, couldn't deny it. The ancient Phoenix clan has a great reputation. But they are also Emperor-grade forces. Even if they are inferior, they cannot lose face. Not to mention, they are just a divine maiden and not one of those old guys. They just don't hurt this girl. As long as you get the Imperial Crystal Vein, everything will be worth it. Huang Holy Land may not be able to follow the status of the ancient clan and the ancient clan. Thinking about it makes me very excited. Everyone, take action together with me. If this continues, the Great Emperor's mentality will explode. The Great Emperor of Huang leads the way. The terrifying Emperor's palm is bigger than the entire city. It is extremely shocking. I heard that no one dared to disobey, and it would be a long time to be able to ask for help from a Great Emperor. Ready to go directly. Bai Fengyao, who was on the top of the city, was worried. These people are really stubborn, this is unreasonable. Suddenly, I saw a figure, and my beautiful eyes immediately widened. Fang Yuehua and the Lord of Phantom Sound gritted their teeth and came, but it would be difficult to leave. Otherwise, they were afraid that it would be too ridiculous for the Great Emperor to settle the score afterwards. Nothing can be done. At the same time, Chen Fan also moved, waiting for this opportunity. Of course, hiding his aura. Seeing that Chen Fan was very powerful, Fang Yuehua could vaguely sense that Chen Fan was stronger than her. I don't know your name. It shouldn't be someone who is unknown, but she couldn't think of it. The Lord of Phantom Sound also looked at him with some sideways eyes. Don't you recognize the co-author and said so much? Before taking action, you have to listen to the gossip first. It's better to play the piano and listen at the same time. However, I only heard, Master. Bai Fengyao saw Chen Fan in the crowd and called the master a 6th grade man. At the same time, Chen Fan took action directly, his target was Tu Wild Great Emperor. The terrifying imperial power rolled away directly. The teammates next to him directly burst out with such majestic energy, and Fang Yuehua and the Master of Phantom Sound finally managed to stabilize their bodies. My mind was buzzing and confused, and my heart was immediately in a state of turmoil. Then I heard 2 words, Chen Fan. After Chen Fan finished speaking, he passed by with a palm, Primordial Spirit Emperor palm. To deal with strong men of the same level, he had a little experience and combat experience, just in case. Of course, he is not the 6th child, he just wants to live in peace and stability. He still knows this truth. Everything happens simultaneously, between sparks of calcium carbide, and no one can react so quickly. Even so, the terrifying threat from behind made Huang Great Emperor's expression change wildly, not good. The reaction was extremely quick, and he hurriedly faced the opponent with a backhand palm. At the same time, a huge phantom of a giant palm was reflected in the eyeballs. The golden light flashes, communicates with the way of heaven, and becomes one with heaven. The power is terrifying. It seems that even his Huang Emperor palm is incomparable to the other parties. Big Pain Kabuto. Great Emperor. The voice was slightly hoarse. Boom. Before anyone could react, Huang Great Emperor was hit and blasted into the ground. Thick dust covered the ground. The entire area was almost lifeless, and the weak were affected on the spot. The stronger ones and the luckier ones were also turned upside down, as if digging 3 feet. Looking above his head, a strange man appeared. Everything happened with lightning speed. No one expected the sudden destruction. Ding, the mission is completed. Congratulations to the host for getting the reward, 3,000 Transcending Tribulation Realm Puppets. Chen Fan showed no mercy. Soaring in the air, standing with hands behind his back, his body is flashing supreme golden light at this moment, with wonderful flow and the power of chaos entwining. That's the shape of supreme bone. Quiet, extremely peaceful. In addition to the monks who were wiped out in ashes, many dead bodies were scattered everywhere before they had time to be affected and smashed. The survivors are unable to protect themselves, so retreat, retreat, retreat. He didn't even have time to look up at Chen Fan. What happened? Both of them looked pale, it was too sudden. But in front of my eyes, it was all dust and I couldn't see clearly. Chen Luoyu and the others looked at him solemnly. The other party was also a great emperor. It was impossible not to worry about their ancestors. Only Bai Fengyao was ecstatic. This can prove that what she said before is true, right? He stared at it and thought, according to what the book says, this is probably no less than a nuclear bomb exploding. I thought. Chen Fan looked down from above. Since these people dare to come, they should be determined to die. Some ants, of course, did not run away. Great Emperor Taihuang, attack my Chen family, what is your intention? He asked coldly, his voice vibrating out. It is not easy for the great emperor to die like this. Moreover, in the White Emperor state, the Emperor Realm Master with such moves can only be the one from Taihuang Holy Land, no one else. Dust flew into the sky, and then was peeled away by the power of a beam of light. The great Emperor of Taihuang volleyed in confusion. Supreme Bone, who on earth are you? There was disbelief in his turbid eyes. But he had been severely injured, and the opponent's move was shocking. He considers himself inferior, but the great emperor actually attacked him from behind. He was so angry that he wanted to scold his mother. At this time, everyone saw clearly that the young man above him had unexpectedly attacked a powerful emperor realm man. Hiss, what? When you came to my Chen's house, you didn't even ask if this is my territory. Chen Fan asked back. Chen Fan, you are Chen Fan. Taihuang Great Emperor's heart sank. How is it possible? He is really a strong man from Emperor Realm. That girl from the ancient Phoenix clan is not telling lies. Moreover, Chen Fan also has the body of Supreme Bone. Innate Supreme. That's right. Chen Fan's eyes flashed coldly. Since you're here, let's stay. Taihuang Great Emperor, Emperor Realm second layer cultivation level. And he, Emperor Realm first layer, has some gaps. But in terms of divine ability quality, it is impossible for the opponent to catch up with him, let alone the Supreme Bone and Chaos Dao body. This body is also an endless treasure. More than enough to make up for it. Chen Fan finished speaking and struck out with another palm, this time the power was even more powerful. Taihuang Great Emperor suddenly wanted to quit. Seeing it with his own eyes, there is no lie. No matter how hard it is to believe, it is also true. A powerful emperor realm in his early 20s, who are you kidding me? I have recorded this matter in Taihuang Holy Land. The voice gradually became illusory, and the great emperor chose to escape directly. Because he was seriously injured and was attacked by surprise. Fighting against Chen Fan might lead to something unexpected. As the same great emperor, could it be possible that he wants to leave, and can Chen Fan stop him? Epic Taoist and Wuhui Saint finally escaped from the influence of the fight between gods, but they were frightened after hearing this. This Chen Fan of the Chen family turned out to be the great emperor. Even possessing the Supreme Bone. The great emperor did not choose to confront him head-on, but left. Escape. They had no choice but to escape. Just kidding, how could he be his opponent? He turned around and left. But Fang Yuehua and the Lord of Phantom Sound stirred up turmoil in their hearts. Just before, Chen Fan was still beside them, chatting. However, the next moment, such a scene happened. The powerful Emperor Realm, this thought made them unable to calm down for a long time, and their expressions became extremely solemn. It's embarrassing, they are here too. To escape, or not to escape. Then, only heard, want to leave. Chen Fan disappeared into the void, Tiandaoju of order. With a wave of his hand, the magic power shook. The great emperor can block space at will. A short period of stagnation is the power of heaven. But now, under the law of order, everything must follow his rules. At this distance, it's too late to leave. Not to mention that under the dual pupils, even if Taihuang's great emperor wanted to use the void to escape, he would be unable to escape. Immediately, Fang Yuehua and the master of Phantom Sound froze in place, unable to move at all. You can't escape even if you want to. It can be said that you are at the mercy of others. Looking at the young man who stepped into the void to hunt down the great emperor of Taihuang, his mind went blank for a moment. Too strong. Tai Huang Great Emperor was even more shocked when he noticed that the power of rules was coming around him. What a magical skill this is! As if trapped in a quagmire, the visible energy fluctuations and every thread seemed to be obeying Chen Fan's command and being woven and bound. That is the power of order. Not good. Sensing a cold killing intent, the mighty Emperor Realm Man felt fear for the first time. Tai Huang Emperor Kung Fu, run the technique at the same time. Epic Taoist and Wugui Saint were also affected and couldn't escape at all. Why did the Great Emperor launch a sneak attack when he clearly had the power of frontal force? This all started when Tai Huang Great Emperor was sneak attacked by Chen Fan, otherwise he would not be so passive. At this moment, it seemed that the Great Emperor was entangled in Tai Huang, and he was extremely frightened for a moment. He immediately howled at Fang Yuehua and the others, let's take action together. Even if Chen Fan is an Emperor Realm expert, he is extremely powerful. But with the Tai Huang Great Emperor here, and the four of them being strong men in the Holy Realm, they might not be able to break free. However, just after he finished speaking, a cold murderous intent descended upon him. Epic Taoist a biting chill came to his heart, and he was completely scared. He didn't want to die here because of this. Great Emperor, calm down, I am the Tianfu sect. So what? Die. Chen Fan struck down with a flat palm. Epic Taoist's voice stopped abruptly, and then it was completely shattered. He had no power to resist, and was allowed to be slaughtered by others. Just now, he had been using Fang Yuehua as a cover to observe them secretly. No one who deserves to be killed can escape his dual pupils. The saint without regrets is like entering an ice cellar. If the Taoist of the era is dead, then he himself. Soon, I felt like I was being targeted by a tiger or a wolf, and my whole body felt cold. Let me go, I can be a slave. He regretted it, and what the little girl said was actually right. Death. Chen Fan casually wiped it out. Here, they are the strongest. They are afraid of something happening, so they should be eliminated as soon as possible. The saint without regrets disappeared in an instant. Fang Yuehua and the master of phantom sound watched helplessly as Chen Fanru entered a deserted land and obliterated the two saints. He had no intention of joining forces with those two saints. Never see us, pray in your heart. When gods fight, it brings disaster to the fish in the pond. They have no way to intervene in the battle of the Great Emperor. Yunlin, it's wise to leave. Tai Huang Zhang shouted loudly. Tai Huang Great Emperor directly activated his spiritual weapon, a huge heaven and earth treasure bell. Two clangs. Buzz. It goes on and on. It expanded rapidly and became larger, covering the world. Just the buzzing sound can make people feel dizzy. Go. You are careless. You are distracted while fighting me. Tai Huang Great Emperor seized the opportunity and fought back directly. He also has a temper. Even if he was seriously injured, Chen Fan might not be able to do anything to him once the Emperor Grade spiritual weapon is released. And this sound made Fang Yuehua and the Lord of Phantom Sound almost faint. Really? Chen Fan sneered and greeted him with a palm. Boom. The terrifying collision and fluctuation caused the space to begin to distort and deform. Under the Supreme Bone, a tough imperial weapon. The golden light of Supreme Bone emerges, and the blood of Supreme surges. How could? Tai Huang Great Emperor's face suddenly turned pale. Chen Fan's technique is weird. It seems that he has the bonus of imperial weapons, but in fact he has fallen into Chen Fan's trap. It simply cannot exert its power. Fear, trembling, death. Chen Fan spit out one word. Staying is just a disaster. No, Tai Huang. The Great Emperor was completely frightened and made a long drawl. He never thought that during his trip, he would end up here. It all started with being attacked by Chen Fan. If you are not willing to give in, how can you be willing to do so? Chen Fan didn't show any mercy at all, and directly hit his face with the primordial spirit palm. Tai Huang Great Emperor simply avoided it. Later, he was shocked to the point of being completely destroyed and completely fell. After killing the Tai Huang Great Emperor, Chen Fan's power was also exhausted. He put away the Tai Huang bell. Yes, a good thing. A generation of Great Emperor fell like this. Fang Yuehua and the Master of Phantom Sound paid close attention to the whole process, watching helplessly as a generation of Great Emperor was hunted to death, unable to escape. So what should they do? Bai Fengyao almost cried. Is this the power of the law of order? It's so powerful. Invincible at the same level, an absolutely crushing technique. Master. Then he ran away. Chen Luiyu and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. Ancestor, you are mighty. Chen Fan waved his hand and summoned 3,000 transcending tribulation realm puppets. Suddenly, countless powerful men appeared in the sky, and the visual pressure made people's eyelids jump wildly. Everyone gathered around Chen Fan, and everyone was startled again. So much, transcending tribulation realm. Chen Fan said, cleaning. Strong men in the holy realm are rare, and there are no more. The rest can be left to the transcending tribulation realm puppets to sweep everything away. Yes, Master. For a moment, 3,000 puppets looked down at the survivors below, revealing an icy cold light. He chose to fight with more and less with no regard for martial ethics, creating a hell of death. Wherever you go, you harvest life. Now that you're here, don't leave. Even those who watch the fun have to leave their heads behind. Then, Chen Fan looked at Fang Yuehua and the Lord of Phantom Sound on one side. Fang Yuehua and the Lord of Phantom Sound were sighing at Chen Fan's methods. So many transcending tribulation realms, what kind of ability this is. So scary. However, after noticing Chen Fan's gaze, his breathing suddenly rose and fell. Great Emperor, calm down. He quickly surrendered. I don't know why Chen Fan kept them. Could it be just because they had chatted before? It shouldn't be. Chen Fan said calmly. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Fang Yuehua and the Master of Phantom Sound were relieved. They didn't know why, but they survived, while everyone else died. The Great Emperor is dead. Thank you, Great Emperor, for your forgiveness. The two responded softly, as if they were in a dream. Everything that just happened is still vivid in my mind. How can I let it go easily? The threat of death is extremely real. But, in his eyes, he showed great respect for Chen Fan. Not only is he a strong Emperor realm man, he is also so young. It is unprecedented and unprecedented. Especially Fang Yuehua, think about what happened back then. That young man Chen Fan has now strangely become the Great Emperor. It can't be fake. It's a pity that their Shinto Holy Land missed a great opportunity as a teammate, otherwise, they would also will form a beneficial bond with Chen Fan. Chen Fan was thinking about his own affairs. Said, Holy King Yuhua, I don't want to kill you, of course there is a reason. Because of Ling Qingcheng, it was even. The back door still needs to be opened for her. As for you, the Lord of Phantom Sound, you should thank the Holy King of Moon Painting. Apparently, they formed a temporary team to steal his house. I didn't know it before, but later, the Lord of Phantom Sound seemed to want to leave, but he didn't dare to retreat due to the Great Emperor. Of course, he has other purposes that need to be used. Thank me. Fang Yuehua didn't understand what Chen Fan meant. Is there any reason why she didn't know? The Lord of Phantom Sound quickly knelt down and worshipped. His face was covered by a cyan veil, and his voice was extremely beautiful, refreshing, but a little alluring. I, Phantom Sound Tower, am willing to surrender to the Great Emperor. She had no choice. Tianyuan Dao Domain was right next to Tianyuan Domain, too close. The Emperor grade forces appeared and they didn't want to surrender, so they seemed to have no choice. If the distance is far away, then you can't control it. Just like the Taihuang Dao Domain and the large and small forces in the surrounding areas, they will all be attached to the Taihuang Holy Land. Of course, Chen Fan is mysterious and powerful at such an age, so this place is unusual, so this is not a bad thing. Moreover, Yunlin's words before, as both women, made her a little wary, and she was quite interested in Chen Fan's mystery and wanted to quit. Then he stood with Fang Yuehua. As for Chen Fan's words of thanks to the Moon Painting Saint King, she didn't understand the connection. Chen Fan hummed, not wanting to explain, and then glanced at the two of them. In this case, I also have something that I would like to ask for your help. It's natural to share the worries of the Great Emperor. The two of them immediately relaxed a lot, but they were afraid that Chen Fan had no conditions, which was the most terrifying thing. After all, you still have to feel guilty when you should feel guilty. However, Chen Fan's next words immediately stunned them. Okay, help me give birth to a child. Chen Fan said seriously. Fang Yuehua and the Master of Phantom Sound suddenly panicked and couldn't believe it. Could it be that Chen Fan was thinking that Chen Fan is indeed powerful and mysterious, but they are not just girls. I don't know how many years older than Chen Fan. Chen Fan has already begun to think about such things at a young age. Bai Fengyao, who was running forward, heard her master's words, and her steps became slower and slower. The smile on her face gradually spread, and she stopped on the spot. Being a master for one day and a father for a lifetime is a lie. The master I actually want a child. If you still want to marry someone else, you will be struck by a bolt from the blue and there will be no more love. Don't get me wrong, Chen Fan said, I just want you to turn a deaf ear to someone and help me give birth to a child. It is reasonable for Fang Yuehua, the master, to come forward and definitely help him. Assist him. And Wanyan Tower, a place for women. Women know women best, especially the magical sixth sense, which can also give Ling Qingcheng a blow. If this was done as soon as possible, he would be relieved. Fang Yuehua and the master of Phantom Sound were embarrassed. Fortunately, this is what happened. Not what they thought. Great Emperor, who is he? Fang Yuehua was a little confused. Why should they come? The Lord of Phantom Sound also looked confused. Chen Fan said, you will know when you meet me. Turning his head to look, he found that the disciple was stuck in place. Fengyao, master. Bai Fengyao's face was serious. I'm guarding the house for you, and you actually think of such a thing. It was also at this time that a group of figures approached. Ling Qingcheng and Chen Xuandao arrived with some disciples. Ling Qingcheng noticed the battlefield here for the first time. It was devastated. There must be a war, not to mention those orderly existences. There were thousands of people. They seemed to be stronger than her. Incredible. Moreover, the aura here is so rich that it has reached a terrifying level. However, seeing that familiar figure next to the husband of the great emperor. Master actually came to Chen's house too. When Chen Xuandao returned, he naturally looked at the two big characters of the Chen family. He was full of enthusiasm and had risen up. He had been undercover for so many years, although he had little to do with him. Especially the scene in front of me was too shocking. They were all strong men. The disciples who followed were also stunned on the spot. Fang Yuehua heard the voice and looked over. Qingcheng. Why are the disciples here? He also brought an outer sect elder and a Shinto Holy Land disciple with him. Could it be that he formed a group to go out for training? Chen Fan saw this and smiled. He reminded in a low voice, you two, remember our agreement. By the way, she is the mistress here. She solemnly announced. Bai Fengyao quickly looked over. Mistress, isn't that the master's wife? She looks very beautiful, prettier than any woman she has ever seen, that kind of temperament, except when she looks in the mirror, huh? Fang Yu painted a bolt from the blue, his eyes were shocked. Disciple, it was stolen. He never expected that Chen Fan would abduct her disciple when he went to Fenzhou. Is it possible? He gave Chen Fan a confused look. And the Lord of Phantom Sound realized that the hostess here was a disciple of the moon painting Saint King. Somewhat messy. No wonder Chen Fan said that before. If you have this relationship, you can save your life. Chen Fan nodded. Exactly. Even if Fang Yuehua is a saint, he can't calm down in his heart. By agreeing to Chen Fan, doesn't it mean that she will turn a deaf ear to her disciples, causing suffering? Puff. This great emperor doesn't play by the rules. But she is willing to agree to this marriage. He looked at the figure of his disciple. Come slowly. ... Since most of the things here were dead, the news did not spread quickly. But within many forces, there has been an uproar. The fall of the strong men in the Holy Realm, the fall of the strong men in the Transcending Tribulation Realm Dao Palace Realm, and the shattering of the life cards are a heavy blow to many forces. Eager to start looking for the cause. It is necessary to find out the reason and take revenge. It's such a desolate holy land, the sky is falling. The great emperor has fallen. The faces of many holy masters were extremely ugly. The great emperor personally went out to search for the mysterious treasure of the White Emperor state. Unexpectedly, he received such bad news. He went out and could not come back. It was like a nightmare. A generation of great emperors can all fall. This also means that the Holy Land has suffered an unprecedented blow. But the person who can kill the powerful emperor realm must be the great emperor. In this way, they, the Holy Lords, have no chance of revenge. Weak-hearted. Ding, the sign-in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Taiku Godfien field. On this day, Chen Fan was receiving the Subsistence Allowance Award. Swire Godfien Field. It is a secret space of experience, with countless opportunities. Of course, risks also coexist. Chen Fan murmured to himself, with this thing, the Chen family will definitely take a step forward. Before that, we need to expand geographically. The current scale alone is no longer enough. The ancient Godfien field is no different from a forbidden place, and no one knows where to put it. If it is used as an overlapping space and can be opened when needed, it will be very troublesome when he is not there. After all, he is the only great emperor now. Moreover, with 3,000 transcending tribulation realm puppets, it can occupy 3,000 large and small cities. Unless there is a city with a strong man in the Holy Realm, it may be more difficult to capture it if he doesn't show up. But he hasn't thought that far yet. There are not enough manpower and space. It will be difficult to manage and control. As a base, this Chenjia city must be big enough and unique. Building an indestructible fortress requires a lot of materials. He has a long way to go. Chen Fan suppressed his thoughts. I wonder what's going on with the moon painting Saint King. It's better to trick the Empress Master into having a baby first. Then get up and go out. At this time, in a large hall, Fang Yu was fine when she drew it, but now, she can't go back for the time being. Especially after learning that Chen Xuandao, the elder of the outer sect, was actually the ancestor of the Chen family, he returned to the Chen family with his disciples and almost vomited blood. However, she didn't care about this small gain or loss, she focused on her precious disciple. Look at the disciple. Mixed feelings. Said, Qingcheng, what do you think of the great emperor? This kind of thing is a bit difficult for master, so you need to do it slowly. But there is one thing to say, the spiritual energy here is so rich that it is simply a holy land for spiritual practice. I don't know how many times stronger than their Shinto holy land. She even began to consider moving here with her disciples to retreat. She would definitely have a chance to touch the realm of the great emperor. Shorten the training time. Ling Qingcheng did not hesitate at all. Master, there is no one more suitable to be my husband than him. How could a disciple say such a thing? She is such a tsundere. Fang Yuehua felt uncomfortable. What then? However, this is a good thing. It just refreshed her understanding of her disciples. Maybe Chen Fan said something to her before, and the disciple was a little emotional. Thinking about it this way. Then, Master, this is the most rational choice. Ling Qingcheng looked a little serious. However, my current age is not suitable for getting married, otherwise it will affect my cultivation path. As for what Chen Fan told her, it was all a secret bond between them, and she had no intention of telling the third person. Including the current master. Fang Yuehua hummed, that makes sense. Asking the disciple to give birth to Chen Fan, to give birth to a child, as long as the disciple is willing, it is the first step. Knowing that Ling Qingcheng was worried about her cultivation, she could just start from this aspect and eliminate her worries. This task was of course Chen Fan's. She doesn't have this ability. Then he continued. The spiritual energy here is rich, and it is indeed more suitable for practice than the Shinto Holy Land. Perhaps this is all the arrangement of the great emperor. I really don't know how he practices. You glanced at the disciple's expression and told the truth, the master really wasn't praising him in your ears. Of course Ling Qingcheng also knew that this was all done by Chen Fan, and was indeed a little curious. He must have his own secret. How can the reincarnation of a strong person be simple? She understands this truth. And what she thought was very simple. When she came back and took a look at the Chen family with Chen Fan, it seemed that it was different from what she had imagined. Strong, but not strong. Of course, the richness of the spiritual energy here is too exaggerated, and it can indeed help her practice quickly. In this way, she must catch up with the great emperor's husband. Seeing that his disciple was very interested in Chen Fan, Fang Yuehua began to give instructions. Qingcheng, if your cultivation is not delayed, would you choose to get married early? Ling Qingcheng became silent. Fang Yuehua hurriedly said, as the saying goes, to start a family and start a career, you must first start a family and then start a career. Cultivation is this career. Ling Qingcheng looked at Fang Yuehua and said, Master, you haven't gotten married yet, and you haven't been practicing till now. Fang Yuehua froze on the spot. Master just said it casually. But there is something Master still wants to tell you. It's not a bad thing to get married when you meet someone good. Otherwise, if you miss it, you will regret it. Ling Qingcheng felt that she and Chen Fan had a past life bond, so how could Chen Fan run away? It's better to wait until she reaches a higher level of cultivation and awakens her past life memories, and then they can make up for a child. So, Master, you just haven't met a good sweetheart. Fang Yuehua said silently, you can also say that. But at the current level, I don't bother to think about such things, and you, Qingcheng, are all the Master's expectations. Solemnly, seriously, seriously. Master, I treat you like my daughter. Ling Qingcheng. Is this why you came to rush me? In the first sentence, it felt like the Master expected her to be strong, but in the second sentence, it changed. It felt like the Master wanted to have a grandson. Chen Fan was on the way, but met the Lord of Phantom Sound. The Lord of Phantom Sound, whose real name is Mo Qingyan. I've met the great emperor. Mo Qingyan nodded. Of course it was not appropriate for her to turn a deaf ear to the disciples of Saint King Yu Hua. After all, they are not familiar with it. Chen Fan said, what's the matter? Mo Qingyan hesitated slightly. Qingyan is brave, great emperor, I heard that your engagement has been annulled. It does happen, Chen Fan admitted decisively, because this kind of thing is just like a joke to him and there is no need to pay attention to it. That's good, Mo Qingyan smiled, but then she felt something was wrong and quickly changed her words, great emperor, I didn't mean that. I want to say that the head of Luoyan sect and the saint of Luoyan sect have been here before. Chen Fan smiled. As expected, women understand women better. He understood what Mo Qingyan meant. I see. By the way, it's really extraordinary to hear the Lord of Phantom Sound's concentration song. Why don't you have the opportunity to help Qingcheng 1 or 2? The people in Wanyan Tower are all good at the magic of Wanyan Tower. This thing can hone the soul. The great emperor has said it, I should do it. Mo Qingyan responded. Chen Fan hummed and turned to leave. Mo Qingyan looked at Chen Fan's back. The great emperor wanted to have a child at a young age, and indeed he behaved differently. But that's right, when you reach the realm of great emperor, inheritance seems to be more important. If asked, she would not refuse. Shaking her head, she still wanted to cooperate with Fang Yuehua. Moreover, this place is extremely suitable for practice. It was fine when you came out. If you can't go back, then you won't go back for the time being. Chen Fan originally wanted to find Ling Qingcheng, but he turned around and went to the Chen family to discuss expansion matters. In the lobby, seeing Chen Fan arriving, everyone saluted, old ancestor. Chen Xuandao stared at him, he came back suddenly and was demoted. Die filial piety. But I am willing to do so, sighing that the changes are so great that they are greater than the sky. Chen Fan took a look and found that the girl Feng Yao was not there, and she didn't know where she went. Said, everyone, the Chen family's territory should also be expanded. Everyone, please explore more information these days. Everyone's spirits were shaken so quickly. But it makes sense. Yes, ancestor, they all agreed. Chen Fan then looked at Chen Xuandao, the elder, and I have something to say. After hearing this, everyone retreated consciously. They were the only 2 people in the lobby. Ancestor, what's the matter? Chen Xuandao was not used to calling himself the title he should have. Chen Fan was slightly serious, elder, you are highly qualified. I want to know something about the whereabouts of the Chen family. Undercover, otherwise, you will give him a scare every time. Moreover, this task must also be carried out simultaneously. Chen Xuandao said seriously, ancestor, I don't know about this matter. Unless we meet by chance, I don't know where everyone in the Chen family has gone. It was quite mysterious, so Chen Fan didn't hesitate and could only let it happen. What about my father and mother? Did you leave any news before leaving? Madam, Chen Xuandao hesitated, Madam went to her mother clan and has not returned yet. If there is no danger, she should still stay in her mother clan. It's okay to stay in the mother clan, but no one wants to see danger. Chen Fan nodded, my mother's life card is intact, so it should be fine. As for Taishu Prefecture, I will go and take a look. His mother's family is in Taishu Prefecture, and Taishu Prefecture is far away from the White Emperor state, with other big states in between, so the distance is a little far, but of course it makes no difference to him. Chen Xuandao heard this and continued, as for the head of the family. Shaking his head, I don't know either. I just know that when the head of the family came back once, he heard something. What's the matter, ancestor? This matter is related to Xuanji Great Emperor. Chen Xuandao continued, even if my Chen family has some background, it is extremely difficult to convince a great emperor to accept you as a disciple. Chen Fan was shocked and felt something fishy. Could it be related to my father? Really, a great emperor has no eyes for anything, and he cannot look down on mundane things. It seems impossible to buy a master. Now that Chen Xuandao talked about it, he confirmed this point and was enlightened. Chen Xuandao nodded solemnly, that's right. The head of the family told Xuanji Great Emperor at that time. No one knows the details. But guessing, it should be some valuable information. After all, the head of the family was away from home for experience. Valuable information can make a great emperor relent, which is absolutely extraordinary, Chen Fan asked. What about the background of my Chen family? Chen Xuandao sighed. In order to send you to the queen's house, the head of the family came forward. As for the things in my Chen family, they were all used for cover. It seems that I didn't want outsiders to be suspicious. Chen Fan thought of this, it turned out to be so. It is to deceive others. For the sake of the pattern, short-term gains and losses are not worth mentioning. This is also one of the reasons why we went out to undercover other forces, to cooperate with the illusion. Nowadays, the whereabouts of the great emperor Xuanji are unknown, and your father has not returned yet. I am afraid no one knows the reason for this. Chen Xuandao said meaningfully. It was enough for Chen Fan to know this. Anyway, it was a transaction from the beginning. I'm afraid I won't know the secret until I find my father. As for Xuanji's great emperor's reincarnation, unless Ling Qingcheng awakens her past life memories, she won't know about it. However, this secret was internally digested by Chen Fan. They are all members of the same family, so there is no need to speak two different languages. Suddenly, Chen Fan thought of Chen Wanchai from before. It seems that my father may be in danger. Chen Xuandao also realized that ordinary disciples did not know, but the betrayal of the core power of the Chen family was enough to make people suspicious and suspicious. Ancestor, what should we do? It doesn't matter. Chen Fan's eyes flashed slightly, it's just unnecessary things. Leave the rest to me. The ancient continent is so big, even if he is the great emperor, it will be difficult to find someone. In the same way, it is equally difficult for others to find you. In the main hall, Fang Yuehua was chatting with Ling Qingcheng. Suddenly there was a sound. Master's wife. Chapter 21. The next moment, Bai Fengyao's figure appeared. Ling Qingcheng was caught off guard by the shout. She became a master's wife at a young age, and she still shouted so loudly. Feng Yao, I'm not your master wife yet. Bai Feng Yao comes from the ancient Phoenix clan, so she certainly won't look down upon her. Not to mention, he is still Chen Fan's disciple. On the other hand, Fang Yuehua felt that this girl was really sensible and could talk, so she barked more. Bai Feng Yao didn't hear anything at all. Master's wife, don't worry, I'm here to inform you. With a mysterious look, she had just met the Lord of Phantom Sound, and her master had been annulled. To her, it was nothing more than a way to show off. I've already told you that I'm not your master's wife. Ling Qingcheng was helpless. Qingcheng, she is still a child, there is no need to be so strict. Fang Yuehua quickly interrupted. If I call you, just agree. Why don't you listen to what Feng Yao wants to say? Tell the truth. She, the Holy King, is also curious. Ling Qingcheng is a little messy. Bai Feng Yao smiled and said, Master's wife, there is no need to be polite to my master, just be the master's wife, the master is very powerful. Ling Qingcheng quickly changed the subject, what do you want to tell me? Whistleblowing. It was done in a mysterious way. Suddenly, Bai Feng Yao's face turned serious and she turned to look outside the door. Is the master coming? Then he closed the door, ran back, sat aside, and moved a few times, extremely serious. Both Fang Yuehua and Ling Qingcheng were stunned. Bai Feng Yao reminded in a low voice, I'm telling you, you must not say it was me who said it. Holding his own braid in his hand, he looked back and forth between the two of them cautiously. She was afraid of being beaten by the master, but the master's wife should have the right to know. Fang Yuehua and Ling Qingcheng seemed to realize the seriousness of the matter, and nodded sternly, indicating that they would abide by the rules. Bai Fengyao was very satisfied when she saw this, and then said cautiously, "Master, my master, the engagement has been annulled. Good things, great things, should be shared." Suddenly, Fang Yuehua and Ling Qingcheng were stunned. The engagement of the great emperor was broken off. The three women, all of different ages, stared at each other. "Feng Yao, is this true?" Ling Qingcheng immediately became extremely cold. The husband of the great emperor is still bound by a marriage contract. How unreasonable. Forget it, the engagement was broken off. This made her extremely unhappy and completely intolerable. "Qingcheng, the great emperor's engagement is broken off, it's impossible. No one would want to miss a great emperor's fiancé." When Fang Yuehua saw this, she didn't mind watching the excitement, so she quickly fanned the flames, not to mention her comments were reasonable. And the disciple's performance was very good. This girl Feng Yao is really lovable. If Ling Qingcheng was offended, Master would urge me in a roundabout way, but I couldn't refute what Master said. Indeed, no one could. Of course it's true. Bai Fengyao looked serious. The next moment he started to get excited. "Master's wife, and you, I saw with my own eyes that Master was ruthlessly divorced, and the other party gave Master a letter of divorce. That day, in the dark, they even brought a group of people to force Master to sign. Afraid that they wouldn't believe it, he added, at that time, they didn't know that Master was a super powerful person." Bai Fengyao was still unfinished, as if she was immersed in the scene, returning to the moment when she became a disciple, the glorious moment when she made the most correct choice in her life. After hearing this, Fang Yuehua believed it. It turned out that he didn't know about it, so it was very possible. Ling Qingcheng was extremely silent, but her eyes were even colder. "That's not true. It's okay to be engaged. It's okay to break off the engagement, and even issue a divorce letter. It's simply too much. Qingcheng, calm down. You haven't come yet at that time, and it has nothing to do with you." Fang Yuehua, his own master, quickly comforted his beloved disciple. Ling Qingcheng opened her mouth, but was speechless, unable to refute her master. Only heard, "Yes, master, I just thought they were going too far, so I snitched on you." Bai Fengyao smiled. "Besides, they have been beaten away by the master, so there is no need to worry about the master. The master has no martial ethics." The disciple quickly praised his master, fearing that his wife would be unhappy. "Qingcheng, don't worry. The great emperor is extremely powerful, how could he tolerate this kind of stain?" Fang Yuehua was reasonable, and then looked at Bai Fengyao. "Fengyao, what about the end? What's the result? Has the great emperor signed it? It's reasonable to beat him away. Even if he doesn't talk about martial arts, he has seen it with his own eyes, but there is something about this divorce letter." Ling Qingcheng quickly looked over. Bai Fengyao's face suddenly fell. "Hey, master signed the divorce letter." Boom. Ling Qingcheng almost didn't explode. "That's too much. He actually signed it. Qingcheng, stabilize your Taoist heart. These have nothing to do with you, not to mention that the great emperor must have his own reasons." Fang Yuehua quickly comforted. He continued to ask, "Why did the great emperor sign it?" "This is very unreasonable." Ling Qingcheng listened quickly. Bai Fengyao grabbed her braids and twisted them around. After thinking about it, she said, "Master probably doesn't like her either. His fiancé, so he won't keep her." "Hey, mistress, don't worry, I haven't finished speaking yet." Bai Fengyao quickly grabbed Ling Qingcheng, who was about to stand up. Ling Qingcheng couldn't listen anymore, but after hearing this, she stopped again. "But, master's fiancé may have regretted it, otherwise she wouldn't have made the 30-year agreement. But she was rejected by master." Bai Fengyao finished quickly and breathed a sigh of relief. She saw it with her own eyes, and there was no lie. "But, I almost told my wife to leave. Be sure to hear me out." Ling Qingcheng's desire for comparison suddenly spiked and flew directly into the sky. "Feng Yao, who is she? Master is right, she must do something." Fang Yuehua also listened attentively. "Feng Yao, this girl, spoke so nicely. Disciple, She is anxious. Bai Fengyao curled her lips and said, she is said to be a saint from Luoyan sect, and she is from the Su family. Her name is Su Chanu. She is quite beautiful. Qingcheng, don't worry. Fang Yuehua quickly grabbed the disciple who was about to leave. Explain, Master has met the one from Luoyan sect and was here before. Don't worry, that saint is not as good as you. After hearing this, Ling Qingcheng knew what she should do. Beautiful eyes are slightly cold. Master's wife, where are you going? Bai Fengyao asked. Go to your master, find my husband. Ling Qingcheng gritted her teeth. Fang Yuehua was immediately satisfied. Watching the disciple leave, Fengyao, is there anything good you can tell Aunt Yu about? A good thing, Bai Fengyao pondered. Then he took out a book. He wrote, The Essential Handbook for Becoming an Emperor, Romance Chapter. This is. Fang Yuehua was confused. Aunt Yu, the book says that to become a strong person, it is better to marry well. As the saying goes, luck is shared. As soon as Ling Qingcheng went out, she met Chen Fan who was coming. Combined with what Bai Fengyao just said, it's very irritating. She had to do something. Calm, collected. I'm better than that Su Chanu. Qingcheng, where are you going? Chen Fan asked casually. Ling Qingcheng said, Chen Fan, I'm looking for you. If I just call you by name, you won't hit me. It just so happens that I'm looking for you too. Chen Fan smiled, quite arrogantly. But he himself has to deceive himself. Then, let's go to your residence. Ling Qingcheng suggested. Chen Fan was shocked, could it be that you have figured it out? No, Ling Qingcheng stared at Chen Fan. She knew that Chen Fan wanted her to be the hostess here. But it was too sudden, my husband came from heaven. Even if she is willing, she will find it difficult to adapt and feel embarrassed for a while. After all, they have to live together, will it be embarrassing? Then the conversation changed. Of course, some things can still be done. He glanced at Chen Fan's face, hoping he could understand. As long as they don't live together, it's okay to establish a relationship. As for Su Chanu, she is willing to ask for advice if she has the opportunity. Chen Fan smiled and said, what about? For example. For example. Ling Qingcheng thought hard and couldn't think of anything. But Chen Fan immediately became serious. Qingcheng, if you continue to act like this, the children next door will be able to make soy sauce. Ling Qingcheng stared at Chen Fan again, wondering why he was so obsessed with his children. It must be something I owed him in my previous life. I have come to ask for it in this life. Chen Fan, give me a moment. Chen Fan immediately took Ling Qingcheng's slender hand and said, okay, 2 months is enough. 2 months at most. No more. Ling Qingcheng's delicate body trembled but she did not struggle. 2 months. It's too short, add 1 more. It's not short anymore. It's better to do it while you're young. If you become an older leftover like your master, you'll regret it. But I'm not too old. Wait until I become the great emperor. The situation has become smaller. When you become the great emperor, I will fly out of the ancient continent. Chen Fan quickly interrupted. When you become the great emperor, you may disagree even more. Great emperor husband, why urge me? Give me all kinds of excuses. Ling Qingcheng was unconvinced and said, then tell me, what happened to break off the engagement? Ling Qingcheng felt that she needed to know this. Chen Fan was stunned, it turned out to be this. Qingcheng, you know everything. Wonderful, Su Chanu can still be pulled out and whipped at this time. After all, what the Lord of Phantom Sound said makes sense. Ling Qingcheng hummed and waited for Chen Fan to explain. Chen Fan said seriously, this is the baby bride that my family has ordered for me since I was a child. I can't decide on my own. As for the annulment of the engagement, it's probably because she doesn't like my Chen family. Don't think too much, we have nothing to do with each other now. Real, of course it's true. Ling Qingcheng heard that this is indeed the case. Likewise, it was a good thing that the great emperor's husband had annulled the engagement, otherwise she would have had no choice but to be a child. Wouldn't it be that after awakening her past life memories, she would kill someone out of anger? Okay, then he let Chen Fan pull her away. Chen Fan continued to start Pua, now that you know, let's continue the previous topic. Wait, let's go to your residence first. Ling Qingcheng quickly interrupted, don't rush, don't rush. Chen Fan looked at her embarrassment and smiled. You want to see the new house first? That's fine, let's go. Ling Qingcheng, can I choose not to speak? Then I smiled. Soon, we arrived at the Chen family's ancestors' hall. The ancestors' residence. Chen Fan looked back and said, Qingcheng, can you do what you can now? Ling Qingcheng finally understood that she absolutely owed him in her previous life. So impatient, really. Her beautiful eyes stared at Chen Fan, then closed them slightly, her long eyelashes fluttered a few times, then stood on tiptoes, and moved her red lips closer. When Chen Fan saw it, he stretched out his hand to block her. Ling Qingcheng was so confused that I couldn't believe it when I opened my eyes. I finally made up my mind. I only heard Chen Fan say, that's it. Then he directly picked up Princess Ling Qingcheng. Let me do it. Ling Qingcheng's delicate body trembled, and her heart was filled with panic. She can't beat Chen Fan. Chen Fan, it's a world of two. If you have a small one in the future, this kind of opportunity will disappear. Just do it and cherish it. Chen Fan stared at the pretty face. Then Pua, you can't beat me, no matter what. Ling Qingcheng wanted to roll her eyes, but she really couldn't get around it. Not necessarily. One day, I can catch up with you. But her attention was focused here. Set yourself a small goal. Why bother in the future, now you have caught up with me? After Chen Fan finished speaking, he looked at the delicate and beautiful face and red lips, and moved closer. Ling Qingcheng nodded slightly and dodged. She didn't want to be so passive. But she really couldn't defeat the great emperor husband now, so she didn't hide away in the end. They could only collide together and be held by Chen Fan, closing their beautiful eyes. After a long while, Ling Qingcheng's breathing was up and down. Why does it take so long? Staring at Chen Fan seriously. It was the first time anyway, so it was a bit too much. Chen Fan said, Qingcheng, you don't know something. There is a folk legend, do you know? Ling Qingcheng was confused for a moment, tilted her head and asked, her long hair flowing down, what legend? You can get pregnant by kissing. What if you get pregnant? Phew, Ling Qingcheng almost started to laugh mercilessly, you are childish. There really is no way around it. How much I owe him? No, how could I be naive? Our children are the ones who are naive. Ling Qingcheng started staring at Chen Fan again, and I just watched you urging me quietly. ... At this time, Luo Yunzong, in the main hall. Yun Lan sighed with emotion, the great emperor of Huang has fallen. She hadn't gone too far before, it just spread beyond the circle. How could the turmoil of that war be false? At that time, no one escaped, and the sky was dark. It's all thanks to one person, the disciple's former fiancé. It's unbelievable. I saw it with my own eyes. There won't be any lies this time. Su Chanu next to her was extremely silent. The master did not dare to fight against Huang. The great emperor, a generation of great emperor, died like this. Or she was killed by her previous fiancé. It's really fate. Everyone knows the power of a great emperor. Not to mention, the Chen family now has resources that even the great emperor is tempted by. If what happened before had not happened, perhaps, she could legitimately go to the Chen family area to practice and enjoy the richest spiritual power. There will also be Mrs. Great Emperor. Yun Lan knew his disciple's thoughts. Said, Chanyu, it's master who doesn't know how to adapt and is bound by rules and dogma, which ruined you. Even so, who knew that Chen Fan was really a strong emperor realm man? For another person, it would not be worth breaking the rules. But this time the marriage bond was originally easy, but now it is gone. I am afraid that the disciple will not be willing to accept it, leaving hidden psychological problems. Master, it has nothing to do with you. This is my fault. Su Chanyu had mixed feelings. If she wasn't willing, how could she be like this now? Yunlin didn't say much. Alright, let's go to Chen's house to meet Chen Fan after Master Wei recovers from his injuries. You can go down first. He was secretly injured by Huang Great Emperor before. Although it was not serious, it still needed to be nursed back to health. Yes, Master. Su Chanyu left in despair. Yunlin shook her head, a little worried. However, this cycle of cause and effect must be followed by your own disciples. It seems that I need some gifts. Regardless of whether Chen Fan liked it or not, he still expressed his intention. The nearby forces may not be able to escape the clutches of the Chen family, so it is not a bad thing to make friends with them in advance. Thinking of this, Yun Lan got up and went out. Ding, the sign-in is successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving 500 million cc of Pengu blood. Another day, Chen Fan was stunned after signing in for the guaranteed reward. It's done, there's not a drop left. It's a pity it's not blood essence. However, Chen Fan was satisfied. Pengu blood could be used to improve the bloodline strength of the family disciples. It is tantamount to a terrifying blessing. These days, the Chen family is sorting things out internally. He also had to give Ling Qingchang some time to accept the environment and adapt. But we still had a lot of fun getting along yesterday. To a certain extent, it can be regarded as a negative distance. Thinking of this, Chen Fan got up and went out. This Pengu blood can create a blood pool and become the treasure house of the Chen family. After the construction was completed, he wanted to go out. After all, people's hearts are complicated, and not many people can be trusted, at least now. Therefore, he is going to capture some powerful monsters and ferocious beasts to control and help him protect the Chen family's land. The other side, Mo Qingyan followed Chen Fan's instructions to increase the strength of Ling Qingchang's soul. Her divine melody has the effect of psychedelically killing people. Likewise, it can also be a kind of experience, especially at the spiritual level. At this moment, they are playing the piano together. On the other hand, Ling Qingchang did not refuse and was meditating. She has a cool temperament, no distracting thoughts, and is not disturbed at all by the strange thing about the husband of the great emperor urging him to have a baby. The Lord of Phantom Sound's concentration song is indeed extremely effective. It is of great benefit to her. I don't know when. The music in my ears suddenly changed. Ling Qingchang opened her eyes. He looked at Mo Qingyan doubtfully. Lord of Phantom Sound, what is this? Mo Qingyan said seriously. Qingchang, practicing blindly will be a burden on your body and spirit. It is better to combine work and rest. Relax your mind, it will be better. Combining work and rest. Ling Qingchang didn't think much, then closed her eyes and listened. Listen carefully, but the more you listen, the more something seems wrong. Still couldn't help but ask. Lord of Phantom Sound, what kind of song is this? It's strange, but also somewhat familiar. Mo Qingyan didn't want to admit it. Qingchang, do you want to learn? I can teach you. Ling Qingchang was a little surprised when she heard that the method of Phantom Sound seemed to be good. Okay, I'm willing to learn. Then, start learning. However, the more I studied, the more something went wrong. Suddenly something occurred to him, and he was shocked. Lord of Phantom Sound, could this be it? Yeah, lullaby. Mo Qingyan nodded. If you want to learn, then study hard. Lullaby. Ling Qingchang is feeling bad. She doesn't know if she can regret it now that she doesn't want to learn anymore. Master's wife, it's not good. It was also at this time that before Bai Fengyao could be seen, her voice was heard. Fengyao, what happened? Ling Qingchang looked over. Bai Fengyao held on to the wall and took a breath. Master wants to drain his blood and create a blood pool. What? Ling Qingchang stood up and went out without saying a word. Great Emperor husband, don't think too hard, it's not enough for me to give birth to you. Master's wife, wait for me. Bai Fengyao followed closely. It was her duty, no need to thank her. No need to thank you. Mo Qingyan put away her long chin and looked confused. Hematopoietic pool. Emperor's blood is indeed possible, but it's not a crime, right? Follow me quickly and teach you the lullaby later. In the side room next door, Fang Yuehua, who was practicing in seclusion, opened his eyes. There was something in the book that girl Bai Fengyao told her before. Marry well, share luck, it makes sense. She has been trapped in the shackles of 8th layer cultivation in the Holy Realm for many years and has been unable to break through. Could it be that it's because she lacks a powerful husband? Looking at it this way, it is indeed the case. It seems that practicing blindly is not necessarily the most effective. It is better to take a roundabout approach, and you may get unexpected surprises. For example, help from your significant other. As for convincing her disciples to give birth to a child for the great emperor, she didn't know how. Anyway, she had already convinced herself. It's a pity that the great emperor and his disciple are just a couple. It's difficult, etc. What did I just hear? The great emperor wants to bleed. He quickly ran out, faster than Ling Qingcheng. Soon, everyone gathered. The scene in front of them completely shocked them, and they could not calm down for a long time. I saw Chen Fan volleying above. In front of him was a huge pool of blood, shrouded in dense red mist. Just the coercion of the scarlet blood makes people tremble inside. Even saints like Fang Yuehua and Mo Qingyan felt stressed. Emperor's blood. Ling Qingcheng and the others could only see the blood flowing out of Chen Fan's body. It cannot be changed out of thin air. Master's wife, you see what I said is right. How could Master get so much powerful blood? It must be Master's own. Bai Fengyao said. Qingcheng, this must be the Emperor's blood. Even as a teacher, I can feel that my holy blood is being suppressed. Fang Yuehua started to fight the fire again. Husband. Ling Qingcheng still hesitated. How could Chen Fan be so stupid? However, upon hearing this, she jumped up and said, I am willing to give birth to your child. Don't worry about it, just bleed yourself. Chen Fan turned around and saw that the surprise came a bit suddenly. Qingcheng, this is what you said. Wonderful, faster than he imagined. Ling Qingcheng saw that Chen Fan was still smiling. When she heard this, she felt something was wrong. It looked like he didn't know where the blood came from, but it didn't look like it was flowing out of Chen Fan's body. Chen Fan looks normal. This is the Pangu blood I got to use to create a blood pool. Isn't it your emperor's blood? Chen Fan was stunned. Of course not. It seems that he was misunderstood. When Ling Qingcheng heard this, her face suddenly turned red with embarrassment. He immediately changed his mind and said, I am willing, but that will happen in the future. Although I don't know how the husband of the great emperor obtained so much powerful blood, and what Pangu blood is. But she won't admit it. Chen Fan glanced at his pretty face and said, it's agreed that this Pangu blood will have the best effect at the beginning. If we can't keep up with the progress, our son will only be able to drink soup in the future. If he misses the great opportunity, it will be gone. Quote, you don't want our son to become outstanding, right? When Ling Qingcheng heard about it, there was this matter. Instantly I started to feel anxious and confused. Fang Yuhua and the others breathed a sigh of relief, but they couldn't stand it anymore. Why not let us do it? What a rush. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Chen Fan smiled. Then he looked at everyone and said, this Pangu blood pool has the effect of strengthening everyone's bloodline and improving their physique. It is equally useful for those in the Holy Realm and those in the Emperor Realm. The voice spread out. Just kidding, Pangu blood, YYDS, otherwise the system wouldn't be pumping it. Ling Qingcheng looked at Chen Fan. It was so difficult to choose whether she should give birth to a baby or not. But at this time, this Pangu blood attracted her attention, so much, and so powerful. After hearing this, everyone became excited, extremely excited. Fang Yuehua and Mo Qingyan are the most passionate. If it is useful to the powerful Emperor realm, it will also be of great use to them. Especially at this level, they are most aware of the importance of precious resources to them. But Pangu blood, I have never heard of such blood. I don't know whether they can enjoy it or not. They stared at Chen Fan and couldn't bear to look at his words. Bai Fengyao jumped up immediately, and her ponytail also jumped up. Master, is my ancient phoenix blood useful? Chen Fan looked at the girl. Most likely, she was talking nonsense, but it was still a great achievement. Fengyao, it's just as useful to you. That's great. Bai Fengyao's whole body started to get excited. When I succeed in my studies with Master, I will go back and beat my father. Chen Fan warned. Okay, I'm going out for a trip. Disciples of the family can refine Pangu blood according to the situation. Remember not to seek death. I estimate that my aunt and the others can only get a little from the side of the blood pool, and they will have to dilute it countless times. Just double it. Saint King of Moon Painting, Lord of Phantom Sound, I would like to trouble you to take care of and give guidance here. As for the two powerful men from the Holy Realm guarding it, it shouldn't be a big problem. You have to continue to help him and turn a deaf ear to Ling Qingcheng. Fang Yuehua and Mo Qingyan were both pleasantly surprised. We will definitely live up to the orders of the great emperor. They seem to be able to absorb it too, which is great. However, This Pengu blood pool is so big that its aura makes people feel palpitated, so they will not seek death. Ling Qingcheng was about to ask Chen Fan something. But I heard Bai Fengyao take the lead and said, Master, are you leaving again? Are you going to find my master's wife again? She remembers clearly the matter of guarding the house. Ling Qingcheng immediately changed her color. No. I am the boss. Fang Yuehua and Mo Qingyan looked at each other and smiled. This girl spoke so nicely. Your master's family really can't survive without you. Girl, don't talk nonsense. Chen Fan began to teach her. Being a teacher just has some things to do. Also, you have to listen to your elders and don't be rash. Bai Fengyao curled her lips and said, don't take me with you. Ling Qingcheng couldn't help it anymore. Husband, I'll go with you. Honeymoon. Chen Fan looked at her. I want to go on our honeymoon too. Ling Qingcheng was extremely determined. The husband of the great emperor flirted with her, but she lost her temper. But she didn't dare to flirt with Chen Fan. First, she was embarrassed and it didn't suit her character. Secondly, the main reason is that she can't beat her. If she gets angry, combined with the great emperor's husband's obsession, she may have to give birth even if she doesn't have a baby, let alone lose her temper. Okay, let's go then. Chen Fan sighed in his heart. It's not easy, the Empress Master is so arrogant, and now her husband can call her so easy. Is that still far away from the son of the great emperor? So urgent. Honeymoon, of course you have to have a honeymoon attitude. Then where are we going? The Burial Emperor Mountain Range. Finished. Chen Fan took Ling Qingcheng and disappeared. Fang Yuehua and Mo Qingyan were both envious. Turning a deaf ear to Ling Qingcheng seemed to have convinced them themselves. Then, everyone looked at the huge Pengu blood pool. Located near an abyss in the White Emperor state. This is a rift valley. This rift valley stretches endlessly and has no end. It is even more unfathomable. It is said that there is an old red-haired monster inside. Anyone who leaps over the rift will be swallowed up by a devouring force. Ordinary people will find it difficult to cross even this chasm. On the other side of the rift valley is a majestic mountain range called the Buried Emperor. It is like a restricted area. Now, over the edge of the Burial Emperor mountain range, there is a charming woman, overlooking everything. She crossed the rift valley's gravity to hunt for treasure. However, in front of the Emperor Buried mountain range, it looked extremely small, like dust. Yun Lan murmured to herself, this Emperor Buried mountain range is the restricted area of the Great Emperor and contains countless treasures from heaven and earth. The Great Emperor is here, and if you are unlucky, you will all fall. Because there are many powerful monsters inside, and there are many dangers and obstacles. And she came to try her luck. As long as you don't provoke the Emperor Beast, it shouldn't be a big problem. Thinking of this, Yunlin flew directly into the Burial Emperor mountain range. It didn't take long. Two figures appeared next to the rift. Husband. Ling Qingcheng was a little solemn. In this kind of place, experience is good, but it is too dangerous. The honeymoon seemed a bit sloppy. Qingcheng, don't worry, I will protect you. Of course, I will also protect our children in the future. Puff. Ling Qingcheng couldn't be serious at all. Can you get over this problem first? While silent, Ling Qingcheng began to feel sorry for the great emperor's husband. Could it be that the husband of the great emperor is young, vigorous, and extremely powerful, and does not need to focus too much on practice, which leads to too much anger? Need to vent. Otherwise, why do you keep mentioning this kind of thing? Looking at Chen Fan's side face, it made him suffer. It must be hard to hold back his lust, and he used the excuse of being a child to talk to her. But she didn't dare to ask or say anything. She was too embarrassed to say anything. How embarrassing. What are you thinking about? Chen Fan was a little confused. Ah, Ling Qingcheng frightened herself. No, man. I will try my best. She could only say this and then hold on to Chen Fan. Chen Fan thought Ling Qingcheng was strange. I didn't think much about it. Qingcheng, you've got it. After saying that, he held Ling Qingcheng's waist and jumped up. Of course, the devouring power of a mere rift valley cannot restrain him. As for Zizi, he must be reminded all the time. Because he always believes in a truth, the essence of human beings is a repeater. If you repeat it more, it will naturally become a reality. Ling Qingcheng snuggled in Chen Fan's arms, feeling that her relationship was developing so fast. Unknowingly, they were all used to being so close. Looking at the abyss beneath my feet, my soul was drawn in. Husband, what are we doing here? She didn't know. And her purpose here is very clear, to prevent Bai Fengyao from finding another mistress. Chen Fan said, look for the emperor beast. ... Deep in the emperor-buried mountain range, Yunlin is looking for the treasure. He held a treasure-hunting spiritual weapon in his hand. Suddenly, the spiritual weapon in his hand visibly moved and glowed with some light. There are fluctuations in the spirit pagoda. His beautiful eyes brightened slightly, and he immediately looked in one direction. The supreme treasure of heaven and earth has extraordinary power, is relatively easy to detect, and can be traced. Then he galloped away. After a while, she noticed that the power fluctuation became more and more obvious, so she slowed down and became more vigilant. The more precious something is, the more likely it is to be protected by a powerful great monster. Monsters are intelligent. They will protect treasures, cultivate them, wait until a certain moment, and then enjoy them to improve their own strength. Yunlin didn't dare to be careless. After sensing that there was no movement around her, she chose to get closer. Walk slowly. Peeling through the dense woods, at the corner, I saw a tree being baptized by thunder. It should be said that it is this wood that is releasing thunder. Otherwise, she should have been able to detect any changes from the sky early. Nine Heavens Thunder Sacred Tree. Yunlin looked at the sacred tree with dark purple lines in the distance, and her heart was completely moved. Even though she was a strong person in the holy realm, her breathing was up and down. That's right, this thing is not a tree, it is a piece of wood that is similar to a tree trunk and exists alone. I didn't expect that a sacred tree could be born here. Let's not talk about whether she can get it or not. Anyway, it would be quite painful to give this thing to Chen Fan. After all, this thing is hard to come by, and only one can be born after millions of years of thunder baptism. It has to be a specific environment. If it can be obtained, it will definitely protect the saint-grade forces. Moreover, it is also an excellent material for making spiritual weapons. Its texture is harder than heaven and earth gold. Yunlin scanned the surroundings vigilantly. Now is not the thunderstorm celestial phenomenon, it is the perfect opportunity to get the Nine Heavens Thunder God wood. If there is a thunderstorm, even if she comes close, she may be struck to pieces and her soul will be destroyed. When the thunder and lightning are linked together, it will be like a disaster from heaven. But, she then shook her head, if the Nine Heavens Thunder God tree can be nurtured here, it will also be able to breed powerful thunder attribute monsters. Have to guard against it. But after looking at it for a long time, she didn't notice any trace of the monster. Maybe she didn't notice. No matter what, let's get the Nine Heavens Thunder God wood first. Yunlin's eyes were fixed, and she held the sword in her hand and headed directly towards the Nine Heavens Thunder God wood. After getting closer, she was almost eclipsed by the terrifying coercion, and she immediately protected her body with spiritual power. At the same time, his face changed slightly. There are claw marks on this sacred tree. If you can leave this mark, you must be an emperor beast. It is not suitable to stay here for a long time. Yunlin made a decision immediately. Even if there are countless lightning attribute crystals and herbs growing nearby, they don't care at all. Hesitating for one more second is disrespectful to your own life. However, something unexpected happened. There was a loud shout. It turns out to be the Nine Heavens Thunder God wood. Soon, a group of figures appeared. Not good. Yunlin secretly thought that something was wrong. To be able to get so close, he must be a strong person in the holy realm, and there were more than one person. Directly and quickly approached the Nine Heavens Thunder God tree. Let it go. When the visitor saw this, he roared angrily. The value of the Nine Heavens Thunder God wood is such that no one would give up on it. Soon, Yunlin was surrounded. Yunlin looked at the group of black-robed men, but couldn't see their faces clearly and their aura was strange. He asked warily, "Who are you?" "Jehieji." The leading man laughed loudly. "Leave the Nine Heavens Thunder God wood, otherwise our fallen demon sect won't mind destroying the flowers with our own hands. It's just a holy realm, but they are 7 strong men in the holy realm. Fighting alone is not enough, fighting in groups is the most suitable." The fallen demon sect. Yunlin's pretty face changed color. Could it be that you are the 7 demon saints? The fallen demon sect is not a force in the White Emperor state, but this demon sect is extremely famous throughout the continent. Because they never go out alone and fight alone, they can only fight in groups. When this power is gathered together, it becomes almost invincible under the Great Emperor. But the Great Emperor can be encountered casually. Therefore, the fallen demon sect is also wreaking havoc like a fish in water. You are knowledgeable. Since you know our names, why not hand over the sacred tree quickly? The man leading the group is the great demon. By analogy, there are 6 more lined up behind. Buzz. Yun Lan unsheathed the sword in his hand. The one who can get it will get it. Now that we have encountered it, how can we give up easily? She is not intimidated, she has practiced to her current level. It seems that a battle is inevitable. Master Mo, this woman doesn't know what's good or bad, why should she talk nonsense? The 2 demons said angrily. The great demon's eyes flashed. They didn't want to fight in a group fight with the strong men in the Holy Realm, because they might suffer losses and be taken away from them. After traveling across the mainland for so many years, this truth is still clear to me. They prefer to fight with the weaklings under the saints, beating him completely without temper. But now that I have encountered the 9 Heavens Thunder God Tree, there is no reason to give up. Let's take action together, he ordered immediately. The 6 demon saints heard this and rushed forward. Yunlin rose into the sky. Luo Yunju, Luian 9 swords. Gorgeous moves, killing directly. Soon, the fight came together. Yunlin Holy Land 8th layer. The leader of the great demon saint is only in the 7th layer of the Holy Realm, but it is difficult for him to defeat 4 hands with just 2 fists. Demon 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, play it safe and kill her. After hearing the words of the great demon, the demon saints retreated directly. It's no good if they don't know how to be stubborn, otherwise they wouldn't live so long. After several fights, Yun Lan secretly thought something was wrong. Every time she targets someone, a flaw will always be revealed and she will be forced to defend. After all, they are all powerful men in the Holy Realm, and there is no room for carelessness. If this continues, the power will be exhausted. Are you giving up the 9 Heavens Thunder God would? I'm not willing to give up. Rumble. It was also at this time that the sky and the earth changed color. Yun Lan looked up, and then, a terrifying aura rushed towards her face. What happened? The first reaction of all the demon saints was to beg for their lives. Form a circle back to back. It's a monster. Sensing this coercion, Mo Da's expression changed drastically. Crackling. At the same time, tens of thousands of thunder baptized the earth, and everywhere it went was scorched black. Soon a huge thing appeared, covering the sky and blocking out the sun. Yun Lan's voice became hoarse. Thunder Fury. It's the Thunder Fury Emperor Beast. The 7 demon saints were so frightened that they started to run away. But under the baptism of thunder, the power of the terrifying Emperor Beast completely restricted everyone's actions. The speed has become much slower. I saw the Emperor Beast, uttering human words, stupid humans. ... Now, Chen Fan somewhere looked up and saw the discolored celestial phenomenon. This aura is the appearance of the Emperor Beast. His eyes were slightly warm. Qingcheng, sit tight. Lock the target and run directly towards it. Before Ling Qingcheng could react, she felt like she was changing. The next moment, they appeared next to their destination. It can be said that it is as fast as you want. Chen Fan looked at the behemoth in the distance and said, Thunder Fury Emperor Beast, not bad. Suddenly, I discovered that there were other people there. But it's not his goal, so don't worry about it. At the same time, Ling Qingcheng looked at those figures and instantly felt a lot colder. 7 demon saints stimulated a certain memory nerve. Chen Fan was about to take action when he realized something was wrong with Ling Qingcheng. Qingcheng, what's wrong with you? Husband, those are the 7 demon saints. When my family was destroyed, it was Master who saved me from them. After Ling Qingcheng finished speaking, she fell into silence. I want to kill these demons myself and avenge my family ties in this life. But she doesn't have the ability now. Not even the Shinto Holy Land can obliterate these existences. Chen Fan heard that. I understand. Qingcheng, how about fighting? I also looked over there, and there seemed to be some kind of treasure. Is that the 9 Heavens Thunder God Tree? It was over 100 meters high and a big piece, but he was not interested in it. This thing is probably not as valuable as a drop of Pengu blood. Moreover, although it is a sacred tree, it is difficult to grow to that point. Compared to this, the Thunder Fury Emperor Beast is his target. Pinfu. Ling Qingcheng stared at Chen Fan, and then realized. I want to solve it myself one day. I'll hold them down for you, and you'll kill them with a finishing blow. That's the point. Chen Fan continued Pua, suppressing them with strength. Madam, don't be so arrogant. Ling Qingcheng thought for a while and realized that they were a bit ungrateful in martial arts, but these 7 demon saints didn't follow martial ethics either, otherwise the master would not have let them leave in the first place. Then it's agreed. Chen Fan directly interrupted, stop talking. If you keep talking, they will all be beaten to death by the Thunder Fury Emperor Beast. You won't be able to take revenge with your own hands. Wait for me. After saying this, Chen Fan's figure disappeared from the spot. Ling Qingcheng watched silently. I may owe him more. If this continues, I will have to give birth to another child. The huge thing above her head, the Emperor Beast, made her breath rise and fall slightly. It was far away and the pressure was too great. At this time, Yunlin watched the Thunder Fury Emperor Beast release countless thunderbolts. She no longer had any illusions about the 9 Heavens Thunder God Tree. She only had one thought. Escape. Lei Nu, who has grown to such an extent, is the darling of heaven and cannot be defeated. After all, monsters are not as intelligent as humans. As long as they are not killed instantly, anything is possible. Quickly shuttle under the thunder, trying to avoid it with all your strength. But it is difficult to escape from this huge area safely. On the other hand, the 7 demon saints fled in a group. Brothers, if you can't escape, just one wave. Shouted. Go quickly. They don't want to form a group and risk their lives here for the sake of the 9 Heavens Thunder God Tree. As long as they unite together, they may not be able to escape. On the importance of grouping. Stupid humans, if you step into the restricted area. The voice of thunder and anger was like rolling thunder, and the rumble was deafening. Seeing that thunder couldn't kill these humans, Thunder Fury swooped down. I want to get bored one bite at a time. The huge claws slapped the ground, and suddenly the earth cracked open and the space began to distort. Seeing this, the 7 demon saints roared, let's take action together. They all resisted. Yun Lan also knew that if he didn't block the thunder-wrathing Emperor Beast, he might be chased to death. No one can escape. Fight back immediately. Human ants. Lei Nu sneered, and the horns on the huge head suddenly flashed with a dazzling red light. Boom. The next moment, the 7 demon saints and Yun Lan were directly shaken and flew backwards, instantly traumatized. It was with great difficulty that he stabilized his figure. The Emperor Beast is still too powerful. If it were a holy beast at the peak of the holy realm, they could defeat it if they joined forces. The 7 demon saints were cursing and panicking. Yunlin groaned, not daring to stop at all. However, at this moment, he suddenly discovered that Lei Nu had stopped attacking and was looking in one direction. There was a man who looked extremely young. Chen Fan's silent appearance was still keenly noticed by the Thunder Fury Emperor Beast. However, he has not bothered to deal with other people yet, so he must not be careless when dealing with the Emperor Beast. Thunder Fury, surrender to me. Here, the 7 demon saints and Yun Lan both stopped subconsciously. Who dared to provoke the Emperor Beast? They ran away wishing they didn't have 8 legs. The Demon Lord, could he be the powerful Emperor realm? All the demons were shocked. We'll see what happens. The great demon's eyes flickered. The truth is that wealth can be gained through danger, and they have not offended this great emperor. Obviously, this person's target is not them. It's better to hold their demons and watch around, maybe there will be unexpected gains. Of course, the main reason is to thank Chen Fan for saving his life, really. Yunlin looked at Chen Fan over there and was saved. But his eyes moved. Who is he? I haven't seen it before, but it must be a great emperor. But White Emperor State has never heard of such a powerful great emperor. Suddenly, she thought of Chen Fan. Stupid human beings, let this emperor surrender, have wishful thinking and daydream. Lei Nu was completely angered after hearing Chen Fan's words. In its eyes, it is nothing more than those ants. More. The breath is puffy and misty. But it also knows that this human being is more powerful. Ding, I gave it a chance, but it didn't cherish it. Trigger the mission, kill the Thunder Fury Emperor Beast, and complete the reward, Emperor Kirin. Worry. I'm here to capture the Emperor Beast, not to kill the Emperor Beast. The system is really angry, and will issue tasks at the slightest disagreement. Chen Fan didn't expect that it could be triggered at this time. A decision was made immediately. Release the Emperor's power, the art of order in heaven. An imperial beast, full of treasures. It is also a type of resource. Moreover, even if this powerful existence is full of rebellion and hostile to human beings, even if it surrenders honestly, it seems that it is not as good as the reward from the system. Chen Fan took action directly. Faced with the provocation, the Thunder Fury Emperor Beast pounced directly towards Chen Fan. The 7 demon saints were horrified to see that they actually wanted to conquer the Emperor Beast. This was something they did not dare to think of at their level. Yunlin also fell silent. Boom. The battle between 2 powerful Emperor Realm men only left the aftermath behind, making people shy away. Thunder Fury releases thunder, and its huge claws are sharp weapons, tearing apart everything wherever it goes. But under the interference of Chen Fan's law of order, everything seemed to start to go off track. Supreme Bone. Chen Fan's body surged with golden light, and Supreme's blood began to boil. Hybrid Primordial Spirit Emperor Palm. The Imperial Beast's physical body is powerful, its scales are comparable to Imperial weapons, it is difficult to break through defenses, and its overall strength is better than that of humans at the same level. But, that's all. Under dual pupils, he has almost no flaws that will be exposed. And this Thunder Fury is not much stronger than Huang Great Emperor. After all, at this level, every time you advance a level, it is very difficult. Stupid humans, fighting this emperor in close combat. Lei Nu was quite humane with disdain. Then go straight up. Boom. The 2 forces collided and the earth shook. Others can only barely protect themselves from being affected. The 7 demon saints quickly took a look. What's the result? Yun Lan has mixed feelings, if he is really Chen Fan. The snow-white jade neck trembled slightly. Next moment, the Thunder Fury Emperor Beast knelt down directly. The huge head was quickly shaken. His mind was buzzing. Although this human being had not broken through its defense, the terrifying power transfer could damage the internal organs and soul. Especially the human body is equally terrifying, and it is even more difficult to guard against interference from the power of martial arts. Together with its thunder power, the opponent can block it at the same time without being harmed. As an imperial beast, how can you surrender? The huge eyeballs like copper bells were locked on Chen Fan, flashing bloodthirsty scarlet thunder. Stupid. Snapped. Snapped. Chen Fan made several moves, but under dual pupils, this thing was full of flaws. Apart from his physical body, there is almost no threat in his eyes. Not to mention, this thunder power will make its Supreme Bone even more excited. Supreme Bone, as long as the difference in strength is not too big, no one will be able to break through the power of his Supreme Bone. The 7 demon saints and Yun Lan completely ignored their previous grudges. His eyes widened as he watched the Thunder Fury Emperor Beast being chased and beaten everywhere by a young man. How come? You are not afraid at all. Next moment, the Thunder Fury Emperor Beast was completely furious. This human being bullies animals too much. It can also detect that the opponent's bones are restrained by it, and the endless thunder has no effect at all, even if this is its home court. Dear humans, I am willing to. Snapped. Preparing to trick Chen Fan, the Thunder Fury Emperor Beast, which temporarily expressed its surrender, was slapped and was stunned. Chen Fan stood with his hands behind his back. I gave you a chance, but it's too late. The intention to kill has been determined. The 7 demon saints and the others were also caught off guard. Is this the style of the great emperor? I promised to surrender, but now I'm going back on my word. Ordinary people or mercenary groups rely on hunting weak monsters to survive. The strong ones can directly come to the restricted area of the Burial Emperor mountain range to hunt the emperor beasts. The top-level monster at the 14th level. Yun Lan also watched helplessly as Chen Fan chased the Thunder Fury Emperor Beast with a determined attitude. Too strong. The Emperor Beasts have no temper. Is it really Chen Fan? It's unbelievable. Soon, under Chen Fan's crazy attack, the Thunder Fury Emperor Beast died. It didn't know until it died that it had agreed to surrender, but how could it suddenly kill it? It didn't talk about martial ethics. I don't know how old he was. Ding, the mission is completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Emperor Kirin. Chen Fan put away the Emperor Beast's body as if no one was around. When the 7 demon saints saw this, they beamed with joy. The great demon stood up bravely. 7 demon saints, pay homage to the great emperor. Thank you to the great emperor for saving your life. Logically speaking, they should leave. But they have no grudges against Chen Fan and have never met him. The main thing is that from beginning to end, Chen Fan never looked at the 9 heavens thunder god wood. Maybe his goal was just the Thunder Fury Emperor Beast. And they could pick it up. Yun Lan was in the distance, biting her red lips. This 7 demon saints are so thick-skinned. It was also at this time that a woman's figure suddenly appeared. See Ling Qingcheng appear. It's you. The 7 demon saints were stunned for a moment. Without waiting for Chen Fan to respond, he expressed his haste. A mere ant dares to come close to this place. It offends the Emperor's power. You are seeking death. Great Emperor, you don't have to take action yourself. Let us do it for you. It can be said to be reasonable and well-founded, in order to protect the great Emperor. They all took action. Little girl, alone, without the protection of a Shinto holy place, Jia Jia Jia. A sinister look flashed across her face. In the beginning, it was because of this woman that they were made things difficult for the Shinto Holy Land. Now, with the great emperor here, even if there are strong men following this little girl in the Holy Land of Shinto, it will all be in vain. Ants have no right to be greedy for the opportunities here. However, before they even got close, the imperial power erupted behind them, causing them to freeze in place. Ling Qingcheng's expression remained unchanged, extremely indifferent. I'll just fight it out. How about it? The 7 demon saints were immediately stunned. Great Emperor, what does this mean? Life-saving grace. Chen Fan immediately became cold. You guys, it's too early to talk. Take action directly. Although it is said not to hit smiling people, their smiles are too ugly. The 7 demon saints were severely injured in an instant, groaned, vomited blood and flew away. The look on his face was extremely frightening, and under the pressure of absolute strength, the group fight was completely useless. Yunlin was caught off guard when she saw this scene. The 7 demon saints did not react at all and were severely injured by Chen Fan. It can be said that there is no mercy. The faces of the 7 demon saints changed wildly, and they had no idea where they had offended this powerful man. However, Ling Qingcheng was slowly leaning against Chen Fan. Impossible. This woman is a disciple of the Holy Land of Shinto. How could she climb up to a great emperor? But they couldn't help but start running away. Just now, they were able to save their lives thanks to Chen Fan getting rid of the Emperor Beast, but they didn't want to die in Chen Fan's hands. Boom. When Chen Fan saw this, he slapped Emperor Ying and directly pinned down the 7 demon saints. Great Emperor, spare your life. The 7 demon saints could not move, they were completely scared. Only when you truly experience this power can you understand what the Thunder Fury Emperor Beast has just experienced. The Emperor Beast couldn't easily kill them all, but Chen Fan could. Moreover, they were hit hard as soon as they took action. They were attacked from behind by the powerful Great Emperor. Don't talk about martial ethics. Yun Lan quickly held her breath. Chen Fan ignored their pleas for mercy. Qingcheng, take revenge. I'm holding you down. Ling Qingcheng feels like a play, and the atmosphere of revenge is not so serious. He nodded. Okay, husband. He felt a lot more relaxed, at least, no pressure. No burden. Then he looked at the 7 demon saints and said in a cold voice, the 7 demon saints took revenge for the destruction of the family back then, and they will avenge it today. Holding the sword in his hand, he unsheathed it with a buzzing sound. Husband. The 7 demon saints were scared to death. How lucky is this woman to find a great emperor as her husband? God is kidding them. But now they are at the mercy of others. Misunderstandings are all misunderstandings. No, don't kill us. We are willing to surrender. Chen Fan ignored it at all. Husband. Yun Lan heard from far away that she seemed to be ignored by the sudden scene. It seems it's not him, murmured to himself. It's not Chen Fan. Chen Fan's engagement had just been annulled by her disciple. How could he get married so quickly? She breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the 7 demon saints had been defeated, and she might be able to save her life. Stab. Ling Qingcheng, on the other hand, was not disturbed by words at all, and she raised and lowered the knife with ease. Kill 3 demons in a row. The corpses of the 3 demons were immediately separated. Chen Fan directly caught the souls that escaped, while Ling Qingcheng was responsible for finishing the blows and killing the soul thoughts. This is the real fall. Qingcheng, take a rest when you are tired. Chen Fan reminded. Killing people is also a laborious job, and the huge gap in cultivation means huge consumption. There is a difference between strength and weakness, a qualitative gap. When the remaining 4 demons heard this, they felt like they were in an ice cellar. Devil, do you hear these human words? Ling Qingcheng's breathing rose and fell slightly. Husband, I'm not tired. He raised his sword again and killed the 3 demons. She can't be a burden to her husband, dragging him down every day. She has to become stronger. Boom, the last sword slashed down with a clang. Not hacked to death. Embarrassed. Husband, Ling Qingcheng was quite cold. This devil has a special constitution, he said seriously. Chen Fan understood instantly, and directly applied a palm, and the demon's physique instantly shattered. Okay, try again. The remaining demon saint suffered an inhuman blow. Not only physical damage, but also magical damage. Great Emperor, you flirt with girls, why bother us? Stab. The next moment, this demon's head was cut off, blood flowed, and his soul was destroyed. Yun Lan looked at it and felt strange. Sure enough, the gap in strength was huge, and the cold and proud daughter of heaven looked like a fool. I can't say it's bad, I can only say it's like this in comparison. Shinto Holy Land, she just heard the key, that is to say, they may come from Shinto Holy Land. Moreover, a great emperor was born in the Shinto Holy Land. When did it happen? And, Ling Qingcheng breathed a sigh of relief, the great revenge has been avenged. With her current fusion realm cultivation, even if a strong saint realm person stands in front of her, it would be difficult for her to kill him. The gap in cultivation means that even without physical fitness, it is destined to be difficult to break through the physical body of the holy realm, which is the result of crushing strength. Fortunately, I can work hard. But this is becoming more and more certain that she must work hard to practice. Husband, when we get back, I will give birth to you. Not daring to look directly at Chen Fan, he turned to his red lips a little shyly and spoke out. In addition to fearing that the position of the master's wife would not be guaranteed, she was also afraid that the husband of the great emperor would be too uncomfortable. She didn't dare to ask, she didn't dare to tell. We have no choice but to act. Chen Fan's eyes lit up. It's not easy, I finally melted the Empress Master. Do we need to go back and talk about it? Just as he was about to respond, Yun Lan came over at this moment. I have met the great emperor, thank you for your life-saving grace. Yun Lan nodded slightly, respectfully, and at the same time breathed a little quickly. This great emperor was not a man of martial ethics. But it wasn't appropriate for her to leave just like that. So I decided to come over and pay a visit. Of course Chen Fan had noticed Yun Lan a long time ago. But as long as there is no conflict of interest with him, he doesn't bother to pay attention to who he is. He said calmly, I'm not trying to save you, I'm just doing it casually, no need to thank you. Ling Qingcheng and Chen Fan confessed and talked about shameful things. When they saw this, they turned their eyes slightly to the side rather restrainedly. She had already noticed this strong man. But despite the hard work, there was no psychological burden. So I ignored it at first. But she always felt that it was disturbing their good things now, but she finally mustered up the courage to make the decision. When Yun Lan heard this, she immediately felt relaxed. He smiled and said, for seniors, it's just a simple effort, but for me, it's a life-saving grace. I am Luyanzong Yunlin. Then take the initiative to sign up. Moreover, with such a level of cultivation, Chen Fan looks young, so he should be quite a bit older. So when I say, senior, I mean it sincerely. Chen Fan was stunned. Luo Yunzong, Yunlin. That's not Su Chanu's. The holy maiden of the holy land of Shinto, Ling Qingcheng. Before Chen Fan could speak, Ling Qingcheng interrupted directly with an ordinary expression. At the same time, he tightened his grip on his great emperor husband. He is her disciple. Fortunately, I followed him out, otherwise there is no telling what would have happened. Yun Lan was a little surprised. She thought that with Ling Qingcheng's cultivation level, She was at least an elder, but she looked younger. After all, the great emperor will never be young with his level of cultivation, and they have such a close relationship. It turned out to be a saint, a junior. He looked at Chen Fan in confusion, and instantly came up with a story about a love that spans endless time and space. But she didn't dare to gossip. The Luoyan sect, will definitely remember this kindness from the holy land of Shinto. Of course, she also knew that a mysterious great emperor would not reveal his name easily. That's why Ling Qingcheng stood up. Chen Fan hummed and said nothing more. Master Luo Yun, we will meet again. He had planned to go to Luo Yun's sect before. Now, what a coincidence. But he had never seen Yunlin before. After all, Yunlin was a strong man in the Holy Realm, and he was just an ant in the eyes of the strong man. Then, he turned around and left to get down to business. It's urgent for 100,000 yuan. No, it's urgent for 1 billion yuan. Making a baby. Top priority. Yunlin was immediately confused. See you again. What does it mean? Seeing that Chen Fan was about to leave immediately. Don't think too much. Great Emperor, 9 Heavens Thunder God would. Gave it to you. Chen Fan thinks this is very interesting. Although he doesn't care about breaking off the engagement, he is not a completely generous person. Free is the most expensive. After saying that, he disappeared with Ling Qingcheng. Give it to me. The surprise came so suddenly. Yun Lan quickly said, thank you Great Emperor for the gift. One day, I will be able to pick up leaks too. But she knew that Chen Fan had already left. Then, looking at the huge 9 Heavens Thunder God tree, I felt quite emotional. Maybe he doesn't like it. Logically speaking, this 9 Heavens Thunder God wood is also very precious to the powerful Emperor realm. You shouldn't miss it. What did Senior mean when he said we would meet again? She couldn't figure out these 2 points. However, it was not advisable to stay here for a long time, and she was not worried about it, and she would not miss the 9 Heavens Thunder God tree that was within easy reach. Without interference from outsiders, Yunlin quickly accepted the 9 Heavens Thunder God wood. This kindness is of course recorded in the name of the Shinto Holy Land. Give it to Chen Fan. I just hope that he will not care about past grudges. It felt a little painful. But there is no way, if you are targeted by a great emperor, that is not a good thing. After achieving her goal, Yun Lan happily turned around and returned to Luo Yunzong, so much so that she didn't even care about the injuries she suffered. Chen Fan and Ling Qingcheng left for a while. Husband, we are leaving in such a hurry. Ling Qingcheng suspected that the great emperor's husband wanted to have love with her. Really, the obsession is so deep, how uncomfortable it is for him to hold it in. Of course we have to be urgent. Chen Fan stared at the pretty face. You finally agreed to me, of course we have to go faster. It's hard for Ling Qingcheng to be aloof. We'll have to wait until we get back, he whispered in a restrained voice. Mainly because I really can't beat it. Go back. We're not going back. Chen Fan was serious. I know you don't want to live with me now. After all, the Chen family is very discerning, so from the outside, it's very suitable. Consider it a honeymoon. If Ling Qingcheng refuses to go back, she will. His breathing rose and fell instantly, and the skin on his snow-white jade neck began to tremble. It means she is nervous. Then where are we going? As for Chen Fan's statement that she didn't want too many people to know that they lived together, that was true. Chen Fan thought for a while, it's not even possible to go to an inn. How about using local materials, like a cave? He likes mountains and caves. No, Ling Qingcheng immediately retorted, how could that be embarrassing? Husband, let's go back to Chen's house first, and I'll go find you at night. How about that? He glanced at Chen Fan's face. He continued to suggest, you can come to me. When the time comes, I will get rid of Master and the door will be open for you. Chen Fan was given 2 choices. This is her bottom line. Chen Fan actually sounded very attractive. He said sternly, how can that be done? Qingcheng, that is a matter for the future. There are plenty of opportunities. Now we have to have a honeymoon attitude. That's it. Only children make choices. Not only do they want everything, but they also have to add more. After Chen Fan finished speaking, he immediately summoned the Emperor Qilin from the system space. This behemoth appeared, its scales flashed with golden light, and it was unparalleled in power. The oppressive feeling given by its breath and bloodline power was also real. Ling Qingcheng was so surprised. Husband, what is this? They couldn't even think about where to go. Chen Fan jumped up, holding his slender and boneless waist, and jumped onto the back of the Emperor Qilin. At the same time, he explained, this is the Emperor Qilin, an imperial beast that can protect the Chen family. Then he held Ling Qingcheng in front of him and sat firmly, staring at her long-haired head from close range. We are finally having a baby. It's not easy. Emperor Beast. Qilin. Ling Qingcheng was quite shocked. Qilin is a legendary ancient beast with unlimited potential, not to mention it is already a 14th level Emperor Beast. I don't know where the husband of the great emperor got it. He stared at Chen Fan sideways. We agreed to catch the Emperor Beast and kill the Thunder Fury Emperor Beast together with you. You have a stronger one. What are you planning? Could this really be a honeymoon? I thought it was a joke. Chen Fan nodded, then smiled. Okay, I was joking with you before, now I will take you somewhere, you will definitely like it. Of course there are caves there too. And, very beautiful. After saying that, the Emperor Qilin turned into a stream of light and led them forward as fast as traveling through time and space. Husband, where are we going? The place where you lived in your previous life, Empress Yaya. At this time, White Emperor State, a peaceful place of cultivation, Empress Yaya. The peaks here stretch for thousands of miles and the scenery is pleasant. The tallest and most massive mountain is the Empress Ya. However, now the atmosphere of fighting is everywhere. As the chief disciple of Xuanji Great Emperor, Zhang Luoli holds a sword and is surrounded by several fellow disciples. Look at the visitor. The major sects are besieging my daughter Emperor Ya. What do you mean? Questioned coldly. These forces are all forces surrounding Empress Ya, including strong and weak ones. But now that the master's whereabouts are unknown, they are responsible for taking care of and protecting the Empress estate. How to be provoked by outsiders. The old man headed by him is a Saint-grade powerhouse from the Saint-grade Force Balian sect. After hearing this, I laughed. Xuanji, the great emperor, is reborn. It will take countless years to cultivate the great emperor realm again. Now, of course, this treasure land can only be obtained by those who are able. He looked down on the ants from a high position. The people around him, including hundreds of powerful men, also laughed incessantly. Zhang Luoli's expression changed slightly. Aren't you afraid of my future revenge from Empress Ya? A veiled threat. Empress Ya is not considered powerful. Because Master only has disciples like them, who practice quietly and have no worries about the world. But their cultivation is definitely no match for the powerful ones from the Holy Realm. Not to mention, there are more than 10 transcending tribulation realm among these people. So what about revenge? The old man's eyes were much colder. When she comes back, everything will change. Not to mention, practicing is not easy, so she may not be able to come back. Do it. After saying that, he gave the order directly. The hundreds of strong men around him had no intention of challenging each other and swarmed forward. Zhang Luoli knew that a war was inevitable. Gritting his teeth, he said, Junior sister, follow me to form a formation and protect the Empress Yaya to the death. Yes, senior sister. The other 4 women beside him did not hesitate at all. Then, he rose into the air. Soon after joining forces, a large formation came down. The old man stood with his hands behind his hands, his eyes flickering. It's just a mountain protecting formation, let's see how long you can hold on. The next moment, he had already crossed the crowd. A palm fell from the sky and attacked the formation. Boom! With just one strike from the saint, the aura of the formation was almost chaotic and its foundation was unstable. Zhang Luoli's eyes were firm and she and many junior sisters supported her fiercely. The formation left to them by their master can block the saint, but it is difficult to block so many people. But the master can't come back, they can't defend the Empress throne, and they have no shame in living. And the master has been gone for 20 years, and the only thing that is unexpected now is that these people actually dare to invade the Empress's home without any scruples. But master has also left them with a backup plan. If they can't save it, they will both die together. The old man's eyes were much more solemn. Every great emperor dare not underestimate her, even if she has been reincarnated, the things she left behind are still a problem for them. Those who are strong at the Tao Palace level or above will follow me and break this formation together." Hearing this, more than 20 strong men flew up into the sky. Of course, they didn't dare to be careless when dealing with Empress Ya, and they sent out powerful and capable men. "Let's take action together," shouted. This concentrated power shook the place. "This is Empress Ya's treasure land, it is truly extraordinary, otherwise the entire mountain would be destroyed in an instant." Not good. Zhang Luoli secretly said something was not good. Boom. The next moment, the formation began to collapse, and all the disciples were knocked upside down and flew out. I felt hopeless for a moment, and my heart was filled with despair. "Ha ha ha ha, that's all." The old man laughed wildly. Because of this, he will have a great sense of accomplishment. Suddenly, "What are you laughing at?" Chen Fan quietly stood beside the old man and greeted fellow Taoist. The senior sisters were beaten. The old man replied subconsciously, then his face changed wildly, and he distanced himself directly. "Who are you?" Looking at Chen Fan warily, his heart trembled. This person is very strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to detect it. At the sudden scene, many strong men also looked at the past. Zhang Luoli and others were caught off guard and looked at Chen Fan to see who he was. Senior sister. The junior sister next to me was confused. "Should we use the master's imperial seal and be destroyed together?" "Let's see and then talk." Zhang Luoli responded. Chen Fan stood with his hands behind his hands and said, "Who am I? Of course I am the one who wants your lives." Then it gets cold and my good mood is disturbed. No one can leave. The old man's eyes flickered, as if he wanted to see through Chen Fan's cultivation, but it was all a blur, and he tentatively said, "My ancestor of the 100 Refiners sect, I wonder if you have any misunderstandings." Xuanji Great Emperor, the youngest disciple, Chen Fan. After saying this, Chen Fan unleashed his imperial power, and the mere ants were too lazy to move. Xuanji Great Emperor still has this disciple. When everyone was confused, the terrifying pressure made their faces change wildly. "It's you." Ancestor Balian couldn't believe it. Xuanji Great Emperor had a ridiculous disciple who came from a certain small family, and he had heard about it. The realm of the Great Emperor. However, after realizing Chen Fan's cultivation level, his voice became hoarse. How could it be the Emperor realm? How old is he? Who knows? Escape. I don't even bother to think about why, I only have this thought. Many transcending tribulation realm experts reacted very quickly and ran away. Don't ask why, just follow the Balian ancestor and escape. Junior brother. Zhang Luoli and the others' minds were buzzing. Chen Fan. Could it be the 3-year-old one? Looking at that handsome figure. How is it possible? Since you dare to offend my empress, just stay. Chen Fan grabbed it with one hand. The ancestors of Balian could not escape from the clutches of the devil, let alone the emperor's power, they were all ants. He watched helplessly as the emperor's palm was grabbing at him. Misunderstanding, Great Emperor, it's all a misunderstanding. Fear like entering the abyss. Who knows, there is another Great Emperor coming to the Empress's end, or is he Xuanji's disciple of the Great Emperor? It's just a joke. Death. Chen Fan said a word of indifference, instantly crushing Bai Lian ancestor into blood mist, and his soul was destroyed. As all the ashes of Balian ancestor were left, everyone's hearts were beating wildly, including Zhang Luoli and the others. Chen Fan showed no mercy. Under the emperor's power, the strong men who fled one by one exploded into clouds of blood mist. Like scarlet fireworks, spreading into dust. Then it starts to dissipate. Zhang Luoli and the others watched helplessly. This scene was extremely shocking to their nerves. My 3-year-old junior brother has been gone for a long time. Now this. Great Emperor. Killing the powerful ones in the Holy Realm casually. That's a saint. Is it fake? It's already so powerful. My heart was shaking. After Chen Fan finished all this, he looked back at his 5 senior sisters. Sisters, long time no see. Zhang Luoli and the others couldn't believe it, it was really Chen Fan. Little junior brother. Is this still their useless little junior brother? Of course, they would not have had any trouble with a 3-year-old junior brother. It's just that the junior brother's family background is not good, and various conditions are not up to par. I don't know why the master would accept him. But think about it, the master is reincarnated, and the junior brother is also quite pitiful. Chen Fan smiled and said, "Sister, it's me, Chen Fan." Husband. At this time, Ling Qingcheng came riding on the emperor's unicorn. She had no choice but to hold back the great emperor's husband, so she watched from a distance. Seeing that it had been resolved, I hurried over. Zhang Luoli and the others were startled. What a powerful monster. After hearing this name, they were both stunned again. Husband. He also turned around and looked at Ling Qingcheng. Chen Fan quickly reminded, "Senior sisters, you don't want the empress's end, can't you keep it?" Chen Fan's idea was very simple. He wanted to drag his senior sister into the sea together. Go into the water, just go into the water. Then he glanced back and forth at the faces of the senior sisters. Zhang Luoli and the others suddenly became confused. They haven't seen each other for a long time, but what does this sentence mean? No matter, just nod and agree first. After all, this time, it was thanks to the junior brother that the empress could be saved, and they, the senior sisters, breathed a sigh of relief. Mainly because there are bigger melons to eat, my junior brother-in-law. It's so beautiful, hurry up and take a look. Soon, Ling Qingcheng approached. When Chen Fan saw this, he introduced, "Qingcheng, these are my 5 senior sisters." Ling Qingcheng nodded, saying that they were all strangers to her anyway. "Senior sister, this is my wife, Ling Qingcheng." Chen Fan looked at the many senior sisters again. The first time Chen Fan called him that, Ling Qingcheng felt a little embarrassed. Think about it and call him husband, that would be normal. Qingcheng, don't be so reserved. Zhang Luoli motioned for her to relax. Junior brothers and sisters, don't be embarrassed. Of course, this junior sister-in-law means junior brother-in-law's wife. Senior sister, thank you for taking care of me. Ling Qingcheng said seriously. Puff. Chen Fan almost died laughing. But I can't laugh. He quickly interrupted, "Okay, senior sister, when I come back this time, I want to visit the master's residence." After reincarnation, it can be regarded as an independent personality. It seems right to say that. Junior brother, then we won't disturb you anymore. Zhang Luoli responded. Then he took the other junior sisters and left, leaving space for the junior brothers. They didn't care about asking for greetings. In addition to being a little unfamiliar and with a huge gap, they also had to deal with some matters in the empress's estate. However, I am still very satisfied with this junior brother-in-law. Chen Fan saw this and said, "Okay, Qingcheng, let's go take a look." Then he walked towards the master's former dormitory. Along the way, Ling Qingcheng was confused and had some questions. Husband, who was the great emperor Xuanji you mentioned before? She heard it. You shouted so loudly. Chen Fan said seriously, "Xuanji, great emperor, as you." Ling Qingcheng froze on the spot. Then you and them. Are you my disciple? Stupid. Of course, they are all your disciples. Then how could we? Ling Qingcheng's mind was buzzing. They were lovers in previous lives. Chen Fan said seriously, "Do you remember Tong Yangfu? That's how I came to be." Impossible. Ling Qingcheng felt that it was impossible for her to be so good at organizing things. Then why do you still let me call them senior sister? Otherwise, why don't we let them all know about our relationship? Chen Fan asked back. When Ling Qingcheng heard this, she thought it made sense. But compared to you, as senior sisters, they are a little too weak. I cried, I turned out to be this kind of master. Quickly defend yourself. It must not be like this. How can a junior brother be so much better than a senior sister? Chen Fan glanced at his pretty face and said, their qualifications are too poor. I'm too strong and there's nothing I can do about it. Ling Qingcheng became silent. She was careless. She never expected that after reincarnation, the disciple would practice faster than her. That's the point. Okay, you don't want them to know about our relationship, right? Chen Fan is determined to be a traitor. Empress Ya, just right. Ling Qingcheng stared at Chen Fan, you were right. Never let them know. Walk to the bedroom. Ling Qingcheng was scanning the residence of her previous life. Very grand and beautiful. The structure is like crystal, and the natural spiritual energy here is rich. It is not as good as the Chen family, but it is not bad. It is a treasure place. Suddenly, he was picked up by Chen Fan. Husband. Suddenly panic, don't worry. Shouldn't I agree? When I go to Chen's house or come to Empress Ya, There are so many people and so many eyes. But there is no regret medicine. I can't beat the husband of the great emperor. Chen Fan held his arms with his soft and boneless body, his long hair fell freely like a waterfall, and his head was dotted with playful little hair accessories. Exquisite and stunning face, skin as flawless as frost and snow. He leaned over and touched his forehead to cleanse the snow. It's beautiful, Qingcheng, let's get started. You are the mother and I am the father. The division of labor is clear and the purpose is extremely clear. Then he glanced at the vague white jade leg on the edge of the long skirt, the bright moon-like ankle, and the hidden little tender feet. As for her outstanding figure and natural charm, that's for sure. How can the information transmitted by touch be deceiving? Not to mention, distance creates beauty. Ling Qingcheng's beautiful eyes stared at Chen Fan quietly. Then nodded. The atmosphere is here. What else can I do? Give you life. Chen Fan put on his exquisite red lips and walked all the way to the palace. This is Ling Qingcheng's previous residence, and she can finally live there. Then, from day to night, today again. The next day. After Zhang Luoli and the others sorted out the damage done by Empress Ya before, they began to gossip about their junior brother and his wife. At this moment, we gather together and stare at each other with big eyes and small eyes. There is nothing happier than escaping a crisis. What's more, they didn't expect that the 3-year-old junior brother who ran behind them like a pig, and later returned to the family to inherit the inheritance, is now in the realm of the great emperor. Everything is just like a dream. It seems even stranger and inaccessible. Tell me, why does junior brother make such rapid progress? Second senior sister Su Hanshuang sighed. Third senior sister Li Miao thought for a while. Perhaps, the younger junior brother will have a great opportunity to inherit the family. The conversation changed, but it can't be so fast. It's such a shock to senior sister. I thought he was a useless little loser from a poor family. If the master didn't come back, they wouldn't even have much affection between them and they wouldn't see each other again. Unexpectedly, my junior brother is already at the same level as his master. That's the great emperor, the powerful emperor realm. As soon as these words came out, everyone's hearts were in turmoil. They didn't know whether it was shock or something else. Fourth senior sister Shengguan Yuhang was slightly silent. She is a very neat and tidy woman with a cheerful face. No matter how you say it, it's a good thing and a great favor for junior brother to come back. It will relieve some pressure for us senior sisters. Fifth senior sister Di Guang smiled. Although junior brother is the first to leave the empress's family, he is also a person who values love and justice. We can hug him. The feeling of surviving the disaster is the most touching. Hug your thighs, hug your thighs. Little senior sister wants to hug her thighs. Zhang Luoli hummed. What the junior sister said made sense. I wonder why junior brother and Qingcheng haven't come out for so long. Take a look at master's residence, maybe you miss him. After all, those who have been cultivating behind master since they were little have feelings. Is it possible to live in it directly? Junior brother has a stubborn streak. But he has merit, so even if the master knew about it, he would not mind. Everyone thinks so. They all looked at the distance, master's main hall. Then they didn't think about it anymore and just let him go. They didn't want to be beaten. Qingcheng is very beautiful, and she is a perfect match for her junior brother. I just don't know which family I'm from. I don't know what happened to the family when my junior brother came back this time. They all started chatting and gossiping in a relaxed manner. The strong one is the focus. In the bedroom, when Chen Fan woke up, he looked at the sleeping faces next to him. It's quiet, beautiful, and inviting. There are no secrets between them. Just what you think. But he is not satisfied. This is not enough at all. He needs to be on the safe side and get more. Forget it now, she is very tired. It was also at this time that the system's voice sounded. Ding, the system upgrade is completed. Friendly reminder. The more disciples a host recruits, the more rewards it will receive. Marry a wife and have children, and the incense will continue. The more descendants there are, the greater the rewards. The more powerful the family disciple is, the greater the reward will be. The more you expand your family size, eliminate hostile forces, or conquer affiliated forces, the more rewards you will receive. Ding! This system can automatically upgrade family facilities according to the completion level of the host's task. One more of the 4 came out automatically, and Chen Fan froze. Sure enough, there is still a long way to go. As an ancestor, there is a lot of pressure. Everything revolves around the establishment of the ancient family. Don't rush, don't rush. System, sign in. Remind the system in a low voice. He signed first to calm down the shock. He didn't want Ling Qingcheng to be too tired. Ding! The sign-in is successful. Congratulations to the host for getting a mouthful of the 9 heavens divine spring. 1 sip. Enough for anyone. Chen Fan immediately looked at the system space. What a big mouthful. It is a spring mouth, like an endless ocean. This may create a long river. Chen Fan was very satisfied. But thinking about expanding the family. In the ancient continent, there are 8 ancient families, 5 ancient clans, and 10 dynasties. The ancient clan is considered the strongest. The dynasty and the ancient clan are on par with each other. Some are strong and some are weak, and their strength is not absolutely uniform. And they all occupy areas with the best resources. Generally speaking, they do not invade each other. Among them, the sovereign clan occupies the largest territory and can even rule across states. In the White Emperor state, in addition to the most powerful emperor-grade force, Huang Holy Land, there are other emperor-grade forces. But there is no ancient family and ancient clan, which is a good thing for him to establish the Chen family. The only thing you have to guard against is the dominant sovereign clan. Great Xia dynasty. I think that at the beginning, the Chen family was in decline and was divided between the White Emperor state sovereign clan and some lower aristocratic families. Of course, the capital of Great Xia dynasty is not in White Emperor state. Thinking of this, Chen Fan reached down, picked up the little bit of yin hong, and put it away. This was proof. Husband, what are you doing? Ling Qingcheng woke up. After noticing Chen Fan's movements, she didn't find it strange and just touched him. But if you sneak up on a great emperor, it will look very careless. Chen Fan shook his hand, pressed it up immediately, and said teasingly, Madam, I'm going to get something. Aren't I afraid of disturbing your rest? Ling Qingcheng rolled her eyes at Chen Fan. I'm awake, so I'm not afraid of disturbing you. Husband, how do you feel? If you are satisfied, you probably won't feel uncomfortable anymore. How is it? Chen Fan thought for a while and said honestly, it's very comfortable. Very comfortable indeed. Then reluctantly let go. This will be his son's mother in the future. Then he leaned over again, pressed against the tender skin, and placed his chin on Zhang's shoulder. If they can't give birth to a child with the qualifications of a great emperor, then the child will definitely not be worthy of their efforts. After hearing this, Ling Qingcheng was immediately very satisfied and smiled slightly. It's not easy. Finally, I don't have to be pushed. Husband, I like it here very much. Yu said. It was those, senior sister, girls outside that made her feel a little restrained. Fortunately, they don't know yet. As long as her master doesn't admit it. Chen Fan hummed, if you like it, come back often. By the way, you must be tired from last night. Let me replenish your body. Immediately, Chen Fan used a porcelain bottle to draw some 9 heavens divine spring from the system space. Ling Qingcheng's exquisite Chong nose sniffed, what is this? After smelling it, I feel like my soul has been baptized and refreshed. This is the 9 heavens divine spring water, it will be useful to you. Chen Fan explained. Hearing this, Ling Qingcheng's beautiful eyes warmed up, 9 heavens divine spring. This kind of thing is extremely precious. Such a small bottle is probably not available in the Holy Land. Then I thought about last night. Husband, you should keep it to replenish your health. Chen Fan immediately became unhappy and said, Madam, I have a lot more, feel free to use them. But the lady is also doing it for his own good. Real. Of course, don't believe it. Even taking a shower is enough. Then Chen Fan directly took Ling Qingcheng to soak in the spring water. 3 pulls in the sun. They just walked out of the room. Immediately afterwards, I saw the senior sisters swarming over. It's like forming a group to squat. Junior brother. Thighs. Ling Qingcheng took a deep breath. The disciples didn't recognize me. They sorted out their minds and calmed down, as if nothing had happened. Chen Fan smiled and said, Sister, what are you doing? We haven't seen each other for 20 years, so there are indeed some differences. But after all, they are in the same lineage, so this connection is destined to have some closeness. Mainly before the age of 3, these senior sisters may have experienced the feeling of raising a baby. He was often picked up and spanked. Waiting for you, did you and Qingchang have a good rest last night? Zhang Luoli, wearing a gauze light yellow dress, said hello. Senior sister, I haven't been to Empress Ya for a long time. Of course I feel comfortable. Chen Fan said with a smile. It must be comfortable, living with the master, sleeping with the master, and having to give birth to his babies. Ling Qingcheng felt slightly guilty. Senior sister, we had a good rest. In order not to be exposed, she said it bravely and quickly covered up her embarrassment. Su Hanshuang was wearing an ice blue dress and smiled. That's good. Think about my junior brother, we haven't seen each other for a long time. The little guy back then has grown so big. He was so strong and could hit people hard. He didn't know what happened to him, and the senior sister didn't dare to ask. Chen Fan hummed, decades of time or just a snap of the fingers. But senior sister, how are you doing? Senior sisters, don't say the wrong thing. I have reminded you before. As long as he doesn't say the words, go to reincarnation, it will be fine. After all, he is here to deceive the master. Shengguan Yuhang was wearing a dark long dress, with a chivalrous air, and said, Junior brother, since you and master left, we have been staying here. Apart from being made things difficult by some forces, it has been quiet. This time, thank you for coming back in time. Fourth senior sister, this is what it should be. Empress Ya is also my sect. Even though the master is not here, I should still protect her. Chen Fan responded. Thanks to this visit to the Empress Ya to have a baby, otherwise the Empress Ya would also be in crisis. No matter what, junior brother, thank you. Li Miaoxin was wearing a blue dress, with a more natural temperament. Everyone smiled when they met their junior brother again. This was still the case. This was an unexpected surprise. With such a powerful disciple, the master would definitely be frightened when he came back, right? They are unbelievable. At this moment, junior brother, please lower your head and look at me. Di Kuang was wearing a pink and purple dress. Her eyes were quite unconvinced, and she always felt that she had been ignored. The feelings have faded, right? Fifth senior sister. Chen Fan reached out and touched his head. Oh, I asked you to touch my head. However, the fifth senior sister seems a bit petite compared to the other senior sisters. She is also the youngest senior sister. Emperor Guang froze immediately. For the sake of my junior brother being a great emperor, just accept it. Fists the size of sandbags are no joke. Punch her and she will cry for a long time. By the way, senior sister, I have a gift for you. Chen Fan said nothing more, and then a pile of porcelain bottles appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Junior brother, what is this? Di Kuang stood on tiptoes and stretched his neck to look. Everyone was also quite confused. Fifth senior sister, this is the 9 Heavens Divine Spring Water, which can assist you in your practice. Chen Fan explained. 9 Heavens Divine Spring. Everyone was shocked, so many. That is a precious jade liquid that is useful to even the powerful ones in the Emperor realm. But thinking about the current state of junior brother, we are not envious at all. Junior brother, this, but as senior sisters, they were really embarrassed to accept it. Chen Fan pushed it over directly. Senior sister, there's no need to be polite to me. Master is not here, I will take care of you, it is reasonable and reasonable. Then junior brother, we won't be polite to you anymore. Di Guang said immediately and quickly. She wasn't a money fan, but holding her junior brother's lap was a technical job, so she could just hold it for her. Chen Fan was in a beautiful mood. In that case, senior sister, Qingcheng and I are going back to our family. Our Chen family in Tianyuan domain welcomes our senior sisters to visit us at any time. The girls, who had received the water from the 9 Heavens Divine Spring and were still looking at the trembling porcelain bottles, sighed when they heard this. Leaving so soon. Junior brother, we will definitely go. Zhang Luoli said. With the great emperor's junior brother here, why should we guard the house? Empress Ya can take it back even if she lets it go. I can finally go out for a walk and study why my junior brother has grown up so horribly. It's amazing. It's a deal. After saying that, Chen Fan took Ling Qingcheng, summoned the Emperor Qilin, and then left quickly. It's understandable that the senior sisters also guard their homes. However, he also guards his family and doesn't care about the Empress's life. He hasn't come back in these years. I hope my senior sisters will understand. Watching Chen Fan leave, the girls knew that it was because of the bond between them that they could talk. Otherwise, you are no longer a person of the same world. Emperor Huang raised her head and looked towards the sky in the distance. Emperor Beast, she also wanted to sit down. He turned around and looked at Zhang Luoli with big eyes. Senior sister, how about we set off to the Chen family in Tianyuan territory now? The girls looked at Di Guang. Junior sister, you have gone too far. But that's quite right. Chen family. Yun Lan rested for a few days and finally came with Su Chanu. At this moment, they had arrived at the gate of Chen family city. Think about it, at the beginning, this city was also guarded by the Chen family, and the family was the only one. The branch bloodlines are scattered in the cities of various great Dao regions and have strong industries. Not as good as the top families, but not bad either. Of course, this is the relevant detailed information she found from the sect's historical records. Too long. Except for the old strong men, few people today remember it clearly. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.